Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Chapter 930, Don't Save Money on My Account. Old Jack, Three-Legged, Gold-Tooth Rat, Young John, Old Drunkard, Sister Mendez. The 6 most outstanding rangers of Rattlesnake Mercenary Camp. They had all cultivated chi, and although it was only primary chi, they were veterans when it came to traversing the forest. They might not be able to defeat low-level magical beasts, but they could rely on various disguises to move around the forest freely. Their primary income came from scouting information and exchanging intelligence. Sir, they hold nearly all the intelligence of the entire camp. Many of the rangers are their subordinates, said the camp manager. Disperse everyone else, don't let them get in the way. Of course, I will have the mercenaries leave immediately. After driving the onlookers away, List cut straight to the chase. I need you to provide me with some intelligence. As long as the information is valuable enough to gain my approval, gold coins won't be an issue. But if you feed me false information, you will be killed by my Bear 1 and Bear 2. Three-Legged, who had a sly look about him, smiled and said, May I have the honor of knowing your excellency's name? Me? List felt that when dealing with these crafty old rangers, it was better to adopt a more intimidating identity, Mario Red and White Rose. Ah. Not just the rangers, but also the camp manager, all showed their respect, so it is Lord Mario of the Red and White Rose family. Lord Mario, feel free to ask away, Old Jack will tell you everything he knows. Offering my respects to the Red and White Rose family, Three-Legged is willing to provide all the information he knows. Sister Mendez is also willing to offer up all of her intelligence. The 6 rangers jostled to express their respect first and even offered to provide the information for free. Judging by their gazes and expressions, they were not doing so reluctantly but were genuinely willing to do so. This showed that the reputation of the Red and White Rose family held an esteemed position within the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Of course, this also had to do with List looking very young and riding an Earth barbaric bear. Anyone seeing him would think that he wasn't just a direct heir of the Red and White Rose family but also a very important young descendant, otherwise, he wouldn't be privileged to have an Earth barbaric bear as his mount. After learning of List's Mario Red and White Rose identity, the 6 rangers indeed spilled everything they knew and provided all the intelligence they had. It mainly concerned the Pegasus herd and unicorns. Pegasus were advanced dragon beasts, found in groups throughout the Pegasus Great Forest, adept at wind system magic. Even though they were not part of the combatively powerful dragon beasts, their battle prowess could still be compared with a sword saint. The difficulty in taming and capturing them when a group of sword saints gathers could only be imagined. As such, many nobles sent night orders to the Pegasus Great Forest, but the number of times a lone Pegasus was actually caught was very few. Even the royal family sent night orders, yet they failed to locate the Pegasus herd. There were indeed rumors that eyewitnesses had seen unicorns within the Pegasus herd, but their authenticity could not be verified. Lord Mario, indeed there have been knights who have seen unicorns. But unicorns are extremely agile. When a knight glimpses one from afar, the unicorn takes notice and flees forthwith, with the Pegasus herd following suit. Hence, no one has been able to closely observe a unicorn, much less be certain that what they saw was indeed a unicorn. There were too many obstructions in the forest, and the distance was great. Even a Sky Knight wouldn't dare to assert that what they saw was the so-called unicorn. Thus, without solid evidence, unicorns remain a mythical creature that exists only in anecdotes. However, List believed in the existence of unicorns. In the Magical Beast Encyclopedia compiled under the supervision of AK, the official name for unicorns was tentatively set as Storm Dragon Horse. Just as there was the Lightning Dragon Turtle among the Dragon Turtles, the Super Dragon Beast within the Pegasus herd should be called a Storm Dragon Horse. Moreover, List thought of the time when Kenly Truth had provided him with the unicorn clue. She had mentioned an official record concerning the Steel Ridge royal family of the Platinum family and the rulers of the Rose Duchy of the Red and White Rose family. A true event related to unicorns. The Red and White Rose family often formed marital alliances with the Platinum family. Once, a Duke of Rose planned to marry his daughter to the dim-witted youngest son of the king 2 generations prior. As a result, the Duke's daughter was rescued halfway by a unicorn and eloped into the forest. This incident was recognized by both the king and the Duke. Of course, List believed it was likely a scandal between 2 dragon-rearing families. Perhaps the Duke's daughter had eloped with someone, and they used the tale of the unicorn to embellish the story. Otherwise, how could a unicorn, A creature of the same caliber as the flame dragon bird and the lightning dragon turtle. So-called storm dragon horse. Possess such human-like intelligence? Furthermore, how could it perform such an extraordinary feat, ignoring the formidable protection of the court and rescuing a young girl from amongst the Night Order? His thoughts returned to the thick parchment paper handed to him by the ranger. List looked at the somewhat abstract map and asked, "So, the locations where unicorns have been spotted are marked here in red ink?" "Yes, Sir Mario. And these places marked with green ink are where Pegasus herds have been seen, and the ones with purple ink are where Pegasus has been caught." "Yes." List flipped to the backside of the thick parchment. The food that Pegasus like to eat, their resting habits, and some herd behaviors are all recorded here? "Yes." Nodding, List put away the thick parchment and took out 60 gold coins, handing them to the camp leader. "You take your cut, and let the 6 of them divide the rest. I'll be taking this information and the map. Sir Mario, we all voluntarily offer our intelligence to you. Do as I say." List didn't care about these gold coins. On the contrary, he took out another 100 gold coins. "If I can't find the Pegasus herd, I will come back. Use these gold coins to gather new intelligence for me. As long as it's helpful, I will reward you even more." He jumped onto the back of Earth Barbaric Bear, shook the cloak outside his armor, and proclaimed loudly, "Remember, the Red and White Rose family has plenty of money." Ak chuckled secretly. As Bear 1 and Bear 2 began to turn, List added very empathetically, "Don't skimp on me." His voice was resounding, echoing long after the 2 Earth Barbaric Bears had departed, lingering in the ears of the camp leader and the ranger. Watching the proud figure disappearing into the distance, a ranger couldn't help but exclaim, "Worthy of the Red and White Rose family indeed." Yes, Sir Mario's demeanor is as brilliant as the morning sun. If one could follow behind Sir Mario, one would surely bathe in knightly glory and have an endless supply of gold coins. The ranger's flattery was beyond List's hearing. However, his mood was quite good. Indeed, the feeling of smashing people with money is utterly refreshing. Why didn't I transmigrate to the Red and White Rose family in the first place? With the wealth of the Red and White Rose family and my personal talent, I should have unified the 3 great kingdoms by now. But soon he sighed, such a pity for my 160 gold coins. Chapter 931, Not one less hoeing the fields at high noon, sweat drips down to the soil beneath. Who knows, for every meal we take, each grain is hard-won toil. 160 gold coins would suffice for a lifetime for a freeman's family, and even by Lee CT's standards, it was enough for 3 to 5 breakfasts. So he quietly admonished himself that when it was time to be frugal, he must be frugal and not waste precious gold coins on pointless boasting. After all, since he hadn't revealed his real name, all the showing off would be fruitless as no one would know his true strength. "Let me personally elevate the honor of the Red and White Rose family as repayment for Matthew's gift," he said. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed these trivial thoughts. Once Bear 1 and Bear 2 entered deep into the forest, he signaled to Ak, "Mark them with a couple of space magic power beacons, then we'll switch to riding Bard. It'll be faster. We don't have much time to waste here." With a casual wave of his hand, Ak imprinted 2 magic beacons onto the fur of the Earth Barbaric Bears. Lee CT patted the head of Bear 1 and tossed a stake into its mouth, saying, "You 2 live freely in the forest for now. I'll come back to find you when I need you." The Earth Barbaric Bears were too slow and noisy, they weren't suitable for finding the Pegasus herd. By the time Lee CT and Ak left on the formless dragon, the 2 Earth Barbaric Bears were still dazed, unaware of what had happened. However, once the presence of the formless dragon was gone, the 2 bears glared at each other menacingly as if ready to fight, no longer suppressed by Lee CT's presence. But soon, they gave up the glaring contest, each chose a direction, and bolted. Life is precious, love even more so. If it's for freedom's cause, both can be forego. Now that the dawn of freedom had appeared, there was no better time to run. They did not wish to continue being ridden like tiny ants by humans. Riding the formless dragon, the search speed greatly increased. The 2 riders and 3 dragons, moving along the material boundary, searched every 10 minutes for a green dot where the Pegasus herd frequented, every half hour for a purple dot where a Pegasus was caught, and every 3 hours for a red dot where a unicorn was sighted. The crystal white trajectories analysis of magic power was akin to radar-level effectiveness. Finally, in the afternoon of the following day, they found a cluster of blue-gray magic radiance at one of the green dots, outlining winged steeds one by one. The magic power feedback from the wind attribute glowed in varying shades of blue, and with the wings on their backs, there was no doubt that the creatures gathered around the river were a Pegasus herd. Lee CT didn't have Bard appear immediately. Instead, he closely identified the magic power feedback of each Pegasus in the herd. The blue-gray radiance varied in strength, but there was no discernible higher level of magic power. They were all low magic. This meant there were no super dragon beasts, such as storm dragon horses, among this Pegasus herd. None, eh? It seems I haven't found the true Pegasus herd. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 26 Pegasi here, possibly a small herd or just a fraction of a larger one. Lee Ct quickly exited the crystal white trajectory and observed with the naked eye. Through the gaps hidden by the trees, he could barely make out the true form of the Pegasi. They looked slightly different from the pictures and descriptions provided by the rangers, with a resemblance to normal horses. However, their shoulders, where the front legs met, were slightly stronger, and a pair of wings grew from that point. Since they were not flying, the wings were folded neatly by their sides. Their color was not the silver-white described but primarily silver-white with some light gray patterns. The wings had faint blue patterns on them. Their manes and tails appeared elegant and smooth, as if washed with a quality shampoo. Comparing with his eyesight, these Pegasi were not much larger than normal horses. Even the largest among them was not as big as Lee Ct's mount, the king of black blood treasure horses, Lightning. Lightning was 4 meters tall. These Pegasi were at most 3 to 5 meters, yet they were considered advanced dragon beasts, emitting a faint dragon might. That rich bluish-gray wind attribute magic power. I'm afraid just a casual swipe of a wind blade could shred Lightning into pieces. Big brother, we can follow this small Pegasus herd. Ak found that there are no mares or foals among them. This probably isn't an independent herd. Following them should lead us to a larger Pegasus herd. Ak reminded. I understand. Lee Ct had the same thought. So he quietly hid at the edge of the material boundary, waiting for the small Pegasus herd to move while simultaneously summoning the smoke mission to check on its progress. However, to his surprise, the mission had actually been completed. Mission complete, reward Pegasus herd. That was easy, but how am I supposed to take this herd of Pegasus with me? A thought flashed through Lee Ct's mind, which was quickly drawn away by a new mission. Mission: the Pegasus herd before you is captivating, yet the unicorn's trace has never been revealed. However, for you who possess the eye of magic, it is quite simple to spy on creatures hiding in the dark. Please find a Pegasus with a horn. Reward: a Pegasus with a horn. Still wants me to continue looking for the unicorn, just as per the original plan, track this herd to find a larger colony. The plan was good, but the process was not as pleasant. After tracking the small Pegasus herd for an entire day and night, the Pegasus showed no intention of joining a larger herd. Could it be that these male Pegasus are all single dogs that have lost their spirit, and only return to the larger herd to compete for mates during the mating season? With this thought, he quickly made a decision and said to Ak, these Pegasus probably won't return to the larger herd anytime soon. Ak, let's mark them with a space magic beacon first, and then continue to search for other Pegasus herds. Okay. Ak took action, stealthily approached the Pegasus herd from the edge of material boundary, and placed several space magic beacons before leaving. They continued to search for other Pegasus herds based on the spots marked on the map. After searching for most of the day, they found another small Pegasus herd of 17 adult males. Just as Lee Ct was preparing to have Ak mark them with a space magic beacon and continue the search for a new herd, one of the Pegasus suddenly raised its head and neighed. Immediately after, the whole small herd of Pegasus raised their heads and neighed, quickly gathering together and staring at the dense forest ahead. A yellowish creature was stealthily approaching the small Pegasus herd. That's... Lee Ct was temporarily captivated by the image of the intruder. It was a large cat with a unique body structure, as big as an elephant. Its face and mane were similar to a lion's, but its claws were like an eagle's, its body covered in hedgehog-like spiky fur, with batwing-like flaps on its ribs, and a scorpion-like stinger at the end of its tail. Ak quickly guessed the identity of the invading creature. It's a Scorpio-tailed lion, big brother. A dark attribute super magical beast with deadly venom in its tail, deadly on contact. A Scorpio-tailed lion. Lee Ct nodded without intervening in the Scorpio-tailed lion's hunting of the Pegasus. According to the classification of enthusiasts, advanced dragon beasts are more precious than super magical beasts, but from the nervousness and agitation of the Pegasus herd in the face of the Scorpio-tailed lion, it can be discerned that the Scorpio-tailed lion seems to prey on Pegasus. It's clear that the ranking of magical beasts does not necessarily reflect actual combat strength. Big brother, shall we help the Pegasus? They are all Big Brother's private property, Ak inquired. The little sea monster's growth had been deeply influenced by Lee Ct, and it was firmly convinced of one principle. Anything that Big Brother took a fancy to was Big Brother's private property. Now that Lee Ct had set his sights on the Pegasus herd, the Pegasus naturally belonged exclusively to Lee Ct. Ha, ha. Lee Ct laughed dryly and then said seriously, don't worry, I've just thought of a plan. Maybe the Scorpio-tailed lion's intrusion can help us drive these Pegasus back to the larger Pegasus herd for protection. In any case, we can't lose a single Pegasus or Scorpio-tailed lion. Let's wait and see. Chapter 932, Stay further away. Facing the relentless approach of the Scorpio-tailed lion, the 17 Pegasi raised their heads and neighed, their magic power swelling as if they wanted to strike first. However, the Scorpio-tailed lion was not eager to attack. Through its slow approach, it exerted a strong sense of oppression on the Pegasi, forcing them into chaos of their own making. The Scorpio-tailed lion aimed to triumph within the turmoil, to capture the prey it desired. But the Pegasi were not fools, they did not scatter and always stayed closely together to face the Scorpio-tailed lion. Such standoff lasted for a full 2 hours. Finally, in a test of will and patience, the Scorpio-tailed lion came out on top. A small group of Pegasi could no longer endure, they changed direction and took off running. Once one Pegasus fled, all the others began to escape in an instant. With a whoosh, the entire Pegasus herd flapped their wings, flying up above the forest. The eyes of the Scorpio-tailed lion flashed with malevolent light, revealing a streak of electricity as it too spread its giant bat wings, swiftly giving chase, relentlessly pursuing one Pegasus in particular. "Let's go, Bard. We'll follow," List said. "Woo-yee-ya." The formless dragon Bard responded softly, its form shifting like a teleport, easily following behind the Pegasus and a Scorpio-tailed lion. List then said to Ak, "When the Scorpio-tailed lion pounces on the Pegasus, step in and interrupt it, don't let it catch the Pegasus too easily, otherwise, the Pegasus might not flee toward the larger herd." Pegasi, being advanced dragon beasts with high intelligence, were likely to seek help from their kind in danger. However, if the Pegasi could not hold out until reaching the larger herd, List's plan would naturally fall through. So, maintaining a balance was key. Allowing the Pegasus a chance to escape for help and giving the Scorpio-tailed lion the hope of catching its prey, merely interrupting the rhythm slightly at crucial moments. The posture of the Pegasi in flight was graceful, streams of air rising beneath their beautiful wings like noble swans, finding a direction and swiftly escaping. The flight posture of the Scorpio-tailed lion was not so graceful. Its bat wings fluttered repeatedly, like a sparrow hopping on and off, but its speed was subtly faster than that of the Pegasi. A confidence in itself to hunt the Pegasi. But whenever it was about to catch up with the Pegasus ahead, it always found that the Pegasus suddenly burst with speed, leaving it trailing at a distance. This enraged the Scorpio-tailed lion. It had captured Pegasi several times during its growth and longed for the taste. It was well aware that these Pegasi were no match for itself when fleeing. Yet it did not anticipate that this particular Pegasus could always burst with speed, causing its attacks to miss. But, the Pegasus ultimately lacked explosive power. Having only slightly widened the gap, its speed soon slowed down again. Seeing this, the Scorpio-tailed lion could not hold back any longer. It vigorously flapped its wings and rushed toward the Pegasus, not planning to give up the delicious prey within its reach. This chase continued for dozens of miles. Although the Pegasus herd was escaping in panic, their formation did not scatter and they still flew urgently in one direction. The Scorpio-tailed lion was panting heavily. Its large body was not well suited for long-distance flying, but with prey hovering just within reach, it couldn't bear to give up and kept sprinting. Just one more time, just one more and I'll definitely kill it. This was probably the true portrayal of its inner thoughts. Regrettably, fate's hands, in this case, were held by Ak at the edge of the material boundary, or one might say by List. They could always rely on the power of magic at crucial moments to give the Pegasus a nudge. Not too much, just enough so the Pegasus could narrowly evade the Scorpio-tailed lion's bite. But fate is fickle. Just when List thought this strategy was brilliant and victory was within reach, the Scorpio-tailed lion, having failed another pounce, chose to give up. With resentful eyes, it glared several times at the Pegasus herd that was flying further and further away, then with heavy breaths began to descend toward the ground below. Finally accepting the harsh reality, it declared its hunting failure. "You actually gave up, the fat prey right before your eyes and you chose to give up, you waste." List raged. First, he had attacked the small Pegasus herd with a space magic beacon, then he directly maneuvered the formless dragon to make a turnabout attack, finding the Scorpio-tailed lion resting in the forest. He pulled out the Dragon Lens Fury of Thunder and directly executed a move from the Dragon Chi Manual, Poison Dragon Drill. The Dragon Lance, like a drill bit, extended from the material boundary, and with a speed faster than lightning, it pierced the weary Scorpio-tailed lion, which saw stars before its eyes. The powerful force of the Dragon Knight infused. The Scorpio-tailed lion had no time to react and was skewered dead. Looking at the Scorpio-tailed lion killed by a single blow, List quickly reorganized his space rings, freeing one of them to cram the large body of the Scorpio-tailed lion into the gemstone space. The 5-meter diameter spherical space of the space ring barely fit the lion. Having done all this, Without any hesitation, he rapidly pursued the Pegasus herd, following the signal of the space magic beacon. He wanted to see if, after being startled, the Pegasus herd would continue to join the larger herd, and it was with this thought that he reaped a rich reward. The group of Pegasus kept flying. With good stamina they crossed a distance of several hundred kilometers, only then did they gracefully land in a valley surrounded by mountains. In the crystal-white trajectory's view, there was a spot in the valley with sparse trees but lush wild grass, and it was scattered with more than 100 peacefully grazing Pegasus. Grayish-green magic reflections flickered on and off. Among them, 3 special green lights stood out as if solid, a vibrant emerald hue. And atop the heads of the Pegasus, they formed a point, slightly longer than the head, like a sharp horn. Storm Dragon Horse. List's heart settled. Effort pays off. His scheme of having the Scorpio-tailed lion chase the Pegasus, although momentarily thwarted, still achieved the desired result. He found the Pegasus with horns on their heads, the legendary unicorns known as Storm Dragon Horses. And not just one, but 3 Storm Dragon Horses appeared at once. Suppressing his excitement, he did not go down to capture them but remained at the boundary of the material realm, observing this Pegasus herd and the 3 Storm Dragon Horses among them. A vague suspicion arose in his heart. Storm Dragon Horses are indeed unicorns, extraordinary in themselves, and the magic power in their horns definitely reaches high magic levels. But, is this the mission just to help Ak find a mount? With Ak being an archmage, would he just ride such Storm Dragon Horses? It wasn't that he looked down upon the Storm Dragon Horses, but they simply didn't befit Ak, knowing that once the formless Dragon Guard had earnestly hoped Ak would ride it. But Ak had refused. What virtues did the Storm Dragon Horses have to qualify as Ak's mount? While he was deep in thought, a puff of smoke appeared out of nowhere and quickly condensed into ephemeral serpent script. Mission completed. Reward Storm Dragon Horse. The smoke swiftly dispersed and then reconvened into another segment of serpent script. Mission. Even Pegasus with horns are merely ordinary Pegasus and cannot match the status of Ak as an archmage. However, while you're feeling disheartened, have you noticed that the true unicorn is secretly observing you and Ak? Perhaps what you need to do is to distance yourself from Ak. Reward, 1 unicorn. Seeing the first part of the mission, List was quite thrilled. Indeed, the power of destiny is the projection of one's own will. Storm Dragon Horses are simply not suited for Ak's stature. But then, upon reading the latter part of the mission, his expression quickly darkened. What does this mean? Chapter 933, Sanctity. No matter how angry or wronged he felt, he couldn't change the content of the smoke mission. He was still to leave Ak a bit further away and not hinder the unicorn's approach. How preposterous. After taking 3 deep breaths, he calmed his restlessness and regained composure. He reviewed the content of the smoke mission with a tranquil mindset again, but upon revisiting it, a nameless fury swiftly stirred within him. It was simply intolerable, a blatant smear against him. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. He confronted his impatience in silence. Eventually, reason prevailed over impulse, and he carefully considered the mission. A Pegasus with a unicorn horn is just an ordinary Pegasus. The real unicorn is observing in the dark. Does this mean the unicorn I've seen is not a true unicorn, or perhaps there is a more powerful unicorn out there? The reward for the smoke mission was a unicorn. However, there were 3 unicorns present at the scene. As long as List was willing to capture them, these 3 unicorns couldn't escape, so this didn't match the reward mentioned in the smoke mission. Moreover, the previous mission had already awarded a Storm Dragon Horse. So it means, among the Pegasus herd, the common unhorned mounts are advanced dragon beasts. The Pegasus with the horn is a super dragon beast, a Storm Dragon Horse, and hiding in the shadows there is an even more magical, true unicorn. List could not guess what the true unicorn was, but it didn't hinder him from setting aside his pride and saying to Ak, I have a strong hunch that the unicorns we've discovered are not the true unicorns. The real unicorn is probably as wondrous as legends describe, very fond of maidens. Ak voiced his doubt. Brother, are you saying that these 3 Storm Dragon Horses aren't unicorns, even though they clearly have horns? The ones with horns are just Storm Dragon Horses, a level above Pegasus. However, the unicorn is recorded as a creature more magical than sub-dragons, similar to a dragon in enchantment. I didn't believe it at first either, but I feel a magical gaze watching over us. The real unicorn is nearby? Ak didn't quite grasp the concept but was impressed. List nodded. I guess that's the case. So, I plan to sneak away with Bard to one side while you stay here to attract the unicorn. According to legend, unicorns are kind and like pure maidens very much. You fit the description perfectly, Ak. If it dares to harm you, you defend yourself first, and Bard and I will rush up and kill it. Ak nodded and clenched her fists with confidence, saying, Don't worry, brother, Ak has mastered the water element, ice element, and space elemental incarnation. Earth elemental incarnation is also in development. My strength is not less than that of a dragon knight. All right. After stroking Akaza's hair, he set her down on the ground and swiftly steered Bard high into the distance. He retreated nearly a kilometer away, took out his telescope, activated crystal white view, and quietly observed the spot where Ak stood. He also scanned the surroundings occasionally, trying to spot the unicorn. In view. Ak first hid within the boundary of matter, and, as an archmage who mastered the space elemental incarnation, she moved in and out of the material boundary effortlessly. However, after a brief stillness, she found a rock to sit, pulled out a book of magic books to read, and her figure emerged from the material boundary. The nearby Pegasus and Storm Dragon horses eating grass finally noticed Ak and got a little restless, the entire Pegasus herd moving a short distance away. But as Ak quietly read her book, these Pegasus quickly relaxed and unconsciously returned to her side. Occasionally, a Pegasus would raise its head to look at Ak, then lower it again to continue grazing, completely regarding Ak as a harmless being. Of course, Ak indeed had no intent to harm the Pegasus. The one who was really intent was List, not the sea serpent magician engrossed in the world of magic. An hour flashed by. The unicorn had not appeared, and the smoke mission was unresolved. List frowned. Could it be that I'm too close? Perhaps I really need to move further away. The thought aggravated him, but he still suppressed his emotions and steered Bard back again, retreating beyond 5 kilometers, setting up his telescope to carefully watch Ak and her surroundings. Another half-hour passed, and still no sign of the unicorn. List growled with boredom as he chatted through a mental link with a formless dragon. Bard, do you think I'm a good person? Whether you're a good person or not. The taste of the recent batch of smoked grass has declined a bit. List, do you think it's because my taste has become too sophisticated, or is the smoked grass elf bug not working hard enough? You eat it every day without fear of cavities. Eat less usually, so that it'll taste better when you do have it. I understand the reasoning, but I still think smoked grass needs improvement. Have the magicians of the Magic Guild evolve the smoked grass bugs into little minor elves, that will definitely improve the taste. You think elf bugs can just evolve into little minor elves willy-nilly? Why don't you just as casually throw me a few space gems, especially after I allocated red dragon water to you? Hey, the red dragon water is shared by all, not my exclusive enjoyment. How about this? I'll give 1 bottle of red dragon water for 1 of your space gems. 100 bottles for 1 gem. Don't let your tongue flap too much in the breeze. 3 bottles for 1 gem. Why don't you just rob me? 3 bottles of red dragon water can't even conjure the outer shell of a space gem, and it's my superior magic that's needed for the conjuration. 50 bottles, I'll take the loss and make the exchange. 10 bottles for 1. Impossible. 40 bottles. 15 bottles, and not a bottle more. 40 bottles, and that's my final offer. 20 bottles, I'm bleeding for this. 40 bottles, that's the bottom line. 25 bottles, will you agree or not? If not, I'm not trading. 40 bottles. Bard conveyed a resolute take it or leave it intent, no longer wanting to haggle endlessly with List. List fell silent then. The market price for red dragon water in the Steel Ridge Kingdom was such that one could easily sell 1 bottle for 20,000 gold coins, and if other countries were buying, one might not find a seller even for 30,000. So, 40 bottles of red dragon water amounted to nearly 1,200,000 gold coins. Trading it for a space gem wasn't a loss for the dragon-rearing family. But List, who kept a formless dragon himself, found it hard to part with so much red dragon water. Right now, he and Ek together had 6 space rings, which were barely sufficient. Therefore, the topic ended there. He wasn't willing to buy, and the formless dragon wasn't willing to sell. It was at this time. Through the telescope, he saw Ek suddenly put down his magic books, turn his head toward a certain place in the forest. It wasn't a casual glance, but he was sizing something up. But when List turned the telescope there, he couldn't see what Ak was actually looking at. In the crystal white view, there was no new magical feedback light. Strange, Ak obviously has spotted a unicorn. Why can't I see the magic feedback light of the unicorn? Could it be that unicorns, like formless dragons, can turn invisible? The thought had barely arisen before he dismissed it. In legend, unicorns could not become invisible, and moreover, many people could see a unicorn when it appeared. It was just that only a pure virgin could approach a unicorn, and its special ability was thought to be discerning the good and evil in a person's heart. The next moment, a light bulb went off in his head. I'd searched the Pegasus herd carefully before and couldn't find a unicorn, but the smoke mission hinted that a unicorn was lurking nearby. Could it be that a unicorn can hide its magical feedback light? If so, wouldn't I be able to see it with the naked eye? With that thought in mind, he immediately dispelled the crystal white trajectory and opted for the naked eye view. Sure enough, in the lens of the telescope, there appeared a pristine white, nearly translucent special Pegasus, bathed in a faint rainbow glow, standing on air, gently approaching Ak. Its size was no larger than that of a Pegasus or a storm dragon horse. The only difference was the spiral horn on top of its head, which was not the silver horn of a storm dragon horse, but a shiny golden horn like pure gold. Even though the distance was great and he was looking through a telescope, List still immediately thought of the word sacred the first time he saw it. This is a true unicorn. Chapter 934, Creating a Rainbow. The holy unicorn, like a sculpture of white jade in the form of a majestic Pegasus, exuded a faintly discernible rainbow light around its body. Its golden spiraling horn undisputedly displayed its nobility. The soft mane and tail seemed to be woven from the clouds on the horizon, and its streamlined body combined strength with aesthetic appeal. A pair of broad and flawless wings didn't appear out of place but instead further highlighted the unicorn's transcendent and refined nature. Its hooves trod on empty space, creating ripples like rings of mist. Aside from its golden horn, the only part not white on its body were those large black and bright eyes. Due to the distance, the details were unclear, but the eyes, resembling black gemstones, suddenly elevated the creature's aloof and pure stance, giving it a lively and interesting character. It slowly walked up to Ak, snorted like a horse, and then watched him intently. Showing affection. Ak was very short, and the unicorn was about 4 meters tall, similar in stature to List's king of black blood treasure horses, Lightning. She wished to reach out and touch the unicorn's head, but couldn't, and yet the unicorn quickly bowed its head, allowing Ak to laugh and stroke its spiral golden horn. Indeed, the legends are true, List murmured with a sense of wonder as he observed the harmonious interaction between man and nature through his telescope. He wasn't angry at all about the directive to keep his distance for the smoke mission. He was actually very pleased that Ak had gained the favor of the unicorn, as the purpose of the trip had been to find a suitable mount for Ak. The more noble and holy the unicorn was, the more fitting it was for Ak's status. Now I'm even more curious to know how many legendary creatures and treasures really exist. If unicorns, which are even more majestic than storm dragon horses, truly exist, then might there also be real phoenixes beyond the flame dragon birds? And what lies beyond the lightning dragon turtles? And there are many other creatures of legend that are just as magical as the unicorn. The hellhound Cerberus that reigned over the exiled lands, the colossal leviathan that roamed the Devil's Sea, the chimera with the heads of a goat, lion, and serpent combined, the giant wolf Fenrir that raced across the icy lands, the world-encircling serpent Ouroboros, and the invincible giant lion Nemean. Not to mention the guardian of the golden apples, the leaden dragon that could not fly and only ran on the ground. Additionally, the legends also spoke of sub-dragons as powerful as dragons, ocean giants like Leviathan, land behemoths like Behemoth, and sky giants like Ziz. Do these creatures all exist, and are they as magical as the legends say? List wasn't willing to believe there were creatures stronger than dragons, but he had seen the cuts on the hind legs of a jade dragon, obviously left by a creature more terrifying than a sacred dragon. He had also obtained the wood of the tree of golden apples, and the handle of the time scepter was made from this wood. Where there were trees of golden apples, naturally, there were golden apples. And why wouldn't the leaden dragon guarding the golden apples really exist? What's more, List had once glimpsed an even greater existence. The dragon of the magic web, whose magic power supported the entire civilization of magic. If such incredible creatures could exist, what was impossible? This magical world. Anything is possible, he continued, observing the distant unicorn through his telescope. Using the naked eye, the unicorn's appearance was clearly visible, but as soon as he executed the crystal white trajectory, the unicorn vanished from sight. Neither the glow of magic feedback nor the crystalline structure of the unicorn was visible, as if such a creature had never existed. Quite miraculous, it made List very eager to investigate. But he refrained from approaching, giving Ak time to tame the unicorn. Unlike List's taming of a dragon, the unicorn approached Ak on its own and quickly knelt down its forelegs, lowering its body to let Ak step onto its wings and climb aboard. Although it had gained an extra pair of wings, this did not impede riding. Ak's horsemanship had become skilled, so he was soon able to ride the unicorn and leisurely stroll on the ground. The surrounding storm dragon horses and Pegasus, seeing the unicorn approach, all lowered their heads in submission as vassals would to their landlord. It wasn't clear what relationship the unicorn had with the Pegasus, but within the Pegasus herd, the unicorn was king, the storm dragon horse a level below, with Pegasus being the lowest tier. After running slowly for a moment, the unicorn quickly flapped its wings and took to the air. Its wings seemed more for show, barely flapping at all. Yet its flying speed was not slow at all, like a shooting star that suddenly soared into the sky, then just as suddenly descended atop the treetops. Faster and more agile than the teleport-like flight of the formless dragon, the most unique feature was the rainbow it trailed behind when flying at high speed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, the colors were not very distinct, and they quickly dissipated, but the effect they produced was absolutely dreamlike. It wasn't surprising that Hack quickly took a liking to this unicorn. Even List, watching from a distance, felt his girlish heart stir, yearning for a unicorn that could create rainbows. After about half an hour of flying in the sky, the unicorn began to fly towards List's location with Hack on its neck. As it neared the material boundary where the formless dragon was hiding, the unicorn hesitated for a while, seeming to know that the formless dragon was concealed within the material boundary and feeling wary. It wasn't clear what Hack said to it, but the unicorn relaxed again, slowly approaching the formless dragon. "Big brother, let Bard out, Hack has already spoken with the unicorn." Upon hearing Hack's shout, List appeared from the material boundary, quietly floating in the sky. Bard stared at the unicorn with curiosity, and both it and List took a liking to this unicorn that could create rainbows. "Wow war." Bard attempted a greeting. "HMPH." The unicorn snorted from the other side, and it was unclear if it was responding to Bard. "Hack, can the unicorn understand what you're saying?" List's eyes twinkled, really wanting to ride the unicorn to prove he was also pure of heart. "The unicorn is very impressive, big brother. It can not only understand what Hack is saying but also directly communicate with Hack telepathically. It also has many magical qualities, it's just that since it has never encountered humans before, many of its habits and abilities are waiting to be slowly explored by Hack." "It has never encountered humans before?" List steered Bard down slightly to take a closer look under the unicorn and saw it was bare. "So is it male or female?" "Big brother, unicorns have no gender." "No gender?" "Yes, like dragons and elves, they have no gender. But Hack does not know where it came from, even the unicorn itself does not know. It has lived among the Pegasus herd from the time it could remember, raised by a mother Pegasus. And now, all of the Pegasus in the Pegasus Great Forest listen to it. So does it letting you ride mean that it recognizes you as its master?" "I don't know, it just really likes Hack, and Hack really likes the unicorn, and then it's willing to follow Hack's commands." Hack smiled proudly, like a child who had received a beloved toy. Even though she had become a knowledgeable archmage, she still retained the purity of a sea serpent. Perhaps it was this innocence that attracted the sacred unicorn. "There's no contract triggered, or a mind meld of sorts?" "Nope, it's just telepathic communication." Hearing that there was no contract between Hack and the unicorn or a mind meld like dragon riding, List was somewhat disappointed. He actually had more faith in the binding of contracts, but since there was no contract, the best thing might be to lure the unicorn and the entire Pegasus herd to Flame Island. So he said, "Hack, ask the unicorn if it is willing to lead the Pegasus herd to live on Flame Island. I can allocate the best grasslands for them to live freely." "No, better not ask yet. Let's get to know the unicorn better after spending a couple of days with it." Chapter 935 Unicorn Superior Magic. Over the next 2 days, List and Hack stayed in the valley, bonding with the unicorn. Bone Dragon Vinny, Fire Dragon Leo, and Formless Dragon Bard aimlessly dispersed around the outer rim of the valley, each occupying a territory to settle in, so to avoid disturbing the Pegasus herd, List did not let them approach the interior of the valley. Hack got along harmoniously with the unicorn, having familiarized himself with all its magical characteristics. However, when it was List's turn, he could not even touch the unicorn, let alone ride it to see how it felt, even with Hack's help in speaking for List. The unicorn still refused to let List touch it. List could only give a dry laugh and mask his awkwardness, saying, "It has character, I like that." Usually, he was the one riding dragons while others looked on enviously. Now it was Hack riding the unicorn and he was the envious one. How fortunes change over the years. Fortunately, while unicorns were not rideable, Pegasus and Storm Dragon horses were available for anyone to ride. Hack could make the unicorns command these Pegasus not to resist. Over these 2 days, List rode each of the 3 Storm Dragon horses and even personally collected some of the Pegasus's favorite grass to feed them. With the unicorn's authority and the grass as an incentive, the 3 Storm Dragon horses no longer resisted List and could be ridden at will. Though the Storm Dragon horses lacked the ethereal beauty of the unicorns, they were still supreme dragon beasts, capable of flying at speeds over 150 km per hour, and they could fly for a day and a night without tiring. Even ordinary Pegasus could easily cover over 100 km per hour and sustain flight for 3 to 5 hours. When running on land, both Pegasus and Storm Dragon horses could reach speeds up to 100 km per hour, but they possessed astonishing stamina, capable of running the whole day. After all, they were high-tier and super-tier dragon beasts, infinitely stronger than ordinary dragon breed horses. If the Night Order could be heavily equipped with Pegasus, their combat capabilities would be incredibly fearsome, as even an ordinary Pegasus possessed the strength of a sword saint. At that point, unless dragon knights intervened, domain knights and ancient warrior inheritors would be no match. At that moment, a chorus of whinnies resounded from the sky, heralding the arrival of a small group of Pegasus, who settled in the valley, calling out to the 3 leading storm dragon horses. After receiving a few responses, the new Pegasus joined the others in grazing peacefully all around the valley. This was the 4th group of Pegasus to arrive in these 2 days, though they did not come on their own accord. It was List's idea. He had to communicate with the unicorn to issue commands to the Pegasus herd, calling back all the scattered Pegasus. When they left, they intended to take every Pegasus from Pegasus' great forest with them, leaving none for the Steel Ridge Kingdom. On the 3rd day, as the last 2 groups of Pegasus arrived, the unicorn informed Ak that except for those already captured by human knights, all Pegasus in Pegasus' great forest had returned. List personally counted. There were 283 Pegasus and 4 storm dragon horses, including one that had always been roaming outside whose horn had broken off. According to the unicorn, this storm dragon horse had its horn broken by a human knight in battle. At that time, a noble landlord led a knight order to capture it, but it killed them all, although its spiraled silver horn was broken and its soul was damaged, changing its temperament drastically. It had a strong hostility towards humans and seemed somewhat inferior in the presence of its own kind. If it weren't for the unicorn's forceful authority, it would have fought List on sight. Both Pegasus and Storm Dragon horses were extremely fearful of the unicorn's authority and dared not question its commands. In terms of physique, unicorns did indeed resemble Pegasus. However, in terms of their essence of life, unicorns were entirely different from Pegasus and Storm Dragon horses, especially since they lacked reproductive organs. Moreover, as Ak continued to explore, the unicorn's abilities became increasingly mysterious. Each newly discovered ability widened the gap between it and the Pegasus. To the extent that without looking at the appearance, Pegasus and unicorns were entirely unrelated. Brother, Ak has discovered a new ability in Charlie. It is based on the essence of elements and has the ability to enhance the caster's level of magic power. Ak happily said, descending from the sky on the unicorn, Charlie. This name was given by List. No matter how proud the unicorn was, it couldn't escape the shadow cast by List. As long as Ak was persuaded, the name Charlie was destined to accompany the unicorn for life. As for the name Charlie itself, it was List's intentionally wicked humor, derived from an American animated film Unicorn Charlie, in which a unicorn named Charlie was tricked by red and blue unicorns, and even had his kidney stolen when entering Candy Mountain. In fact, seeing the unicorn reminded List of this animated film. Then in his mind suddenly echoed the coaxing tone of the red and blue unicorns, Charlie. Charlie. Enhance the caster's level of magic power? List raised an eyebrow. Ak, are you saying that if you cast magic, Charlie can elevate your high magic level to a superior magic level? Brother, look. Ak casually released an ice system magic spell, forming a huge shield of solid ice. The magic power attached to it was easily identified by List as having reached the level of ice system superior magic. He picked up the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, unleashed dragon chi, and fiercely struck at the solid ice shield. Boom. A crack appeared in the solid ice shield, but it did not shatter, evidently able to withstand many more attacks from him. After discovering this fact, List couldn't help but marvel at the unicorn's tremendous power, which elevated X magic drawn from the magic web from high magic all the way to superior magic. You see, there is a fundamental difference between superior magic and high magic. Superior magic exists scarce in nature, most superior magic is carried by dragons. The dragon's superior magic can transform into metals, gemstones, can be perpetual flames, can create everlasting storms, can condense gemstone space, can bear magic form, and so on. Ak, you can rely on Charlie to master superior magic, so does your superior magic level also have eternal properties? Whether it turns into perpetual flames, non-stop storms, or transforms into metals and gemstones, the essence is still the eternal property of magic power. Ordinary metal is less obvious, but the magic power in gemstones can exist for a long time, and magic metals also have good magic power communication abilities. Unlike low magic or high magic, which dissipate quickly after release, even if they turn into stone or ice blocks, do not retain any magical properties. Ak, however, shook his head at this. Brother, look at this solid ice shield, it melts very slowly. If there is no outside interference, it may take 3 or 5 days to melt completely. But it will eventually melt, and once it leaves Charlie's enhancement, the superior magic will quickly fall back to high magic. That is to say, this superior magic is essentially a manifestation of the unicorn's abilities, rather than it inherently being superior magic. Well, although it does not possess eternal properties, making your magic not reach its expected value, your combat capabilities will definitely not be inferior to any dragon knight when paired with Charlie. Even if I, your brother, only ride an ordinary war dragon, I'm probably no match for you. List felt somewhat melancholic. A dragon knight without a dragon definitely couldn't beat an archmage. Previously, List could still boast as the strongest in the Flame Kingdom by riding dragons. Now, He might have to be more cautious, only riding light green gem dragon Ethan, which isn't particularly strong in combat. He really might not be able to beat Ak. Ak cheerfully consoled him. Now, Ak can protect brother. Chapter 936, Crossing the Sea. Ak hoped to protect List, a thought that had been engraved in the little sea monster's mind since the moment List had protected him. List did not refuse Ak's kindness, nor did he harbor any thoughts of being protected by a woman or living off a woman. The relationship between him and Ak had reached a level where it didn't matter who protected whom, they were both already standing at the pinnacle of this world's power. He smiled. List returned to the main topic. So, enhancing the levels of magic power is Charlie's new ability. With this, Charlie's abilities have become even more powerful. Perhaps its own combat power is not as strong as a dragon's, but the increase in strength it brings to its riders, especially magicians, is indeed something even dragons cannot match. From the moment Ak mounted the unicorn Charlie, the smoke mission had already been completed. Mission completed, reward, 1 unicorn. This meant that the unicorn had become Ak's exclusive mount and also represented a strong supporting force owned by List. Helping Ak was equivalent to helping him, there was no difference. In the following 3 days, he collaborated with Ak to study Charlie's abilities. Charlie, who favored Ak very much, cooperated completely, continuously displaying its abilities. After summarizing, they identified approximately 5 incredible abilities. The first one, Void Sprint. Charlie did not have the traditional ability to fly, its wings were just for show, and it did not release any wind system magic. Its so-called flight was more like running through the void, space and matter did not constrain it, and it could run just as well underwater. Moreover, its speed during the void sprint was extremely fast. When it sprinted, its figure was hard to discern with the naked eye. According to Ak's estimates, Charlie's top sprinting speed had surpassed the speed of sound, reaching 1,400 km per hour, which was faster than Ak swimming at the speed of sound in water. However, the extreme sprint was not sustainable. Charlie could maintain its peak sprinting speed for a maximum of 2 hours, with a normal running speed of about 500 km per hour. The second ability, Discerning Good and Evil. Charlie could distinguish the attitudes of humans and any other creatures towards it, whether they were benevolent or malicious. It could also communicate mentally with many creatures, understanding most of the messages they wanted to convey. It was definitely a qualified interpreter. The third ability, Eye of Truth. No hidden methods could be used in front of Charlie. It could see through formless dragons hiding at the edge of substances. Whether it was this type of spatial method of hiding, or any other disguise or transformation, none could escape its eyes. The fourth ability, Pure Element. Charlie's body seemed to have no flow of magic power, yet, it could cooperate with Ak to exhibit various properties similar to elemental incarnations. Especially the space elemental incarnation, allowing it to follow Ak into the boundary of matter and, with the help of formless dragon bard, to shuttle through space. The fifth ability, Magic Power Enhancement. This was the ability Ak had just discovered, which could elevate the caster's magic power by 1 level, turning high magic into superior magic. 5 abilities, each one profoundly extraordinary, brought the value of the unicorn to a level of parity with dragons. Even to a certain extent, the value of the unicorn was greater than that of a dragon. Indeed, it could not produce resources or suppress a whole country with battle power. But if combined with an archmage, it could allow the archmage to exhibit combat power comparable to a dragon knight. The ability to discern good and evil could let it act as a translator in front of various creatures, which would be extremely beneficial for the development of husbandry and breeding industries. For instance, it could control a herd of Pegasus, which presented great value, providing a boost for List's new smoke mission. Mission, Unicorn Charlie has now become Ak's profitable mount and assistant. Although the relationship between the Pegasus herd and the unicorn is unknown, this does not hinder you from migrating them to Flame Island, making them the exclusive herd of the Flame family. Please complete this Pegasus migration. Reward, Sunchild Blood Code. With Unicorn Charlie, driving the Pegasus to Flame Island posed no difficulty. As for the mission's reward, List was somewhat surprised yet felt it was not unexpected that the Magic Guild had a group of grand magicians who were engaged in the mysterious era of druid magic all day long. They studied druid transformation, the cultivation of magic beans, and the growth of transforming trees. And the foundation of all druid magic research was the Sunchild bloodline. Descendants of old Tannerfil were being born in succession. The group of magicians arranged for a group of volunteer serfs to conceive with Old Phil and bribed Old Phil's legitimate widow to make the process unimpeded. They submitted the plan for review to the committee and handed it over to List for decision-making. The Grand Magicians solemnly swore they would never mistreat the newborn Sunchild infants and would raise them as magic apprentices. After much hesitation, List reluctantly approved the request. He also hoped that druid magic could truly flourish and contribute value to the Flame Kingdom. Finally, we are about to crack the Sunchild blood code. Does this mean that in the future the magicians of the Flame Kingdom? No, it should be the Arcanists, will also be able to perform druid transformation magic? The identity of a magician was gradually being diluted in List's view. From now on, all researchers related to magic power and casters would be uniformly called Arcanists. Regardless, he would not allow magicians to re-enter the combat lineup. As a beneficiary and manipulator of the Knight system, he needed to ensure the dominance of the Knights, unshaken for 1,000 years. You and Charlie have almost finished tuning. It's time to depart from Pegasus Great Forest. List decided to return on July 22nd. They set off on July 10th and had spent 12 days in their journey through Pegasus Great Forest. The journey back would likely take another 2 days, perfectly making a 2-week trip, aligning with the expectations before departure. Any further delay, and a myriad of accumulated matters back in his domain would fray his nerves. Even though he could delegate most of the work to his followers and his father, Marquis Bulltail, the nascent stage of the kingdom could not be without his decision-making. A large part of the reason was due to his own actions, blindly pursuing quick and large-scale achievements while simultaneously starting countless projects, leaving his subordinate officials completely unable to coordinate and maintain such a mess. Brother, Ak has already spoken to Charlie. It will have the Pegasus herd follow it as it leaves. Alright, let's plan a route first, avoiding human settlements, and then approach the coastline. Though these Pegasus might not have the ability to fly across the sea, they will need your help, Ak. Don't worry, brother. Ak can already release superior magic. Carrying the Pegasus herd across the sea will not be a problem. Indeed, that was the case. When the Pegasus reached the seaside, Ak directly conjured several huge ice shields that floated on the sea. As all the Pegasus mounted the ice blocks, she rode Unicorn Charlie, controlling the water flow to rapidly move the ice blocks across the sea. After a brief acceleration, they swiftly reached near sonic speeds. Ak, are you tired? List and Bard also stood on the huge ice shield. It's quite easy. With Charlie's help, the magic consumption is minimal, but the effect achieved is very strong, responded Ak as she petted Charlie's satin-like mane, smiling. Having such a beautiful and powerful mount made her unusually happy these past few days. An hour and a half later, the Pegasus herd successfully arrived at Mind Island. Having already received a notification from the magic platform, the stationed Knight Order temporarily drove out the merchants and serfs on the island, isolating a safe space, allowing the Pegasus to cross through the magic gate one by one without disturbance, stepping onto the lands of Flame Island. Chapter 937, See You Again. If its destined Pegasus stepped out of the Reed Marsh magic gate, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Horses. Beautiful, majestic, and even winged. Were a sight many had never seen before. The Flame People and Moon Slayers all looked up in amazement, eager to fully appreciate these creatures as elegant as swans during the daytime. Suddenly, a knight pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "There are horns. These Pegasi have horns, long silver horns. Bathed in nightly glory, am I seeing unicorns? Unicorns?" Hearing the call, another knight quickly spotted the storm dragon horses with silver-white spiral horns above him and swiftly joined the chorus of astonishment. They really are unicorns. Incredible, I'm actually seeing unicorns. The purest creatures of legend. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 4 unicorns, and one of them even has a broken horn. Nightly glory shines upon us. His Highness has brought back so many Pegasi and unicorns, unimaginable. What's so unimaginable about that? Remember that His Highness once kept phoenixes at Thorn Castle. A knight, after the initial excitement, quickly calmed down and retorted with a tone of someone who had seen much of the world. That's right, His Highness has ridden so many dragons, so what's a few unicorns or phoenixes? Just then, as the herd of Pegasi had just flown out of the Reed Marsh magic gate, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the air. One figure was familiar to the knights. The sacred and unimaginable formless dragon bard, whom the great dragon knight lord often rode to inspect his lands. However, the next figure rendered the knights speechless. It was a creature resembling a Pegasus, magnificent and unblemished, with a golden horn atop its head and covered in rainbow. It had a noble demeanor that was in no way inferior to dragons, as beautiful as a creature from dreams. It is Prince Acryloides. The one Prince Archmage is riding must be the real unicorn, right? Yes, that is a unicorn. Legends say unicorn can only be approached by the purest of maidens. Only Highness Acryloides is worthy to ride a unicorn. The Pegasi and horned Pegasi that flew by earlier are no match for Highness Acryloides' steed. Unicorn Charlie's appearance, as List had anticipated, captured everyone's attention. Even formless Dragon Bard seemed dull in comparison at that moment. Not because the knights felt the unicorn was more noble, but because they had often seen the formless dragon and it no longer held any novelty for them. It was their first time seeing a unicorn. "Brother, Acre will need time to find a habitat that the Pegasus herd likes. It may take time to settle them, but Charlie is fast. It shouldn't take more than a few days, said Ak. Alright, you go ahead with that, and I've got my official duties to tend to. Once you've chosen a good habitat, let me know. I'll personally oversee the territory officers to build the Pegasus Ranch. I hope the Pegasus herd can be put to use for me soon, List responded, thinking of his Burning Legion. The plan for the Burning Legion was already quite elaborate. The Royal Knight Squad mounted on Flame Dragon birds, the Mammoth Knight Brigade mounted on shovel-tusked giant elephants, the Blizzard Knights mounted on blizzard beasts, the Common Burning Knight Regiment mounted on black blood treasured horses. And now, he would add the Pegasus Knights mounted on Pegasi. Of course, assembling all these knight orders remained fraught with difficulties. The Flame Dragon birds could hardly be mass-produced, and the training of fire paladins had not even started. Finding a suitable breeding plan for the blizzard beasts always proved elusive, and bloodline fruits were too scarce to manufacture blizzard beasts in bulk. But as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Gradually accumulating resources would eventually allow the expansion of the Burning Legion into a formidable protective force for the Flame family. Southward invasions and northern battles, a unified continent. As List gazed upon the swan-like Pegasus and envisioned his own Burning Legion, he was suddenly reminded of Bear 1 and Bear 2 he had left behind in the Pegasus Great Forest. The value of the two advanced magical beasts was not low, but as it wasn't easy to bring them back, he had not sought to find them again. Maybe we'll meet again if it's meant to be. Shaking his head, he then remembered the 100 gold coins he had because he had found the Pegasus herd directly and had not sought out a ranger to buy information. Now that he thought about it, although the money wasn't a significant amount, there was still a sense of regret at it being wasted. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared before his eyes, forming new content in Serpent script. Task completed, reward, the blood code of the child of the Sunday, and the new task soon covered the reward details. Task, to be rich, build roads first. However, in a world with magic, perhaps a magic teleportation array is the best path. As the Flame King, why not seek more natural nodes to establish a transportation network? Reward, new paper. Only my will could project such a saying as to be rich, build roads first. List felt a fleeting sense of superiority regarding the smoke mission's phrasing and then started to ponder, rewarding me with new paper. Could it be the White Paper Workshop is launching a new product? The current quality of white paper seems quite good. Can the new product be the tissues that I had instructed them to produce? With the invention of white paper, the thick, foul-smelling, costly, and lesser content paper had been completely phased out from the Duchy of Sapphire. White paper not only dominated the Duchy of Sapphire but also saw large-scale sales to the Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom, becoming a sought-after product among the nobles. Whenever he received gifts from other royal families, List would choose some seemingly inexpensive items like white paper, glass, porcelain, and perfume. Items he deemed valuable. To return the favor, white paper was of high importance, especially the high-quality ones. Because of varying processes and pulp, the quality of white paper produced could differ significantly. Currently, the workshop mainly produced and sold 3 types of white paper: cardboard, rough paper, and fine paper. Cardboard was quite thick and made using a straightforward process, suitable for folding into boxes. Rough paper was akin to the lower quality type used in bathrooms. Fine paper, on the other hand, was the standard white paper that facilitated smooth writing, selling at a considerably high price and only affordable to the nobles. The White Paper Workshop also manufactured a tribute paper exclusive for List's use, its quality comparable to that of fine calligraphy paper. This was also one of the main gifts he would share with various royal families. Yet he still wasn't satisfied, thinking that the White Paper Workshop should also develop tissues, to replace the use of handkerchiefs and napkins. In a while, the person in charge of the White Paper Workshop should report the progress to me, and perhaps he will come forward to take credit with the tissues? List thought that this might be the reward referred to by the smoke mission. Although he could have created tissues without the interference of the smoke mission, he decided to set aside time to search for new natural nodes. Magic teleportation arrays are indeed much more convenient than building roads. Currently, there are only 5 natural nodes on the island that can be used: Whirlpool Cave, Jade Mountain, Red Marsh, Ruins Entrance, and Volcano Crater. Which obviously are not enough to lay out a transportation network. Bard has recently seen significant improvements in his abilities. It's time to search carefully for new natural nodes. Chapter 938, A King's Congratulations Gift. The search for natural nodes had to wait until official duties were dealt with. List first returned to Flame Castle, not planning to start handling official matters immediately. He decided to have a meal first, and later he planned to interact and bond with his dragons. Having not seen Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan, and Mountain Copper Dragon Mata for 2 weeks, the dragons must have missed him terribly. However, just as he returned to Flame Castle and before he had time to bathe, Butler Carter reported, "My lord, the Moonslayer tribe statue parts that you had the knights search for have been retrieved. 5 parts in total, including a piece of the arm, all stored in the castle's warehouse. Would you like to see them?" "The statue part of the arm? Good, I'll go right now." List lifted an eyebrow and immediately headed to the warehouse. In the warehouse, he collected 5 parts of the statue fragments, and directly smashed them all. All but the first 4 fragments contained nothing sealed within. Only the 5th part, the arm, seemed to be holding a round box in its severed hand. Once smashed, a divine artifact sealed inside was revealed. Wiping away the stone fragments and dust on it, there was a crown adorned with numerous gemstones. "So, the gemstone crown from the reward of the smoke mission was here and not a crown that Sapphire Duke intended to give me as a gift," List said, holding the gemstone crown in his hands, examining it closely. A very interesting gemstone crown, comprised entirely of variously sized gemstones bound together by some type of golden thread. The crown in his hands was a dome-shaped structure, its entire dome inlaid with various gemstones. Some as large as quail eggs, some as small as marbles. Compared to the usual dragon gems, these gemstones were relatively smaller, but when List employed the Eye of Magic, he didn't find their magic power to be thinner than that of larger dragon gems. Each gemstone is almost like a regular gemstone, with no grade disparity, and it seems this gemstone crown does not have any duplicate gemstones. He recognized them one by one. The sapphire sequence included clear sapphire, pale sapphire, light sapphire, sapphire, deep sapphire, royal sapphire, cornflower gem. The ruby sequence included bright purple sapphire, dense purple sapphire, purplish red sapphire, deep red sapphire, bright red sapphire, dense red sapphire, ruby, pink gemstone, light pink gemstone. The green gem sequence included light green gem, pale green gem, golden green gem, emerald, green gem, topaz, golden shine gem. There were also a dozen or so gemstones between the red, green, and blue categories that List could not place, totaling 36. The gemstone dragon's gemstones are divided into red, blue, and green sequences, somewhat similar to the principle of the 3 primary colors visible to the human eye. To my knowledge, there are only 22 known types of gemstone dragons, yet this gemstone crown astonishingly possesses 36 different gemstones, suggesting at least 36 types of gemstone dragons. Even the dragon-rearing families didn't know much information about dragons. They wouldn't propagate much even if they knew much. Thus, List's knowledge about dragons was still limited. He couldn't possibly know all types of gemstone dragons. This gemstone crown has used 36 gemstones. Given the force the ancient magicians ruled over the entire legendary continent, they might truly have gathered every type of gemstone dragon. Could it be that there are exactly 36 types of gemstone dragons? He was eager to immediately appraise this crown. Unfortunately, the knowledge ancient book was with Ak, and he couldn't be reached at the moment. So, he could only muse to himself, 6 divine artifacts of the ancient magicians. I have already acquired the 8 dragons god sword, knowledge ancient book, time scepter, and this gemstone crown, leaving 2 more. Which 2 could they be? It seems these artifacts are all related to dragons. Could the final 2 also be related to dragons? The 8 dragons god sword was forged from the superior magic collected from elemental dragons. The knowledge ancient book was rather mystical, and its materials of manufacture are still unknown. The time scepter was crafted using the time diamond of the twilight dragon and the tree of golden apples. The gemstone crown, on the other hand, was almost entirely made from the gemstones of the gemstone dragon. Could there be a divine artifact made entirely from the metal alloys of all metal dragons? And another artifact, could it be made from the materials of the sacred dragon? The immortal dragon is in the exiled lands, the smoke dragon seems to be just a cloud of smoke, and the twilight dragon has already made its appearance. He stroked his chin, making his own guess. That leaves the jade dragon and the formless dragon. The ability of jade dragon should be its bewildering dragon mind fruit, not easy to craft into equipment. So, it's likely that the remaining 2 pieces of equipment are a weapon made from the metal dragon and a spatial equipment made from the formless dragon gem. As he pondered, he had already placed the gemstone crown on his head and was now carefully looking in the mirror. From the perspective of a modern person, the design of the crown was quite unsophisticated, not at all fashionable. But the sheer number of harmoniously vibrant gemstones studding the dome was enough to evoke wonder and envy. Whether it was a single gemstone or even 100 gemstones, it was insignificant. The key was the variety of the gemstones, amounting to 36 types. To have such a complete array of gemstone types, the gemstone crown alone, by its rarity, was already priceless enough to become a heirloom of the dragon-rearing family. and a priceless heirloom worn on the head. Even if it looked like a lump of poop, its nobility was still undeniable. Moreover, it was a piece of magic equipment. List tried activating the 36 gemstones on the gemstone crown with his chi. In an instant, he felt a powerful force forcibly infused into his body. He felt as if he had been reborn, his vitality expanded significantly, and his strength, spirit, and chi all reached their peaks. I feel more powerful than I have ever been. Activating all 36 dragon gems at once not only broadly enhances me but also provides an unusually abundant power. Ordinary gemstone weapons, due to the conflicts of magic power among different gemstones, are difficult to use many at once, but I never expected the gemstone crown to harmoniously stimulate the enhancement of all gemstones. Feeling the abundant power within him and the overflowing dragon chi, his thoughts were clearer than ever. He briefly reveled in the feeling before flying directly out of Flame Castle, landing in a forest, and wildly unleashing the chi manuscript with his Eyes Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. The flame transformations of the chi moves felled the trees one by one, burning and shattering them, leaving behind trails of charred sword marks on the ground. Strong. Truly strong. My current strength is definitely more than 3 or 4 times what it was before. After completing a set of the chi manuscript, he, neither flushed nor out of breath, sheathed the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword and took off the gemstone crown from his head, holding it in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the rustic style seemed more and more stylish. Wearing this crown, my personal strength has skyrocketed, probably catching up to a common archmage. If worn while riding a dragon, it should at least enhance a dragon knight's strength by 30%. Such enhancement should be enough to decide the outcome of a dragon-slaying battle. He put the gemstone crown back on his head, gazing at the sunset on the horizon. Amidst the thin wisp of smoke billowing from the scorched trees around, he softly said, "This is the coronation gift offered to me by an ancient magician across several eras, spanning thousands of years." Chapter 939 Chop and feed to the dog. After having a meal and a bath, List chose not to stay at Flame Castle for the night. Instead, he put on the gemstone crown, mounted the formless dragon bard, and shuttled through space to spend the night at Thorn Castle on Black Horse Island. He wanted to soothe his elves and the Grey Iron Dragon Orn guarding Black Horse Island, riding them and trying to leave his mind branding. Many days had passed, and Orn's negative feelings toward him had gradually faded, beginning to accept List's care. Positive emotions were continually warming up. Roar. For the first time, Orn expressed happiness at List's arrival. Thus, the man and dragon circled the night skies of Black Horse Island, not trying to develop too many skills but rather practicing the Dragon Chi manual created by previous generations of Grey Iron Dragon Knights. Wearing the gemstone crown, List felt a significant enhancement in their coordination and strength. This divine artifact was immensely valuable, truly a creation of an ancient magician. Of course, perhaps the gemstone crown was more suitable for archmages. He planned to let Ak try it on. After all, he and Ak did not stand on ceremony, whoever needed it could wear it. He strolled around a few more times. Returning to Thorn Castle, Thorn Greater Elf Jayla had already been waiting early in the castle's living room, along with P. Great Elf Ash. "Wah, List, you came back and didn't visit me." Jayla started with a fierce complaint. "I heard you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you." List picked up Jayla and placed her on the living room table, solemnly saying, "Jayla, you've grown up now. It's time to take on more significant responsibilities. I'm thinking of entrusting you with the stewardship of Thorn Castle. Do you feel confident?" Jayla clenched her little fist, lifted her head proudly, and responded arrogantly, "HMPH, let's see who dares not to listen to me." "Wah, let them taste Jayla's fist of justice. No violence, be gentle." List chuckled sheepishly, probably some lines he had accidentally blurted out one day and Jayla had learned them well. Jayla hummed again, "If Ash misbehaves, Jayla will beat it up all the same." Hee hee. Ash tugged at its rope, coldly snickering on the side. It had never been scared of Jayla nor approved of Jayla's temper tantrums. Perhaps other elves feared Jayla's irascibility and helplessly accepted her dominance, but this approach didn't work with Ash. List didn't bother intervening in how the elves strategized and schemed against each other. As long as they didn't fight, he let them be. Perhaps having a fiery elf like Jayla around could bring about the catfish effect, pushing the castle's elves to evolve faster, preventing them from lazing around all day. "Ash, how is your progress with Orn's evolutionary training?" "I was just about to tell you, List. I feel fantastic lately. But it's not enough, I want one of Orn's scales. Can you get it for me?" "You want one of Orn's scales? I'll try." List took Ash's request very seriously and immediately approached Orn. "Give me one of your scales." Roar. As expected, Orn strongly refused. With a swish, List quickly pulled out a bottle of red dragon water and placed it beside Orn's mouth. Puffing out a snorting breath, Oren's eyes blinked a couple of times, chose to consume the red dragon water, and then shook his tail, dropping the smallest scale from it. Then, he lay down on the ground and started to sleep soundly. Perhaps fearing that he couldn't resist the temptation of red dragon water and might betray his own scale again. Picking up a scale, List did not insist on a better one. The scales of a gray iron dragon were large, and even the smallest scale was the size of a wash basin for Ash, enough to sleep with. "Thank you, List." "You're welcome, Ash." "Wah, annoying Ash, getting something from List, I want one too." Jayla was quite unhappy that Ash had received a scale from Orn. List raised an eyebrow. "If you also find a dragon you like, I will definitely get you a dragon scale." "I certainly do not want that, Jayla dislikes dragons." "Then go to sleep." While List was busy appeasing the dragons and elves, the blood code report from the Child of the Sun quickly appeared on his desk. In his free time, he skimmed through the report, which was filled with dense experimental data, and just glancing at it gave him a headache. He flipped directly to the end of the report to check the conclusion, and through the verbose and tedious records of the magicians, he barely understood the true meaning of the blood code. Micro-blood particle magic coding. According to the report, blood consists of tiny particles, about the size of cells, and the Child of the Sun's tiny blood particles are enveloped in a layer of magic power. More precisely, it is a kind of minuscule magic array with the ability to replicate itself. This magic coding not only replicates itself, causing all of the Child of the Sun's blood to be coated with magic power, but it also serves as a key. It is the key to unlocking Druid transformation magic. To gain a clearer understanding of the report, List directly called Chris Truth over to explain it to him. Although Chris primarily handled administrative tasks, her deep understanding of the cutting-edge magical research at the Magic Guild was undeniable. "Your Highness, to put it simply, the micro-blood particle magic coding should be an alchemist's method, based on the principle that magic power and matter can be exchanged, allowing human blood and animal blood to be interchanged." "Exchanged human blood with animal blood?" "Yes, Your Highness, when human blood is exchanged with animal blood, combined with Druid magic, it allows a person to immediately transform into an animal constituted by animal blood. Perhaps because the research of the ancient Child of the Sun was limited, they only chose bears, leopards, eagles, dolphins, owl beasts, and trees as transformation subjects. If it's animal blood, how does transforming into a tree fit into this? Human blood can also become the liquid inside a tree, and then Druid magic can be activated to transform into a big tree." Chris further explained the principles of magic, which essentially summed up to. Though it seemed fantastical, it was indeed fantastically magical. Such research was not something ordinary magicians could fully comprehend. It must have been the work of an archmage from the Child of the Sunday. "I think I understand," List nodded. Though he didn't actually understand, but as a scholar, it was inappropriate to keep asking. He would have Ak explain it to him later. Of course, this did not prevent him from continuing the conversation with Chris. "So, since the Magic Guild has already cracked the blood code of the Child of the Sun, does this mean that all magicians can now learn Druid magic?" Chris replied somewhat awkwardly, "Although we've understood the principles, how the archmages of the Child of the Sun engraved magic into the blood is still a mystery. So, for the time being, we cannot learn Druid magic." List frowned. "Am I to understand that the Magic Guild has spent a vast amount of my investment only to produce results that are of no use?" "Your Highness, as it stands, the research on Druid magic indeed does not seem to yield any value." "Then reduce the budget." "I recall having asked you to cut the budget for Druid magic research before." "Yes, but many magicians in the guild are deeply interested in Druid magic." "Convey my order, cut the funding for Druid magic research by 2/3. Common magicians, unless they advance to Grand Magician, are forbidden from using guild resources on this project. Grand Magicians must ensure 2/3 of their efforts are dedicated to researching the guild's assigned topics. Violators will be expelled from the guild immediately." List was a pragmatist with no interest in reviving a declining civilization, and Druid magic was not necessarily better than the existing system of magicians. Besides, he was planning to replace magicians with arcanists, so there was no possibility of reviving Druids. The agricultural magic of the Druids could be studied, but transformation spells seemed interesting but of little practical significance. The project's budget, if not entirely scrapped, must be drastically cut. He thought for a moment. Then added to Chris, "Officially notify all registered magicians. I did not establish the Magic Guild as a charity. Those who cannot serve me may choose to leave. And if there are magicians who neither wish to leave nor want to work for me, I wouldn't mind having them chopped up and fed to the dogs." Chapter 940, Relaxed on the inside, tense on the outside. On her journey leaving Flame Castle, Chris sighed helplessly. She was very clear about His Highness's attitude towards magicians, which was also the attitude of most knights toward magicians. Indispensable yet disliked, revered but also guarded. After all, in the legendary era of the Moon Empire, it was the magicians who were the rulers, with knights merely serving as their followers. This time His Highness was truly angry. If he really cuts the funding for the Druid Magic Research Project, I'm afraid it will cause a great shock to the Magic Guild. She raised her arm and looked at the 2 gemstone rings on her hand, her gaze suddenly turned piercing. The will of His Highness is the very reason for the Magic Guild's existence. She had made contributions to managing the Magic Guild, and since magicians could not be granted nobility, List rewarded her with 2 gemstones. She had made these 2 gemstones into magic rings and wore them on her hand. Lowering her arm and looking up at the star-filled sky, Chris softly murmured again, "Herein lie His Highness's grand ambitions for magicians, no, for arcanists, illuminated by the brilliant light of truth from Lord Dacryloides. The times are advancing, and no one can stop it. The Arcanist Plan." How could Chris, as the executive vice president of the Magic Guild, not be aware of it? Although she was also a magician, her own life had been saved by List, so List's plan was her plan, there was only support. Moreover, she faintly felt, magicians are doomed to decline, perhaps the brilliance of arcanists will shine in the hands of Prince List and Lord Dacryloides. Soon, the journey from Flame Castle to the Mage Tower was complete. The brightly lit Mage Tower, the brightest building in Flame City at night. Hurried steps of magicians and magic apprentices coming and going, creating a noisy yet strict atmosphere, always made Chris feel uncomfortable yet comfortable. It was comfortable because truth was unveiled here, it was a meeting place for magicians every day countless inspirations collided. The discomfort came from the fact that it was utterly different from the life of a magician she experienced in her youth. The inheritance of magicians was secretive, and many of the old magicians who spent years studying magic were somewhat psychologically distorted. They liked living in the remote wilderness, far from inhabited places, conducting magic experiments that couldn't see the light of day. Chris's mentor, although not a pervert, also preferred to live in the wilds and engaged in bizarre research. Then later on, after she was brought by her teacher to join the Goat Assembly, she began to study souls and even spent a long time performing pathological experiments on animals. If the Goat Assembly had not collapsed in a dragon-slaying incident, and she had not been saved by List, perhaps she would have become one of those reclusive and paranoid grand magicians. "President, you're back," greeted a magician politely to Chris, interrupting her memories. Chris nodded her head, putting on a serious expression. "Is it Lord Morris? Are you on duty tonight?" "Yes, tonight it's my turn to be on duty for the research group." Chris did not waste words with Morris. The Magic Guild was now home to more than 300 magicians from overseas. If she talked too much, she simply wouldn't be able to greet everyone. Quickly, amidst continuous greetings along the way, she returned to her office, where a magician assistant immediately brought her coffee. She never acquired the taste for the green tea popular among the nobility. "Is Vice President Kinley in her office?" "Vice President Kinley has gone to Dragon Valley City to survey the Dragon Pit Great Mine." "Is that so?" "Send her a magic platform message, have her come to the headquarters of the Magic Guild tomorrow without fail. I have important matters to discuss with her." "Understood, President." As the assistant went to send the message, Chris took a sip of her coffee and picked up a few documents on her desk to read. Seeing another request for Druid magic research funding within them, she immediately tossed the report aside. After thinking for a moment, she took out a piece of paper and began to write. Graceful serpent script slowly unfolded, regarding several issues raised by the request from the honorary president of the Magic Guild, observer of the Arcanist Assessment Committee, Prince List Flame, for the research of Druid magic. Infuriated by the magician studying Druid magic, List simply cast the issue aside. To him, it wasn't of great importance. He was a dragon knight with 6 dragons. Fire Dragon Leo, Formless Dragon Bard, Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Light Green Gemstone Dragon Ethan, and Bone Dragon Vinny. No matter how frenzied the magicians became, they couldn't stir up any significant trouble. His so-called "if you don't want to work, then leave" was not merely about sending people away. The Flame Island harbored too many secrets, and these magicians were somewhat involved. To prevent these secrets from being exposed, magicians who were to leave naturally had to encounter some natural disasters along the way. Moreover, there were strict management rules for the Magic Gate of the Heart Reed teleportation formation. Magicians were allowed in but not out. Even for knights, commoners, and merchants, entering the Mind Island Magic Gate was easy, but leaving through the Reed Marsh Magic Gate required thorough vetting. In short, List's management of Flame Island was lax on the inside but strict on the periphery. There were hardly any security or defense measures internally. Whether a rat or a spy, keen to probe military secrets or to fish in troubled waters, as long as they could work, they were left to their own devices. All efforts were concentrated on guarding the gates. Rats and spies had almost no chance of slipping out. Unless they left by sea. But the Flame Archipelago lay in the vast ocean, and without a professional fleet equipped with sextant positioning, water calming pearls, calming wind pearls, and other magic equipment, to avoid wind and waves, long-distance navigation was impossible. Even if rats or spies did manage to carry the secrets of Flame Island and spread them, List wouldn't be too concerned. Friends would be greeted with fine wine, and foes with dragons. Now that Acroloides' combat power had skyrocketed after mounting the unicorn, both he and Acroloides could travel through space using the formless dragon, unafraid of any threat. There were only Flame Kingdom aspirations against other nations. No other nation dared to harbor thoughts against the Flame Kingdom. Anyway, the blood code of the Child of the Sun was simply an episode. He placated dragons and elves, plus dealing with tedious official duties, which delayed him for 2 days. It wasn't until the 4th day after his return home that he had time to roam the world beyond matter with the formless dragon, searching for natural nodes. He executed the magic return positioning, carefully seeking out every slight anomaly in the spatial trajectories. However, the easily found natural nodes had already been discovered, leaving only those exceptionally concealed ones that were difficult to confirm through their almost imperceptible fluctuations. So for 3 consecutive days, he and Bard entered the world beyond matter from different locations of Flame Island but still came up empty-handed, unable to find new natural nodes. And during this time, it was the sweltering month of August. Acroloides had already taken Unicorn Charlie to find a suitable forest for the Pegasus herd to settle, near the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain, right in the center of Flame Island. Brother, there's a plain that's situated perfectly between the forest and the grasslands, with a large river flowing through the middle. Charlie really likes it there. He grew up with the Pegasus herd and is very familiar with the environment that the Pegasi prefer. Located near the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain? Mountain Copper Dragon Mata is curled up on the mountain, and the ruins entrance, set up by the ancient magicians, is also there. For now, let's get the Pegasus Ranch set up. When you have time, we can go through the natural node of the ruins entrance and see if we can enter the ruins. Acroloides nodded. The ruins entrance was a shattered spatial node with 2 gateways. One led to the Hourglass Valley of the Sacred Mountain, and the other led to the Eternal Paradise spoken of by the Moonslayers. The actual ruins entrance rewarded by the Smoke Mission, where the relics of the ancient magicians were buried. Sadly, the gateway to Eternal Paradise was too dangerous. He had piloted the formless dragon Bard several times but never dared to traverse those fragmented spatial rifts, fearing they might erase him completely. The spatial rifts should be repairable, and Acroloides was researching this aspect. Sooner or later, they would venture into Eternal Paradise for exploration. Chapter 941, Severing the Roots. After searching for 3 more days, List finally found a new natural node. However, when the natural node opened, it appeared on Phoenix Tree Island, the 7th largest highland of the Flame Islands. A vast expanse of swampland. The swampland, with reasonable planning and construction of lakes and ditches to divert water, could quickly be turned into fertile land. Yet this massive swampland was located on Phoenix Tree Island, and List didn't even have the energy to extensively develop Flame Island, let alone Phoenix Tree Island in the short term. Besides, he planned to use the surrounding islands as fiefdoms, to be granted to his future followers for them to develop. This place shall be called Young Marsh. Leaving behind something akin to a 30 was here marker, List mounted the formless dragon Bard, ready to leave Phoenix Tree Island. However, he suddenly noticed an area within Young Marsh that displayed several layers of faint but not weak colors within his crystal white trajectory vision. Following the principle of never leaving empty-handed, he and Bard charged straight towards the source of the light, which turned out to be a dry patch in the middle of the swamp. The area wasn't very large, at most the size of a soccer field. Sparse shrubs and many half-human tall weeds grew there. The luminous light came from 6 spots in total. He rushed to each one and found that they were 6 bloodline fruits, all nearing maturity. Several magical beasts were guarding nearby. With a display of dragon might, he easily scared away the magical beasts and casually placed the 6 bloodline fruits into his space ring. After busying himself with these tasks, he had time to ponder. Something's not right. Obtaining 6 bloodline fruits at once is definitely odd. With a natural node nearby and many bloodline fruits here, could it mean this place is extraordinary, possibly concealing dragon-related clues? According to the patterns he had established, any place with a natural node had definitely experienced a higher level of magic power conflict, and dragons were the prime culprits capable of causing superior magic level conflicts. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave, mounting the formless dragon to rapidly cross space and return to Flame Castle. Near Flame Castle, the dragon nest for Bone Dragon Vinny was under construction. Essentially digging a large pit in a shady spot, because after soul fusion with the Bone Dragon, Vinny had also grown fond of the low-lying, moist, and chilly places. "Your Highness, did you need me?" Vinny greeted joyously. There might be something I need your help with. Just give your commands. It's like this. I found a swampland on Phoenix Tree Island with several bloodline fruits growing. I suspect there might be dragon-related clues buried underground, and I'd like to excavate them. But without serfs, and my slow digging speed, other dragons are not willing to dig. Dragons have their pride, deeming digging in the dirt as labor akin to a great insult. But Vinny was different, effectively still being a human girl at heart, so she readily agreed, Your Highness, then leave the excavation to me. However, I do hope to cooperate with you, as my soul's power still does not fully synergize with the bone dragon's body. As she spoke, the eerie blue flames of the bone dragon's eyes flickered. List nodded, naturally. And so, bone dragon Vinny directly transformed into a magic form and clung to List's face. Formless dragon Bard tore through the material boundary, rapidly crossing space, and returned to the young marsh natural node. After landing, Bard went off to find a place to rest, while List called out bone dragon Vinny and mounted her. In an instant, he and Vinny became one in heart and mind. A wonderful feeling lingered in his heart, a kind of refreshing delight. Gathering his thoughts, he quickly took control of the bone dragon and began to work. The bone dragon's front limbs were more powerful than an excavator, plunging into the soil. With a gentle effort, tons of earth were scooped out. Then, flattened on the nearby ground, he even rolled it around, checking if there was anything similar to a jade dragon's hind leg within the dirt. After digging for several hours, the flat land where the bloodline fruits grew had turned into a huge pit, 6 or 7 meters deep. At that moment, he finally discovered something out of the ordinary. It seemed like some hard object was buried underground. Continuing to dig, this hard object slowly revealed its true form. It was a wood-like object, similar to a tree root, buried beneath the deep pit. The surface had started to decay, but upon scraping off the rotted layer, the inside was still as hard as fresh wood. The diameter was about as large as 3 people could wrap their arms around, but it was only 14 meters in length. A section of the root with both the front and the end broken off. What kind of tree has left this root behind, and is it the force behind the growth of the bloodline fruits? List manipulated the bone dragon to grip the root and weighed it in his hands. The bone dragon's vision wasn't clear enough to see what this section of root was. He personally used the Eye of Magic but still couldn't identify what it was. There was no glow from any magic power, and only from the pattern of the break could one tell it was originally the root of a tree. Is there any other part below? Filled with doubt, List continued to excavate for another half an hour, enlarging the pit to the size of 3 soccer fields, even unearthing groundwater, but sadly no other cut roots were found. There was only this one section of root here. Anyway, with a thickness that 3 people could barely encompass, this tree must have blotted out the sky when it was alive. If it had ever spawned elves, what kind of level would they be? Dragon elves, or perhaps the legendary Elf King? List couldn't fathom the former glory of this tree. Vinny had no idea about the root's origin, either. As the sky began to darken, he ordered Bone Dragon Vinny back into his body and then maneuvered Bard, holding the root, to rapidly shuttle through space. The root was somewhat oversized, and Bard struggled to hold it, having to consume space magic power to merge it with a world beyond material. It took so much energy that List, feeling pained, pulled out a bottle of red dragon water to replenish Bard. The dragon had become his most reliable partner. Indeed, Bard was becoming more competent than little fire dragon Leo. Provided Bard wasn't constantly chewing on smoked grass as if it were gum, in which case it might already have surpassed him. Holding the root, he burst out of the reed marsh magic gate. He found Ak, who was still collecting information about the magic gate in this area, and List directly said, Ak, look at what strange thing I found. This is a peculiar root, and I suspect it possesses mysterious power, potentially promoting the growth of bloodline fruits. See if you can identify it with the Knowledge Ancient book. Okay. I took out the Knowledge Ancient book and touched the section of the root. Shortly, the book emitted a glow, and a sequence of moon language appeared. Tree of Golden Apples. Tree of Golden Apples. List was taken aback, then overjoyed. This section of root actually belongs to the Tree of Golden Apples? Golden apples were legendary treasures whose exact magical properties were unknown, but the value of the Tree of Golden Apples could be glimpsed through the time sector. As the support for the time diamond, it was no ordinary object. Brother, have you only found this piece of the Tree of Golden Apples? It doesn't seem very magical. Ak was also surprised, but after examining the wood, she seemed a bit puzzled. This Tree of Golden Apples looked like ordinary wood. Apart from being huge, it had no magical characteristics. List smiled and said, the Knowledge Ancient book's identification result shouldn't be mistaken. Remember, it last identified all the gemstones of the gemstone crown, not missing a single one. Chapter 942, Green Skin, White Skin, and Gold Skin Sapphire, Power Amplification. Topaz, toughness enhancement. Purple sapphire, recovery speed increase. Ruby, magic power augmentation. Green gem, stamina increase. Pink gemstone, spiritual power amplification. Light green gem, magic circulation speed increase. The Knowledge Ancient Book's assessment of the gemstone crown produced results not as a whole but for each gemstone individually. As each gemstone was brought close to the Knowledge Ancient Book, it provided an assessment. Otherwise, the Knowledge Ancient Book would not have been able to summarize the assessment of so many gemstones in just a page or two. It would take at least 2,000 words, exactly one chapter. It was the Knowledge Ancient Book's assessment of the 36 dragon gems that convinced List of both the abundance of knowledge within this divine artifact and the accuracy of its content. Since the Knowledge Ancient Book indicated that the root was from the tree of golden apples, there was little chance of error, although the root appeared quite ordinary. Keep the tree of golden apples with you for now. If you have spare time, research it. If you're busy, hand it over to someone else, or simply seal it and store it in the laboratory's warehouse. Although Ak was an archmage, he was only one person. The other grand magicians couldn't offer much help, as many research projects were beyond the capabilities of any magician but him. List didn't want Ak to be too immersed in magical research, so he often took him out to relax and dissipate his focus, wasting a lot of time. As a result, many projects were sealed and stored in the laboratory warehouse, like the hind leg of a jade dragon, preserved with special sealing magic rays. This time, the tree of golden apples was treated the same way. A divine item that could foster the creation of bloodline fruits was something most magicians could not study and would have to wait until Ak found time to research. For now, Ak will focus on the magic teleportation array as the primary research project. The tree of golden apples might have to wait. Proceed as you see fit. After chatting with Ak for a while, List played the piano in the laboratory, and Ak sang. They entertained themselves for an hour, a relaxing diversion. Then he left. After leaving, he did not continue to search for natural nodes. He had been searching for a week, which had left both him and Bard feeling dizzy and exhausted. He wanted to rest for a few days to recuperate mentally. Besides, he had just acquired 6 bloodline fruits and had some long-anticipated work to do. Your Highness, all the fierce earth dog pups collected are here. There are a total of 21, reported the steward of the dog yard. What List was constantly preoccupied with was the breeding problem of the blizzard beasts. He collected fierce earth dogs from various places and purchased them, continuing to breed young pups that could be raised to prepare for future cultivation of blizzard beasts. Only 21 pups? I remember the dog yard's investment being significant. Why so few? Many adult fierce earth dogs were sent by the Night Order, but because fierce earth dogs are very wild, many starved to death or died colliding with their cages. Very few survived to mate and produce pups, the steward of the dog yard said helplessly. We've already lost several nights trying to prevent the fierce earth dogs from harming themselves, but we still can't stop it. Magical beasts usually possess strong wild natures and are difficult to tame. The disposition of dragon beasts is somewhat more docile. Unless subdued by the might of a dragon, magical beasts will not easily submit to humans, and they will take any opportunity to escape. He frowned slightly. Although he wasn't satisfied with the result, List didn't blame the steward of the dog farm. So, has there been any result from the breeding program that mixes the falcon dogs with the fierce earth dogs and blizzard beasts? Your Highness, there doesn't seem to be any result at present. Not only can the falcon dogs not breed with the fierce earth dogs and blizzard beasts, but other dog breeds of magical beasts also cannot breed with each other. List wasn't surprised, he had never expected it to succeed. He then personally selected 6 seemingly robust puppies from 21 fierce earth dog young and allocated a large amount of magical beast meat resources to feed them. On the other side, the bloodline fruit was also planted in pots that had been treated with magic fertilizer. Of the 6 bloodline fruits, 2 possessed golden yellow magic power, well matched with the earth attribute, while the other 4 were red, purple, blue, and white respectively. The attributes of the bloodline fruits weren't too important, all being unique forms of magic power capable of aiding any magical beast in evolution. It's just that similar attributes had a higher compatibility with each other. 3 days swiftly passed by, and the little fierce earth dogs, overfed, were lively and spirited, while the bloodline fruits, quickened by the magic fertilizer, ripened one after another. Let's begin the cultivation. Whether the evolution succeeds actually has nothing to do with how strong the fierce earth dog puppies are, it's completely up to luck. Although List said so, he still made selections. The bloodline fruits with golden yellow magic power were allocated to the 2 little fierce earth dogs that appeared to have the most vigor. The other bloodline fruits were given to the remaining 4 little fierce earth dogs. One by one. The first little fierce earth dog ate the red bloodline fruit and, within moments, died on the spot, The second little fierce earth dog ate the purple bloodline fruit, bled from all orifices but didn't die, merely hanging on by a thread, likely another evolution failure. The third little fierce earth dog consumed the blue bloodline fruit with no noticeable changes. No changes? List carefully examine this little fierce earth dog. If there's no change after eating the bloodline fruit, that's the biggest change of all. It means the little fierce earth dog has absorbed the magic power of the bloodline fruit and is waiting to slowly activate it. He handed this little fierce earth dog, named Purplehide, to the steward of the dog farm. Take good care of it, make arrangements according to the most favorable treatment. Understood, Your Highness. Afterward, the fourth little fierce earth dog consumed the white bloodline fruit and immediately became violent. After a while, the fierceness waned, and it collapsed to the ground with loud snores. It seems this one has also succeeded? List revealed a smile. The Eye of Magic observed Purplehide and this little fierce earth dog, now named Whitehide, with magic power surging within them. This indicated that the power of the bloodline fruit was improving the bloodline talents of the little fierce earth dogs. 2 out of 4 bloodline fruits succeeded, not a bad rate, showing that List's luck was quite good, even without the assistance of the smoke mission. Following that, the fifth vigorous little fierce earth dog ate the golden yellow bloodline fruit and immediately dropped dead. List was profoundly disappointed. The one he had carefully chosen turned out to be less fortunate than Purplehide and Whitehide, who were not as heavily favored. Shaking his head, he fed the last and most spirited little fierce earth dog the final golden yellow bloodline fruit. Shortly after, the little fierce earth dog started to bleed from the nose. Just when List thought it was another failure, the little fierce earth dog's nose quickly stopped bleeding, and it entered a frenzy of maddened barking before it finally quieted down. Despite its subdued state, like the 2 previous successes, its magic power was rapidly increasing. Without a doubt, this one, named Gold-Eyed, had also succeeded. 3 failures, 3 successes. I'm quite satisfied with this outcome. List shook his sleeve and instructed the steward of the dog farm, take good care of Purplehide, Whitehide, and Gold-Eyed. When their evolution stabilizes, I'll have Emily, the captain of the guards, come over to take charge. He himself had no more energy to tame these low-level magical beasts. He had to let Emily take over. The steward of the dog farm acknowledged and then asked, Your Highness, what about this failed but not dead little fierce earth dog? He was referring to the second one called Purplehide, which bled from all orifices after eating the bloodline fruit but managed to cling to life. Just keep it. If it can hang on, then treat it the same as Purplehide and the others. As you wish, Your Highness. Chapter 943, a serving of smoked grass. Fierce earth dogs evolved into blizzard beasts. But Lee CT couldn't be certain whether this 1 male and 2 female trio of entirely new little fierce earth dogs would be able to evolve into a lineage interconnected with Danzō and the other blizzard beasts. He could only give it a try for now. He hoped that green skin, white skin, and golden skin could become the cornerstone of the blizzard beast legion. After spending 3 days on this work, just when Lee CT decided to search for natural nodes again, he unexpectedly welcomed the visit of the steward from White Paper Workshop reporting on their work. Your Highness, blessed by the night's glory, and by your glorious favor, the White Paper Workshop has recently created a very valuable new product. After testing, the results are excellent, and as such, I have come to report to you. The steward's face beamed with a smile he couldn't contain, his expression extremely proud. Is that so? What's the new product? Lee CT was rather surprised. He had found only one new nature node, unable to form a transportation network, so the smoke mission remained incomplete. He hadn't expected that the White Paper Workshop would have already discovered a new variety of white paper. The steward smiled and gestured for his assistant to bring over a box, then took out a tightly bundled stack of white paper. Your Highness, this is the paper towel you've always requested. We completed its production about half a month ago, and after subsequent improvements in craftsmanship, it now meets Your Highness's standards. The paper towels weren't cut into individual small pieces, but rather one large sheet. The surface was very soft, not yet reaching the quality of the Earth's Kingfin brand paper towels, but as a hand-wiping paper towel, it was already a qualified product. So this is the new product from the White Paper Workshop. Lee CT wiped his hands with the paper towel, feeling it was just so-so, not as good as the feeling of wiping his hands with a silk handkerchief. This paper towel is something you requested, Your Highness, not the new product our workshop has developed. Our new product is right here. The steward took out another piece of white paper from the box and presented it respectfully to Lee CT. Your Highness, this white paper is made from hemp rope vine. Taking the white paper, Lee CT saw no difference from ordinary white paper. The steward explained, fire cannot burn this white paper, water cannot dampen it, insects can't infest it, even vigorously tearing it won't cause it to fray, and it's very troublesome to cut with a knife. When we need to trim the rough edges, we have to ask an Earth Knight to cut it one sheet at a time, otherwise it's impossible to cut through. That Mangekyō? Lee Ct was quite surprised, having never imagined such a white paper could exist. He tore at it with effort and found the paper, as the steward had said, to appear like a thin sheet of white paper, one that could be freely crumpled, but was very difficult to tear apart. Even with the robust physique he had acquired from the nourishment of dragon chi, he had to expend 30% of his strength to barely manage to tear it. Without using chi, his 30% of strength was already greater than what an apprentice knight could muster with all their might. In other words, this type of white paper was practically indestructible by ordinary people without utilizing chi. In an instant, Lee Ct thought of many possible benefits. If paper alone was this strong, if used to make armor, wouldn't it be defiant of the heavens? Moreover, its properties of being unfazed by fire, water, and insects made it scarcely inferior to metal armor when it came to preservation. It seemed that hemp rope vine could not only be crafted into rope but also into paper and paper armor, all of great use. Lee Ct suddenly thought of something else and inquired, since it cannot be soaked by water, how can one write on it with ink? The steward replied, Your Highness, its inconvenience for writing is indeed a downside. However, by using a printing method to apply ink and then exposing it to the sun for several days, the ink can fully penetrate and become indelible, not even scribable with a knife. The magician tasked with technical support, after testing, estimated that words written on this kind of white paper can be preserved for thousands of years without change. Then he added, there's another disadvantage, the pulp extraction from hemp rope vine consumes a lot, and only the upper layer of the original pulp can refine the material for making white paper. With a hemp rope vine yield from our land, it's unlikely we can produce paper on a large scale. The manual labor involved is also substantial, the production cycle complex and time-consuming, and the costs are high. Nevertheless, the white paper made from hemp rope vine still held valuable worth. Lee Ct promptly named this white paper vine paper and designated it as tribute grade paper for his exclusive use. He intended to use vine paper to transcribe books and compile a flame encyclopedia to encompass all content from the myriad worlds, combining the format of the Yongle Encyclopedia and complete library in 4 sections. He also passed the task to the Iron Knights and magicians to use the original vine paper pulp for armor research, attempting to create vine armor that could rival magic metal armors. Meanwhile, he noticed there had been a change to the smoke mission. The mission has changed. He hadn't completed the mission, yet the reward had already been obtained in advance, indicating that the quest to find natural nodes was no longer necessary. Now is just right since Bard and I are not yet strong enough, and we also don't have enough materials gathered in the territory to build more magic teleportation arrays. There's no rush to search for new natural nodes, we can do so leisurely later on. He turned to the new mission. The greater elf Annie of Phoenix Perch Parasaltry is in an odd state, lacking the spirit for anything, not interested in further nurturing the flame dragon birds, nor in touching the scales of fire dragon Leo. As the master of the elf, you should help it out of its predicament. Reward, breeding rights for the Phoenix Perch Parasaltry. Lee Ct almost immediately thought that perhaps Annie was about to evolve, from a greater elf to a dragon elf. However, considering the mission reward, he felt that the evolution hadn't reached completion yet. It's very likely a part of the evolutionary process, and I need to rush over to help Annie immediately. Mounting the formless dragon bard, Liz directly shuttled through space to arrive at the volcano crater. He quickly located Annie, who was sitting on a branch of the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree, staring blankly at the sky with its hands supporting its cheeks. Little yellow, little red, and little purple perched on different branches, appearing listless and disheartened, seemingly affected by Annie's lack of vigor. Annie. Lee Ct. What's wrong? List empathized with Annie's inner feelings. The greater elf's emotions were like the blandness after a shiver, losing interest in everything and looking listless. How about trying a new flavor of jade powder? I've recently mined some fresh jade from Jade Mountain, and the jade powder grinded from it is well received by many elves. I can't bring myself to eat. Annie sighed. How about some smoked grass then? Lee Ct put on a mask and took out a batch of fresh smoked grass from his space ring, specially grown for formless dragon bard. As soon as the unique scent was released, little yellow, little red, and little purple flitted away without a trace. The dispirited Annie, covering its nose, began to jump. Enough, Lee Ct, I don't want smoked grass. Then cheer up, Annie, I've already called Leo over, and I asked it to give you a fire dragon scale. You can hold on to the scale while you sleep. List used his own fiery enthusiasm to continually influence Annie, helping the elf through the power of their bond. The effect was quite positive, and Annie slowly revealed a long-missed smile. Yes, I will buck up. Chapter 944, Planting the Phoenix Tree. Annie felt better, especially when, Under Leo's malicious gaze, she received a fire dragon scale. Everything was delightful. Therefore, under List's astonished gaze, the cordyceps plant, the phoenix perch parasol tree, surprisingly bloomed one by one with flowers resembling flames. These flowers, thick with fire attribute mana, transformed into clusters of flames under the sunlight. From afar, the entire phoenix perch parasol tree seemed to be burning. Little yellow, little red, and little purple, 3 flame dragon birds whose bodies had grown and were now adorned with vivid, fiery red feathers, joyfully circled around the phoenix perch parasol tree. Even Leo, who usually disliked Annie, approached and sniffed the phoenix perch parasol tree, taking a liking to the fiery giant tree. List, look. Annie carried the fire dragon scale on her back, then plucked a flame flower from the cordyceps, which immediately wilted, extinguished its flame, and turned into a pile of ash. The ash dispersed with the breeze, leaving behind 7 purple-red seeds. What are these? These are the seeds of the phoenix perch parasol tree. List, I can bloom and produce seeds now. She placed the seeds in List's hand and giggled. Annie can cultivate more phoenix perch parasol trees. Annie wants to evolve, and the phoenix perch parasol trees will cover the entire volcano. In the eye of Magic's view, the seeds flickered with a fiery red magic radiance. Are these magic potions? List immediately had Annie try sowing some phoenix perch parasol trees. Annie complied and, with a wave of her hand, the flame flowers on the tree wilted and turned into seeds that flew into the soil. Soon, around her cordyceps, small phoenix perch parasol saplings sprouted from the ground, growing swiftly in the wind to become little tree saplings. The saplings, not selectively bred, varied in quality, but each shone with a fiery red magic feedback, undoubtedly categorizing them as magic potions. Task completed. Reward, breeding of phoenix perch parasol trees. Fleeting serpent script flashed by unnoticed by List, who was still studying the varieties of these magic potion phoenix perch parasol trees. Among all his elves, aside from the 3 rubber minor elves born of the same origin, which was very magical, the phoenix perch parasol greater elf was most unusual. It was the only cordyceps that didn't need sibling plants to provide nutrients and could grow freely. Unfortunately, when List met Annie, she was already a greater elf, and he didn't know how she evolved from a little minor elf to a greater elf. Now, Annie was evolving towards a dragon elf, yet unexpectedly started to flower and produce seeds, generating sibling plants, which was truly strange. Strange as it was, after failing to figure out the reasons, List assigned Annie a task to plant a plethora of phoenix perch parasol trees within the influence range of the cordyceps. When these trees matured, it would be time to harvest and refine the magic potions, though the effects of the potions derived from the phoenix perch parasol trees were yet unknown. Now, the domain could produce an increasing variety of magic potions. Man-eating tree dragon sprite Carly alone, with her scale of magic potion cultivation, could match the output of all other elves combined. Giant algae greater elf Pike, Thorn greater elf Jayla, and the newest phoenix perch parasol greater elf Annie, were all main producers of magic potions. Especially Jayla, whose cultivation of auxiliary medicine Thorn was immensely valuable, producing several times more than the average greater elf cultivating magic potions. Without these auxiliary medicines, there simply wouldn't be enough magic potions in the territory. Task, as the saying goes, plant the parasol tree to attract the golden phoenix. The flame dragon birds love the phoenix perch parasol trees and enjoy nesting in them. Why not plant a forest of these trees to attract fire attribute birds? Reward, unknown number of fire attribute birds. An unexpected surprise. The smoke mission and the task list had assigned to Annie surprisingly aligned. Attract fire attribute magical beast birds, huh? On Black Horse Island, there are specially raised flamingos, low-level fire attribute beasts. I wonder what kind of fire attribute birds the phoenix perch parasol forest could attract. I hope they aren't too shabby, ideally tameable as mounts or able to provide magical beast meat. Originally, he had planned to let Annie plant the trees herself. But since the smoke mission required it, List thought it worthwhile to put effort into personally completing the tree planting task. Of course, personally meant transporting a group of serfs and knights over to help Annie plant the trees and share the burden. Leo, lend a hand. Oh. Unwilling? List's eyes bulged, then let's communicate properly. He prepared to ride on Leo and execute a mind purification plan to eliminate the vile thoughts that had emerged within Leo lately. It must be said, as the number of training sessions increased, although Leo still developed evil thoughts, they were no longer as frequent as before. The reason was simple, a faint nightly shadow had appeared in his mind. This was List's mind branding, beginning to suppress Leo's evil thoughts. At this moment, Leo had grown to a wingspan and body length of 40 meters. The various volcanic super magic of the endless volcano had greatly propelled his training. Coupled with List providing food, magic potions, and proper training guidance, he grew stronger every day. His combat power had exploded in growth, and in a one-on-one fight, the light green gem dragon Ethan might no longer be a match for him, starting to directly threaten the battle rank position of the gray iron dragon Orn. He mounted the dragon tooth platform. In the mental world, List did not hesitate to cut off the sinister dragon thoughts that had sprouted, letting Leo be reborn once more, and this time he agreed to help readily. On the way back, List called on Ethan. As for the mountain copper dragon Mata, due to insufficient synergy, he was temporarily undirectable. 3 dragons, Bard, Leo, and Ethan. Catching a hot air balloon-like basket, he pulled along no fewer than 800 knights and serfs, soaring through the sky of Flame Island, returning to the endless volcano cluster. Your task is to follow Captain Palai's commands, and in cooperation with Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater El Fanny, plant seeds in approximately 6,000 acres of land centered around this volcano crater, List ordered while riding on Ethan's back, assigning the knights and serfs and arranging for Paris to lead this project. Paris was his trusted follower, assigning her here underlined his prioritization of the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest. Your Highness, rest assured, I'll handle everything here, Paris said solemnly. I'm reassured by leaving this to you, but be aware that these Phoenix Perch Parasol trees are extraordinary, they are valuable auxiliary medicine, and we will need a group of plantation workers to stay here long term. Take advantage of the times when Annie is tired and have the serfs build a camp nearby, preferably by digging into the mountain. Dig into the mountain? Paris asked, puzzled. I worry that these Phoenix Perch Parasol trees might attract magical beasts, and living inside a mountain cave would be safer. List did not know exactly what kind of magical beasts it might attract. But magical beasts are aggressive, and he didn't want his followers and serfs to suffer losses. Paris nodded, I understand. Life here might be somewhat monotonous. If there are any needs, you can ask me. I'll come over about once a week, List said. He would come each time to train with Leo. Though it seemed, for now, that the Dragon Knight's training had reached an impasse hard to break through, habitual training must not stop. Knight Chi cultivation was such that if you stop, you regress, thus it is live till old, train till old, even Dragon Chi is the same. Chapter 945, You've Grown Up. August passed leisurely by. The most noteworthy events were perhaps 2 matters. One was that Greenhide, Whitehide, and Goldhide, the 3 little fierce earth dogs, had all grown robustly and learned the most basic innate magic, Rock Spike, through the nourishment of the bloodline fruit. Without a doubt, as the residual power of the bloodline fruit continued to foster their growth, these 3 little fierce earth dogs would eventually evolve into higher-level blizzard beasts. The pleasant surprise was the failed evolution of Purplehide. It didn't experience the explosive growth in size like Greenhide, Whitehide, and Goldhide, but it learned 2 kinds of magic. One was the earth element common magic, Rock Spike, which the fierce earth dog inherently knew, and the other was a new kind of magic, not belonging to the blizzard beast. Earth System Advanced Magic, Rock Cluster Burst. This magic rolled up the earth from the ground, crushing enemies like rocks. Purplehide's magic power reserves were still insufficient, and it struggled to cast this magic, often collapsing halfway through, but there was no doubt that it was advanced magic. Only intermediate magical beasts could learn advanced magic. Perhaps Purplehide was not a failed evolution, it simply manifested the power of the bloodline fruit in another way, its magical talent. It might become a caster among the fierce earth dogs. It was precisely because of this gift that it was treated no worse than Greenhide, Whitehide, and Goldhide, becoming momentarily unparalleled in the dog yard. This was one event in August that List deemed worthy of inclusion in his autobiography. The other event was related to dragons. He finally imprinted the indelible mark of the first Dragon Knight in the mind of the light green gemstone dragon Ethan, which meant, barring extraordinary circumstances like the smoke mission, this mental bond could not be broken. Ethan would be forever branded with List's mark. After the mine branding was complete, in the Great Hall of Flame Castle, List formally summoned his talented female follower. Emily, you have now become a sword saint. Though the name Thunderous Sword Saint may be a bit unrefined, it proves that your abilities are recognized by everyone. Within the Dragon Knight candidacy plan, you are currently the only knight who meets the dragon riding requirements, and you are also my most trusted follower. The girl already knew the fate that awaited her, so she knelt on one knee, solemnly performing the knight's loyalty ritual. Your Highness, Emily will always be the sharp sword in your Highness's hand. Where your Highness points, there Emily shall go. Lift your head. List rose from his seat and walked toward Emily. The girl immediately lifted her head. Her skin was still the healthy color of wheat, but coupled with her exotic features, there was a different kind of beauty. Unconsciously, the skinny little girl from before had taken on her own feminine charm. Her gaze toward List held respect, determination, and a special kind of love. And this love was undisguised. From their first meeting several years ago, It had already begun to grow and blossom, and now it had grown into an unshakable towering tree, Your Highness. Arriving by the girl's side, List bowed his head to look at the soldierly Emily and said reflectively, You have grown up. It's time to take on more important responsibilities. Rise and come with me. Ethan is waiting for you at the Dragon Nest in Jade Mountain. From now on, you will spend half of your time bonding with Ethan. Yes, Your Highness. Emily was so excited she could nearly tremble. She stood up and followed closely behind Lee Ct, walking towards the castle gates where the formless dragon bard idly chewed smoked grass, bored. The smell was somewhat unpleasant, but luckily the wind was strong today and not so evident. Actually, even if the smell were stronger, Emily probably wouldn't notice. Her heart had already flown to the distant Jade Mountain, towards that gracefully poised, robust light green gemstone dragon. Many times, in her dreams, she had seen herself riding Ethan, soaring through the skies. Her desire to succeed in riding Ethan was unparalleled. Although Your Highness had said that even if she couldn't ride Ethan, she could choose an Armada, she firmly believed that Ethan was the dragon meant for her, a strong gut feeling. Inside the castle, Butler Carter, leaning on a cane, came to the castle's entrance to see off the young master and Emily. Watching the little girl who used to dine at the small castle in Fresh Flower Town, about to become a dragon knight, Butler Carter felt truly happy. Praise the young master, Emily will be the young master's effective follower. Then, he quietly added in his heart, perhaps sooner or later, she will join the Flame family. Ethan's dragon nest was atop Jade Mountain. A city was already taking shape in the valley near this mountain, known as Jade City. About half of the city's inhabitants were Moonslayer serfs, clad in the most common linen, doing the most physically demanding labor. A smaller portion consisted of Flame People civilians. Although they too wore linen clothes, their jobs were easier, and their clothes thus cleaner and more tidy, adorned with simple shell jewelry on their hands and necks. Additionally, some were knights and even nobles. In the Flame Island, virtually anyone who was an Earth Knight was considered a noble, and working for a certain period here might result in ennoblement. These noble knights often had several apprentice knights as retainers following them, enjoying a drink or two in the city's taverns, before hurrying off. Nearly every knight held multiple roles, taking on various managerial tasks in city construction, or venturing out to cultivate new lands. Occasionally, one or two magicians would appear on the streets to buy something, then quickly hop into a carriage and leave. The magicians primarily worked in the Jade Mountain mines, responsible for mapping the jade veins, instructing the serfs on how to mine jade, and overseeing the sealing and transportation of it to other places. Tony was one such magician, having worked for 3 months at the Jade Mountain mines. He hailed from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, and had come along with his Grand Magician teacher who initially planned to complete his pilgrimage and return. However, he was so captivated by the Druid Magic Research project that it kept getting delayed and he had no real desire to go back. Sigh, although the Magic Holy Land has an incarnation of truth walking in the world, it isn't free soil. I don't know if my teacher can survive this funding crisis. Tony worried about his teacher as he sketched with paper and pen. With my teacher's knowledge, that Highness shouldn't be too harsh, right? Not long ago, Chris Truth, the executive vice president of the Magic Guild, suddenly called an Arcanist Council meeting. During the meeting, she announced that funding for Druid research was being cut by 2/3, and that common magicians were prohibited from participating in Druid research. Several Grand Magicians angrily slammed the table and walked out on the spot. And then, actually, there was no real then. As they stepped out of the meeting room, that incarnate being of truth came riding on a unicorn and cast a wide charm. A giant wall of water slashed down, killing 2 of the leading rebellious Grand Magicians on the spot. She left after giving a few instructions to Chris, essentially to report the names of all the troublemakers. All the Grand Magicians who had banged on tables obediently lowered their heads and admitted their fault. No magician dared to question an archmage, and besides, this one rode a unicorn, a creature of legend said to only befriend the pure at heart. Unicorns were imbued with so much meaning, symbolizing righteousness and nobility. Anyone opposing a unicorn rider was instantly seen as the villain, incapable of garnering any public sympathy. Labeled as a villain, Tony was quite worried for his teacher. He was so distracted that he couldn't even focus on his job, and right then, a serf suddenly looked up into the sky, cheering loudly, Seiki. Big Ol' Swade. Chapter 946, Rejecting the Bootlicker. The Great Big Ol' Swade, carrying the Great Seiki, flew through the sky and headed straight for the backside of Jade Mountain, where the light green gem dragon Ethan's dragon nest was located. The dragon nest wasn't much decorated, only filled with the crystal Ulsiphylla spinulosa that Ethan dearly loved. The cultivation of crystal Ulsiphylla spinulosa had already succeeded, but its growth was restricted by its need to draw magic power to grow, and ordinary magic fertilizer simply couldn't meet the demands of the crystal Ulsiphylla spinulosa. However, Planting them on Jade Mountain killed two birds with one stone, since there were abundant jade fragments here. These fragments, lying somewhere between jade and rock, were difficult to use, so they were simply all used to cultivate the crystal Ulciphylla spinulosa. The roots of the crystal Ulciphylla spinulosa could powerfully absorb the magic power from the jade fragments, thus it grew very vigorously. In less than half a year, it had already become a forest carved out of crystal. Ethan lived surrounded by the encircling crystal Ulciphylla spinulosa, being very careful not to damage any of them. He always felt that these beautiful little trees were like extensions of his own body, and so he cherished them greatly. He usually slept on a small, flattened hilltop. At this moment, he was basking in the sunlight, half squinting his eyes, watching the beautiful crystal Ulciphylla spinulosa sparkling with various colorful glows under the sunlight. Next to his neck was a pool of wine, inside which was brewing the latest formula of bone-burning wine. Among foods, it favored bone-burning wine most. Delicious and not intoxicating. Suddenly sensing something, Ethan lifted his head and saw a familiar silhouette flying towards him from the distant horizon. It was the formless dragon Bard. He didn't like this grass-eating dragon because it smelled bad, but he knew Bard wouldn't approach his dragon nest casually unless List was coming. A new night? He didn't move and waited until cries of tiny ants came from the other side of Jade Mountain. Then Ethan lifted his head and stood up, lazily welcoming List's arrival. With a dragon's pride, without the suppressive effect of mind branding, he would never do something so demeaning as to greet a human. "Ethan, long time no see," a clear voice came from the sky. Following that, a silvery white figure jumped down from Bard's back, followed closely by a gray figure. This was undoubtedly List in his Wrath of Thunder armor, accompanied by Emily in gray magical beast leather armor. "Roar!" Ethan greeted, allowing List to mount his back and quickly move up to the Dragon Tooth platform to enter Dragon Rider mode. With hearts and minds connected, all intentions became clear. "Roar!" Ethan nodded, turning his dragon eyes to look at Emily standing aside, her figure straight. In his hundreds of years of dragon life, he had never encountered a female dragon knight. In fact, he had hardly seen any female sky knights. "Emily, say hello to Ethan." List jumped down from the dragon's back. Emily instantly stepped forward, took a deep breath, and looked straight into Ethan's eyes. "Hello, Ethan, I am Emily, and I will be training with you for the coming period. I hope we can recognize each other." "HMPH." Ethan snorted through his nostrils, non-committal. Although he had heard from List that he was to get a new knight, and years of dragon riding had accustomed him to changing knights, he was somewhat eager for a new knight. He and List were not compatibly aligned, it was entirely by coincidence that they had become partners. However, until Emily gained his approval, he was not going to show her any favor. List, sensing Ethan's disdain for Emily, stepped forward, patting Emily on the shoulder, saying, "Ethan's nobility and pride require you to gradually impress him. Remember the qualities I told you about. Bravery, fearlessness, strength, loyalty, boldly demonstrate these qualities." "Yes, Your Highness." "Then you shall stay here for the time being, and I will personally come to check the results of your coordination with Ethan in 3 days," List said with a slight smile. His warm smile filled Emily with boundless confidence. Only after List had left with the formless dragon Bard did Emily truly face the light green gem dragon Ethan, who had resumed his dozing. She recalled the truth List had once told her. Those who overly flatter others end up with nothing. So she openly said, "Ethan, perhaps you do not understand me yet. I come from a serf background, and only started practicing Chi at the age of 11. By 12, I became an Earth Knight." Ethan remained lazily unresponsive. Emily continued, "A few months later, I killed 2 knights on the battlefield and became an elite Earth Knight. Just as I turned 14, my Chi surged wildly one day, and I rose into the sky, becoming a Sky Knight." It seemed that Ethan still had no reaction. But Emily kept talking. "Within 2 months, I defeated a veteran Sword Saint and earned the title of Thunderous Sword Saint. I am still 14, but my training progresses quickly, becoming a completion-level Sky Knight is within reach, perhaps next year, or even by the end of this year." Ethan slightly lifted his eyelid and let out 2 snorts of air, as if to say, "So what, I've seen all sorts of freaks in my life." Seeing this, Emily spoke aloud, "I may not be the first person on Legendary Continent to become an Earth Knight or a Sky Knight, but I am definitely the earliest to do so as a woman, and I am destined to be the first female knight on Legendary Continent to become a Dragon Knight. Ethan, the legend is right before you, let us create it together." After speaking, she looked earnestly at Ethan. And Ethan opened his dragon mouth. With Emily full of anticipation, he yawned seriously, then completely closed his eyes and started napping, soon emitting slight snores. This was a profound humiliation. However, Emily felt only slightly disappointed before quickly adjusting her mindset, practicing her Chi beside him. "His Highness said that dragon riding requires strategy, Mere flattery doesn't increase the success rate. One must show the dragon valuable qualities in the night. She held her great sword, thinking of List's shining qualities. Handsome, extraordinary talent, outstanding temperament, bravely fearless, an embodiment of justice, and so many more. But the decisive quality was what List had personally told her. Overtaking forcefully. I can't match His Highness's dominance, but I have my own shining quality. Diligence. I will make Ethan see my determination, and ultimately become my mount, fighting alongside me. List departed gracefully. He wasn't worried about Emily's chances of successfully riding the dragon, even he envied the young girl's talents, but what was even more terrifying was her nearly fell determination to become stronger. As long as Ethan wasn't blind, there was no way he could overlook Emily. He now turned his attention to a message that he had just received. The message came from Black Horse Island. The ship fleet of the Eagle royal family had already reached the port, bringing a dragon elf as ransom to redeem Duke Grey Iron Pyro Grey Mouth Iron. Originally, they had demanded the Grey Iron family change their surname, but Pyro cleverly offered information about the mountain copper dragon instead. List then abandoned the demand. After all, Duke Pyro had already secretly pledged his allegiance to him. Chapter 947, Atlantis. Duke Pirot had been living in luxury on Black Horse Island. He was no fool, and had early on guessed the outcome regarding the mountain copper dragon from List's composed expression. To be able to snatch away the Grey Iron Dragonborn so swiftly, was enough to prove how powerful this young dragon knight, who caused him such conflicting feelings, truly was. That's why he had originally used the information about the mountain copper dragon in exchange for List's help in stabilizing his ducal position, hoping to maintain his power and wealth. Once someone has tasted prosperity, how could they willingly let it go? At least Pirot couldn't. Your Majesty, the envoy group from the Eagle royal family has already reached out to me, and after the dragon sprite exchange, I will be able to return to the Grey Iron Duchy, Pirot said frankly to List after meeting him. Relying on your Majesty's power, I remain the Duke of the Grey Iron Duchy, though I still have to pay tribute to the Eagle Kingdom and dare not sever the vassal relationship lightly. Switching sides in secret was one thing, but publicly he had to consider the face of the Eagle royal family. After all, the Grey Iron Duchy was a distant 108,000 miles from the Flame Kingdom but lay on the border of the Eagle Kingdom. No matter, I will naturally protect you. Both the Eagle royal family and the Grey Iron Duchy wouldn't dare to openly turn against me, so your position as Duke is very secure for at least the next 6 months. However, after half a year, I cannot guarantee whether the Eagle royal family will act against you in private, nor can I assure you of the Grey Iron family from within, which may join forces with the Eagle royal family. Pirot could use List's name to return to his country and continue as Duke. However, this could not change his culpability for losing the dragon. He was still a criminal in the eyes of the Grey Iron family and his own duchy. Moreover, his secret defection and List's verbal protection. Both the Eagle royal family and the Grey Iron family would surely guess how many favors Pirot had promised List. For such acts of betrayal against the duchy and the suzerain state, even his own son might wish to devour his flesh and blood. Therefore, List doubted whether Pirot could survive the next 6 months. The previously mentioned 20 years of protection were simply a consolation, more so to retain an excuse to provoke war. Pirot nevertheless smiled confidently. Your Highness, I lack your greatness and dominance, even my son hopes that I die in a foreign land. But I am not a lone individual, the dragon-rearing families within the Eagle Kingdom's vassal states who have good relations with me will help me get through the tough times. Confidence is good. 20 years, I hope to live to see your Highness conquer the 3 great kingdoms, unifying the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. Perhaps I won't live that long, but my grandson will surely witness it. Grandson? List's eyebrows raised but he said nothing else. He guessed that after Pirot returned, he would kill his own son, as having grandchildren meant it didn't matter whether he had a son or not. After meeting with Duke Pirot, he quickly announced the summoning of the Eagle Kingdom's envoy group. The head of the envoy group was still a familiar face, Alexander Whiteiron, and after a series of courtesies, the ransom was directly transacted in the Great Hall of Thorn Castle. List left the details to his father, Li William, focusing solely on the transaction involving the dragon sprite. The dragon sprite brought as ransom by the Eagle royal family, according to the rules, had to be of the grain or magic potion type, and could not be over 200 years old. Dragon sprites only have a lifespan of 500 years. If the Eagle royal family brought a dragon sprite that was over 400 years old, List would definitely turn hostile. Its name is Atlantis, which evolved into a dragon sprite 120 years ago, and has since diligently plowed buckwheat for the Eagle royal family. His Majesty the King of the Eagle Kingdom, bearing great pain, allowed it to be cut away and sent to your Majesty the Flame King, said Alexander in a low tone, emanating a sense of enduring humiliation and reluctance. By his side stood a delicately dressed, slender little figure wearing the garb of a noble, little Flaccaby Eye. The tiny figure's head was crystal clear and white, crowned with a cluster of light pink blossoms, the buckwheat dragon sprite itself. At this moment, the buckwheat dragon sprite Atlantis gazed at List with its sparkling large eyes, its expression filled with a human-like sorrow and nervousness. It had already dissolved the spirit contract with the Eagle Kingdom's king, but the memories from over 100 years of life in the Eagle Kingdom were indelibly etched in its mind. It took several days of persuasion by the Eagle Kingdom's king before it agreed to serve as a ransom, to depart for a new life in the Flame Kingdom. However, during the voyage, its spirits were consistently low, and even the light pink flowers atop its head seemed a bit wilted. It had no expectations for its new life, only a desire to return to the carefree days spent among the Eagle royal family, amidst familiar faces and houses. But it had to muster some spirit to take stock of the human in front of it, who would soon become its new contract partner. By the aesthetic standards of the elves, the human before it seemed rather easy on the eyes, certainly not an odd or disfigured-looking one. His facial features were well-proportioned and symmetrical, with a straight stature, and a pair of bright eyes like the stars gave off a benevolent gaze. All in all, the first impression wasn't bad, but neither was it particularly good. The changes it faced were still met with considerable resistance in its heart. Simultaneously, List was also taking measure of Atlantis. He had surmised that the Eagle royal family would send this buckwheat dragon sprite. Piro, the traitor, had submitted reports about the Eagle royal family to him long ago, including information about their dragon sprites, and the one most fitting was the buckwheat dragon sprite. First of all, buckwheat was classified as a type of grain, which met the prerequisite of being a grain-related dragon sprite. Secondly, the buckwheat dragon sprite was less than 200 years old, aligning with List's age requirement. Lastly, among all grains, buckwheat was of lesser value. The name buckwheat contains wheat, but in fact, it has no relation to wheat. Wheat belongs to the Poaceae family, part of the monocots, whereas buckwheat is a dicot, related to the Chinese knotweed, producing triangular seeds. In this world, buckwheat's yield and nutritional value couldn't compete with barley and wheat. However, there was one good thing about buckwheat. It was unpretentious and easy to care for, capable of growing once scattered in the field, and sometimes, even without the influence of cordyceps, it could still produce a respectable harvest. Atlantis, welcome to the Flame Kingdom. I am List Flame, the king of these lands, the master of the seas, and the knight of many dragons. From now on, we will be partners. The Flame family welcomes you, and I believe you will grow to love it here. He extended his hand, not to stuff it into Atlantis's mouth, but to offer it a handshake. Dragon sprites had the intelligence of a grown human, understanding many things and deserving to be treated as equals. Atlantis hesitated for a moment before it extended its little hand and shook hands simply with List. So, shall we contract now? List then raised his hand, extending a single index finger. Atlantis was conflicted. It could feel List's friendliness and remembered the Eagle Kingdom's king's request, but still, it did not want to change. At that moment, List glanced over at Alexander. Alexander immediately felt an almost palpable weight of serious pressure upon him and promptly spoke up. Atlantis, please contract with His Majesty the Flame King, don't hesitate any longer. Hasn't His Majesty the King of the Eagle Kingdom already spoken to you? You need to accept this new life. Atlantis hung its head low, silent for a moment. Then it grasped List's outstretched hand with both hands, reluctantly opened its mouth, and bit down on List's fingertip. Blood oozed from the fingertip, and in an instant, a wondrous reaction occurred with Atlantis's teeth, bringing forth a mysterious and profound feeling in the hearts of both Atlantis and List. They were now of one mind and one spirit. Chapter 948, Generations to Come. The buckwheat dragon elf of Atlantis, now renamed Yachty, officially settled in Flame Island, located around Flame City in the buckwheat plantation. The plantation had been constructed before Yachty's arrival since List had previously acquired a few buckwheat elf bugs. However, after the contract, Yachty became somewhat silent. His mood was consistently gloomy. During his first meeting with the man-eating tree dragon elf, Kali, at Flame Castle, he had been humiliated by Kali. It was all unwanted elf, little one, behave, can't even speak serpent script, useless, trash, if you're capable, then grow magic potions. Luckily, Yachty didn't understand the serpent script and didn't comprehend what Kali was saying. After being scolded by List, Kali ceased to trouble Yachty. He didn't spend much time living at Flame Castle and frequently went out. Kali, who possessed soil magic, often led the man-eating tree cluster on adventures in search of new species of man-eating trees, generating income for List. His combat strength wasn't strong, yet his survival skills were top-notch, and after several ineffective attempts at dissuasion, List simply let him be. Yachty, what activities do you usually enjoy? Playing the piano. Is that so? I also enjoy playing the piano. If work wasn't so busy, I might have become a piano master. What can you play? Yachty asked, not very enthused. I can play many pieces. Have you heard of Foralis? I have heard it, I can play it. List chuckled. That piano piece was one I listened to a not-so-famous pianist perform when I was young. After my own modifications and refinements, the final score was set. I never expected it to spread to the Eagle Kingdom in just a few years. Yachty said in surprise, you really can play the piano. I'll teach you a few new pieces when I have the time, all composed by me and yet to be released to the public, List said. After becoming a Dragon Knight, List's memory had greatly improved. The melodies of many piano pieces he had heard in his past life emerged complete in his mind. With a bit of refinement, they became classic masterpieces, but he was ultimately too occupied with his official duties to compile his List's piano collection. The only manuscript he still held in hand to organize was List's complete Dragon Knight training manual, covering all experiences in dragon training. As this was to be the great work passed down within the Flame family, it had to be treated with the utmost seriousness. Using the topic of playing the piano, List successfully eliminated the feeling of strangeness between himself and Yachty, but he didn't have the time to chat and bond with Yachty every day. After preparing a piano room specially for Yachty and a complete set of piano scores, he hastily left Flame Castle. First, he went to check on Emily's progress in dragon riding. The progress was minimal. But the light green gem dragon Ethan didn't show any aversion to Emily, indicating that she still had a great chance of successfully riding the dragon. Now that you have to manage the Mammoth Knight Brigade, take care of the blizzard beasts, and persist in training with the dragon, do you feel tired? Your Majesty, not at all tired. Spending time with Ethan is relaxing for me. Dragon riding isn't something that can be achieved overnight. You must be prepared for a prolonged struggle, List said, patting Emily's shoulder, which immediately brought a faint blush to the girl's face. When she was just a little girl, List was fond of patting her shoulder like that. As Emily grew up, adherence to noble etiquette became stricter, and List had not made such an intimate gesture as patting her shoulder for a long time. She looked up, her bright eyes sparkling. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The September sunlight had already started to weaken, and the climate of Flame Island was about to experience the dry season of autumn and winter when crops cease to grow, and food begins to become scarce. Even with the Flame Territory and Bulltail Domain continuously transporting food here, it still couldn't keep up with the rapidly growing number of serfs. In the past few months, the Night Orders under List and those under Li William had been constantly subjugating the Moonslayer native tribes. A third of the southeastern forests on Flame Island had been visited by the Night Orders, with a total of 1,200,000 Moonslayer serfs subjugated. Fortunately, the number of Flame people had reached 300,000, a ratio sufficient to manage the Moonslayer serfs. To show support for his son's nation-building, Marquis Li William did not undertake large-scale development in his fiefdom, Tulip Island. Instead, he placed most of the family's Night Orders under List's management to support the development of Flame Island. He was well aware that the better Flame Island was developed, the more beneficial it would be for the neighboring islands. A thriving large island market far outweighs a thriving small island market. Most importantly, he and List now shared the same idea. Farming wasn't as profitable as plundering. The Eagle Kingdom launched a campaign against me known as the Dragon Slaying War, intending to drive me to my death. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Moreover, the Eagle Kingdom has not apologized to me nor compensated me for my losses. Buckwheat Dragon Sprite is a ransom, not compensation. If they don't give it, I'll take it myself. List: the Flame Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom signed an agreement prohibiting dragon-level combat. Relying solely on knights, we may not accomplish much, Marquis of Bulltail, Li William spoke. He was still the Marquis of Bulltail in the Duchy of Sapphire, and List also still held the title of Marquis of Flames. These titles and honors were temporarily retained until Flame Kingdom formally declared nationhood. Although I have signed an agreement with the Eagle Kingdom, the Sapphire family has not. This time, let the Sapphire Duke issue a pioneer mandate. All the Night Orders under us will fly the Sapphire banner. Additionally, let the Sapphire Dragon go out and plunder, while I secretly restrain the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knights. Li William did not object, that would indeed be good. Thus, the two of them quickly proceeded to the Azure Sky Peak Palace to discuss war matters with the Sapphire Duke. In just a few months' time, the Sapphire Duke had already aged greatly, appearing like a man in his 70s or 80s, with severely weakened vitality, especially mentally, where he seemed particularly listless. Grand Duke Andrew, how is your health? It seems I can no longer hide it, Your Majesty. My time is short, and I fear I will soon have to pass the sapphire on to Anthony, the Duke said, sighing. I had hoped to endure for a few more years to pave the way for Anthony. Now I can only hope for your help, Your Highness. Please say it, Grand Duke. I will help wherever I can. Your Majesty should still remember the dragon-slaying incident of the past. Marquis of Bull launched a rebellion and assassinated the Sapphire Dragon. He used a vile form of soul magic that tore apart the Sapphire Dragon's soul. To preserve the life of the Sapphire Dragon, I had no choice but to overdraft my own soul to keep it alive. But the human soul, compared to the dragon soul, is far too weak, and the Sapphire Duke was already at his wit's end. 2 years have passed, and I still haven't found a way to repair the Sapphire Dragon's soul. Andy has been imprisoned in the dungeon, but all experiments to separate his fused dragon soul and give it back to the Sapphire Dragon have been unsuccessful. After my death, the only choice is for Anthony to continue repairing the Sapphire Dragon in my stead. This probably isn't a solution. What if Anthony can't manage it either? List asked, frowning. I have a second son, Angus. If Anthony dies, then Angus will take over. If Angus also fails, Anthony's children should be of age by then. Chapter 949, Coordinating Treatment. The firm response of the Sapphire Duke moved Lee Ct. He intended to pledge the lives of all the male members of his family to ensure the life of the Sapphire Dragon and thereby maintain the status of the dragon-rearing family. Perhaps any noble would make the same choice. After all, it is the dragon-rearing families that are the players manipulating the game under the knight system, not mere pawns. However, Lee Ct glanced at the wrinkles on the Duke's face and asked pensively, "The Lichandi is imprisoned in the dungeon, isn't he?" A flash of hatred in his eyes, the Duke answered, "That's correct, I did not kill him. As for soul magic, especially involving liches and dragon domain landlords, how much research have you done? How many valuable conclusions have you drawn?" Countless research efforts, but all without a single clue. The transformation into a lich is irreversible. Andy relied on an ancient divine artifact that has been passed down for the final transformation. As for the dragon domain landlord, it has always been a myth with no possible methods to achieve it. I recall over 100 years ago, a grand magician called Curtis Truth seemed to want to help a member of the Sapphire family become a dragon domain landlord. That part of the story isn't a secret, but the version that circulates outside is slightly different. That madwoman Curtis never had control of the dragon domain landlord technique. She planned from the start to turn a newt into a lich. The 3 major kingdoms all knew this, otherwise, they would have made their move to seize it. It was her lich research that Andy got his hands on to instigate the rebellion. The Sapphire Duke's response left Lee Ct somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to acquire the technology of the dragon domain landlord from him. After careful consideration, he still said, "Actually, you should have contacted me earlier, rather than researching ways to save the Sapphire Dragon alone. You should know that an archmage represents true magic. Even soul magic, if researched by an archmage, would not be too difficult." The Duke displayed an embarrassed smile. He dared not entrust the Sapphire Dragon to Lee Ct and Acryloids for research. It would have been a tragedy if, like sending a meat bun to a dog, it never returned. It seemed Lee Ct understood the Sapphire Duke's concerns. Lee Ct said, "Speaking of which, I had a deal I was planning to propose after some time, but it might as well be brought up now. I visited the legendary continent a while ago and came across Andy's grandson, Andre, who was close to succeeding in subduing a mountain copper dragon." "What?" The Sapphire Duke nearly jumped up. Anthony, who was waiting at his side, was so excited he accidentally shattered his teacup. "Your Majesty, where is that scoundrel Andre now?" Both of them were focused on Andre, thereby overlooking the key point in Lee Ct's statement, the mountain copper dragon. After all, such a miraculous dragon as the mountain copper dragon should have been the truly surprising element. He gestured with his hand and said, "Calm yourselves. Andre dared to steal my dragon and was naturally captured by me. I have been planning to gift him to Duke Andrew as a birthday present, in exchange for some information regarding the dragon domain landlord. If the Duke is in a hurry, I can send him over next time. Please, Your Majesty, be sure to send Andre. I may not have information on the dragon domain landlord, but I am willing to immediately present all the research I've done on the soul." "Of course, but are you sure you don't need me to ask an archmage to research and repair a sapphire dragon soul?" This. Duke Andrew hesitated, but Anthony, who had just managed to calm his emotions, directly said, "Father, why do you hesitate? We are all followers of Your Majesty. Isn't it right to ask Your Majesty and Lord Acryloids to treat the sapphire dragon?" He did not want to die young, and having just heard that Lee Ct had captured another mountain copper dragon, he fully realized his family's sapphire dragon might indeed be somewhat insignificant in the other's eyes. After all, the other party possessed a formless dragon among the sacred dragons and a mountain copper dragon among the magic metal dragons. The value of just one of these dragons far exceeded that of a half-crippled sapphire dragon. Seeing Anthony's attitude, The Sapphire Duke finally sighed and said, "Then I'll trouble your majesty and Lord Dacraloides to save the Sapphire Dragon. Whatever you require, just say the word. The Sapphire family is willing to exhaust all of our wealth to repair the soul of the Sapphire Dragon that has been damaged. Perhaps it isn't as difficult to heal as imagined. Anyway, the treatment costs will definitely be paid by the Sapphire family, but I can waive the service fee." Having settled the treatment issue of the Sapphire Dragon, List began to inquire about the purpose of this visit. "Duke Andrew, are you still capable of sustaining a battle now, or can Anthony take the Sapphire Dragon into combat?" "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" "I am ready to issue a pioneer mandate in the name of Sapphire, to restrain the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom, while the Sapphire Dragon, in coordination with knights, pillages mainly for captives. The development of the Flame Islands requires an enormous amount of human resources. I cannot ride into battle anymore, but as long as I do not perish for the time being, the Sapphire Dragon will have its full combat strength and can engage in a pioneer mandate more with Anthony." "Then let's set a date. It's September now, we should not delay. Let us launch the pioneer mandate at the beginning of October." "As you wish." After List had sent Andre across, the Sapphire family quickly packed up and returned the organized soul research materials to List. Then, Duke Andrew, leaning on a cane, personally took Andre down to the depths of the dungeon for a reunion with the Marquis of Bull. "Andy, I've kept my word. Sooner or later I was going to make you and your grandson meet, and now is the time. Didn't you say Andre would get you everything you want? Well, he's here now, so where are the things you wanted?" The Sapphire Duke laughed heartily. Although his body was deteriorating, it did not stop his current exhilaration. Instead, it was the Marquis of Bull, who had always been calm, whose eyes flashed fiercely blue upon seeing the pale but corpulent Andre. "Andre? Grandfather?" Andre, who had eaten too much junk food and had his chi greatly diminished, becoming a little chubby, was at first startled, then, ashamed, lowered his head. "I'm sorry, grandfather. Andre has also become a captive and failed to bring about the rise of the family or achieve your dream." Months of imprisonment had eroded all his hope, turning the once proud and ambitious young genius into a dispirited useless person. "How could this happen? Weren't you? How did you end up in your current state?" the Marquis of Bull asked anxiously. Andre suddenly fell to the ground, crying bitterly, "I don't know, I was attacked by a dragon knight, and even the mountain copper dragon was taken away. Everything's ruined, grandfather." The Marquis of Bull, trembling, sat on a chair, repeating over and over, "How could this be? How could this be?" Yet, Duke Andrew continued to laugh heartily. "Delightful, I've never felt so exhilarated in many years, Andy. It's hilarious seeing you like this now. You wanted to take everything from the Sapphire family, yet you have lost everything. Do you feel what despair and regret are?" "Regret? No, 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 why would I regret?" Andy roared. "Why, from childhood to adulthood, have I served you? Why? We both descend from the original Sapphire Dragon Knight, so why am I your servant, and why can you ride dragons while I must feign smiles?" Duke Andrew sneered coldly, "Because that's fate, some people are simply born superior." "Haha, what a joke, you think you're superior, but you're just a maggot breeding on a dragon's body. Your talent is nothing compared to mine, and Andre surpasses all your offspring in excellence." The Marquis of Bull stood up, his body swelling and contracting with the trembling of his blue flame. He glared at Duke Andrew and said in a measured tone, "Although I have failed, you have not succeeded either. The agony of a torn soul will be accompanying you until death, and the Sapphire Dragon is doomed to die. You and your family will accompany me in death." "Do you really think so?" Duke Andrew suddenly felt the other man to be very ridiculous, very pitiful, the thrill of revenge not yet dissipating. "Too bad, you're just a delusional madman, and I know an archmage, and she will help the Sapphire family heal the soul damage of the Sapphire Dragon." With that, he no longer paid attention to the roaring Marquis of Bull. He ordered the knights and magicians on either side, "Seal him up. Lord Dacraloides has already urged to send the Lich over quickly to assist with the treatment." Chapter 950, Semi-Finished Product. Lich Andy was transported to the Tower of Reeds in Reed City to study the magic teleportation array, used his earth elemental incarnation, which he had not yet mastered perfectly, to conjure a tall rock tower. Then he let the construction team simply decorate the interior, thus creating a mage tower that stood 100 meters tall, and named it the Tower of Reeds. At this moment, in a secluded laboratory within the Tower of Reeds, List was watching X set up a magic array. In the center of the magic array stood the tall figure of Lich Andy, firmly bound by mountain copper lock chains. He could now only be considered a humanoid creature, his shell covered in special metallic armor that had fully fused with his body and soul. According to information provided by the Sapphire Duke, it was with a set of mysterious armor known as Marks of Terror that Andy had managed to fuse his own soul with that of a dragon soul to transform into a lich. The Marks of Terror had completely merged into Andy's body, profoundly altering its nature, making the original material indiscernible. However, List speculated that the original material must be dragon-related, for in this world, the most supreme materials are dragon parts. Of the 4 pieces of equipment he found in the statues, 3 were made from dragon materials. Moreover, armor crafted from dragon material would obviously be most suitable for a perfect fusion with a dragon soul. Do you think that peeling the Marks of Terror from his body first would make it easier to strip the soul? It's still not very clear, but from Ak's observations, the Marks of Terror have already become the lich's physical carrier. With time passing, his flesh is gradually merging into the Marks of Terror. I fear it won't be long before he becomes a true lich. A true lich, so you mean to say he isn't a lich right now? He's a half-finished product, Ak succinctly assessed. The workmanship is very rough, and the transformation process must have flaws. Based on what Ak has read in the magic books about legends, the liches of ancient times were also known as lich kings, developed by research conducted by archmages, and could not possibly be this fragile. She conjured a water ring that enclosed around Lich Andy's arm, gently constricting it and immediately causing the armor to deform. Brother, see, it really is very fragile. Liz nodded. Indeed quite fragile. At this moment, Lich Andy, who lay in the magic array unable to move, had the blue flames in his eyes tremble violently. He could no longer bear it and let out a deep, hoarse voice. Are you the Dragon Knight and Archmage spoken of by Andrew? That's correct. You're the one who stole my grandson Andre's mountain copper dragon? Lich Andy stared at List's face, his voice shaking as he inquired. List smiled and responded with a hint of mockery. Dragons are proud creatures, they only acknowledge the most outstanding humans. Your grandson probably wasn't good enough. He spent years trying to conquer the mountain copper dragon and got nothing, whereas I just spent one day there and the mountain copper dragon voluntarily became my mount. After hearing his words, Lich Andy seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he refrained and instead, abruptly changed the subject. This archmage, she isn't human, is she? A spirit of the sea. A sea serpent, indeed a sea monster magician. Did Andrew invite Her Excellency the Archmage to study a cure for the Sapphire Dragon? Curing the Sapphire Dragon is just a side task, we're more interested in researching soul-related information. So, Lich Andy, I hope you will cooperate with us. The sooner we obtain results, the less pain you'll endure, and perhaps when I send you to the exiled lands, you may even see your grandson. I am an undying lich. There's no such thing as undying. If there were, where have all the ancient liches gone? Besides, you're not even a finished product. List had nothing else to do today, so he had time to chat idly with Andy, to see if he could ease his mood and get him to cooperate voluntarily with the research. A little while later, Lich Andy again became inclined to have a conversation. If you wish to study liches, why not let's also make a deal? Let's hear it. I will cooperate with the research proactively, and by relying on the dragon soul in my body, I will make the Sapphire Dragon yours. I'll give you the destruction of the Sapphire family and all their wealth, while all I ask is for your assurance that Andre can leave the Duchy of Sapphire freely. I would very much like to agree to you cooperating with the research, but my integrity does not allow me to deceive others. The Sapphire Duke is a resolute man, he wouldn't spare Andre's life out of hatred just to torment him. In fact, he would send Andre to the exiled lands as soon as possible. That's true, I am very clear about Andrew's character. Then, all I need from you is the assurance of the destruction of the Sapphire family. How about that? List still wanted to talk to Lich Andy for a few more sentences. However, Ak, who was engrossed in his research, suddenly said, Brother, Ak has discovered the secret of the Lich. It seems that the dragon soul can be easily stripped, and his bodily structure is not very complicated to comprehend. Due to being incomplete, many of his design ideas are exposed. Is it that easy? Sapphire has provided quite a lot of data, and Ak has recently collected a batch of information about souls. It's not difficult to see the secrets of an incomplete lich. If things go as expected, as long as we have the right materials, Ak could mass-produce these kinds of incomplete liches. Impossible. Lich Andy exclaimed with a tremble. Ak's words ruthlessly shattered any last hope Andy had. He was transformed into a lich from a knight, his spiritual power is insufficient, and there are many barriers in his fusion with the dragon soul. To call him incomplete is not quite accurate, he should be considered a substandard incomplete. Magicians are the best candidates for transformation into liches. Without any bargaining value, Lich Andy was doomed to be nothing more than a lab rat, and List didn't let Ak strip the dragon soul right away. He wasn't ready to heal the Sapphire Dragon so quickly. Perhaps it was a bit hypocritical, But as the future king of the Flame Kingdom, from a political standpoint, a deceased Duke Andrew suited his interests better. His successor, Anthony, would be easier to control, and once Duke Andrew died, the identity of the Tulip family followers would become a thing of the past. Without the moral constraint of the identity former follower, he could then arrange for the Sapphire family without any hindrance. I have ultimately become one of the politicians of this world, much like the majority of nobles who only see interests. List reflected in a rare moment of self-examination under the languid afternoon sun. But this contemplation did not last long. He soon received a message from the magic platform at the volcano crater. In the message, Paris reported to him that the fully formed Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest had attracted a group of magical beasts with red feathers. They did not appear to be ordinary low-level magical beasts. They occupied the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest and had even had several conflicts with the flame dragon birds. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, the three gradually maturing flame dragon birds, surprisingly did not get the upper hand against this group of red-feathered magical beasts. There was even one instance where Little Purple fought one-on-one with a red bird only to end in a draw. The combat power of the three little birds is already at an advanced magical beast level. Does that not mean that this group of red-feathered magical beasts are all advanced magical beasts? List could not sit still. He immediately stood up and left the castle, mounted the formless dragon bard, and rapidly traversed space to arrive at the volcano crater. Chapter 951. Beneath the magma, the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest was still just a collection of small saplings, not lush and leafy, but under the influence of the cordyceps, each one was full of energy. And those red-feathered birds attracted to the place were as big as calves but had a wingspan of only about 5 meters, bulky and bloated, resembling some oversized sparrows. List discovered through the crystal-white trajectory of the formless dragon that their magic power was dense to the level of an advanced magical beast, and there were over 100 of these birds. They flew in groups through the saplings of the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree, fortunately not harming the saplings, only occasionally snapping a few during their play. In the Magical Beast Encyclopedia Revised Andarak, there were no records of bird magical beasts like these, so List provisionally named them red sparrow birds. Your Highness, these birds have been here for a while now, and our serfs are too scared to plant trees anymore. These birds attack the serfs on sight. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple are no match for them, Paris said. I will properly discipline these red sparrow birds. In my territory, they are my private property, and I will not allow them to be so presumptuous. However, List did not immediately tame the flock of red sparrow birds. The reason lay in the smoke mission, which had previously tasked him with planting the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest to attract the flock, but even with the arrival of the red sparrow birds, the mission status remained incomplete. This meant that the number of birds was probably still not enough. More fire attribute birds were likely to come. List had already figured out the pattern of the smoke mission. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and let Paris restrain the knights and serfs here while he himself went to meet Leo at the distant Doomsday Volcano crater, taking the greater elf Annie of the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree with him. Annie, who was always holding Fire Dragon scale, was in good spirits lately, but still showed no signs of evolving into a dragon elf. Of course, there was no failure either. It was still full of affection for Leo. Ethan's training has graduated. Now, I must ensure Leo's training also graduates. Otherwise, this Fire Dragon will never be fully under my command. He treated Fire Dragon Leo as a combat partner, hoping Leo would soon get branded with a mine branding and then work together to develop armor form. A handsome set of flame armor was a long-awaited dream for List. Bone Dragon armor, though domineering, had a temperament that was dark and airy, somewhat clashing with his sunny big boy personality. Oh ho! Leo demanded Red Dragon water as soon as they met. Its body had grown larger, and it had vigorously extracted volcanic super magic from about a dozen active volcanoes in the endless volcano cluster. Several nearly extinguished, and the rest seemed about to go dormant. For this reason, Leo had to go deeper into the magma to find more volcanic super magic. But through their mind meld connection, List found that the deeper the layer of magma, the less volcanic super magic there was available. In Leo's memory, that magma lacked sufficient magic power, and with its current magic form, it couldn't delve any deeper. Eat, eat, eat. You always want Red Dragon water when we meet. It's really hard to maintain you. List reluctantly took out a vial of Red Dragon water and stuffed it into Leo's gaping mouth. Among all dragons, Leo was most dependent on and in need of magic potions. Although the other dragons couldn't do without magic potions either, they only required enough to maintain essential magic power supply. Their magic power was more like 3 meals a day, entering a dragon's body to be digested and ultimately transformed into a special dragon magic power that enriched mineral resources. Formless Dragon Bard was even more unique. Its space gem production was scarce and had to be condensed through superior magic. Its ordinary dragon magic power couldn't produce minerals, primarily used to travel through space, resonating with the material boundary and the realms beyond. Only Leo would eat as much magic potion as you gave it without producing anything, just continually growing in size. I need to socialize with the Red and White Rose family again soon and have them send me a batch of red dragon water. However, this is not a long-term solution, as the Steel Ridge royal family and the Platinum family would not allow the red dragon water to keep flowing to me. It would be best to find a new cluster of volcanoes. The Flame Islands no longer have any new volcano clusters, apart from a few other islands besides Flame Island, which have volcanoes but no exposed magma. Unless there is a volcanic eruption, even if an active volcano is found, magma might not be seen. This practice lasted until it got dark. When List returned to the Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest, Paris quickly reported, "Your Highness, after you left, another group of red sparrow birds arrived, and among them, there were unexpectedly 5 flame dragon birds, just like Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple." What? List was shocked. The flame dragon bird was a mount he had always wanted to capture and tame, but despite the myriad legends about phoenixes everywhere, they were almost never actually found. He had never expected that planting the parasol tree would truly draw a golden phoenix. He quickly used the crystal white trajectory, looked over the sleeping Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest, and soon noticed amongst the red magic powers, 5 strands of magic whose colors were more vivid, already advancing into high magic. Indeed, they were flame dragon birds. 4 large flame dragon birds, in pairs of 2, and 1 smaller flame dragon bird is on its own, his eyes gleaming. Capture them, we must capture them, let them breed with Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, providing a constant supply of flame dragon bird mounts for my Royal Knight Squad. Of course, capturing them doesn't necessarily mean violence. With any, the greater elf who is close to flame dragon birds and understands their language, perhaps there could be a shortcut. And moreover, there is a fire dragon here, representing the ultimate power of the flame. Taming the flame dragon birds would absolutely be more efficient. With this in mind, he summoned the smoke mission, and this time, the mission changed. Complete the mission, reward a group of red sparrow birds. In a moment, new serpent script condensed. Mission: the appearance of the red sparrow birds indicates the attractiveness of the Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest to fire attribute birds, and yet, the group of birds unexpectedly includes flame dragon birds. The relationship within the flock is worth investigating. However, it seems Leo has made some discovery. Why not take a look? Reward: mysterious creature. After reading the mission content, List unconsciously furrowed his brows. The mission's introduction and conclusion were clearly disjointed, 2 unrelated segments. The first half was still discussing the relationship between the flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds. The latter half jumps directly to Leo. He quickly contacted Leo using the Dragon Heart electrical signal and waited a while before receiving a response. A vague thought surfaced, as it seemed that it had discovered a strange place deep in the volcano crater, where there was a passage without magma, and something deeply alluring to it seemed to be calling from deep within the passage. Approximately the unknown creature that the smoke mission intended to reward. Even though Leo struggled to enter the passage, the magic form couldn't leave the magma, and if it transformed into a body of flesh, the magma passage was too narrow. This left it in a dilemma. List quickly realized this was a good opportunity to facilitate Leo in synchronizing with the practice of its armor form. You can't get in, but that doesn't mean I can't, Leo. I have a way to infiltrate the passage, but I'll need your cooperation, understand? Chapter 952, Fire Dragon Lance. To attract the substance beneath the magma, Leo eventually agreed to train with List in armored form, so by late September, List was stationed long-term at the Endless Volcano Cluster. After harmonizing well with Bone Dragon Vinny, he had gained profound insights into the training of the elemental dragon armor form. As long as Leo was willing to cooperate, training should be very straightforward. Moreover, Leo's control over himself far exceeded Vinny's over the Bone Dragon, which could make it easier. However, even with it being easier, it would still take time to train. Meanwhile, the Night Order on Flame Island began to assemble. Earth Knights who passed political scrutiny were gathering at Iron Hoof Island through the Heart Reed teleportation formation. They were about to cooperate with the Sapphire Dragon to issue the Pioneer Mandate against the Eagle Kingdom. In the Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest here, Greater Elf Annie was busy riding Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, slowly approaching those 5 flame dragon birds. Unlike their hostility toward the red sparrow bird, upon seeing their own kind, the flame dragon birds displayed many intimate behaviors and did not show any antagonistic stance. Annie also used this opportunity to establish a preliminary friendly relationship with the 5 new flame dragon birds. The flame dragon bird, being the king of the red sparrow bird flock, about 200 to 300 red sparrows needed to hunt wild beasts from various places to feed to the flame dragon birds. This relationship was like the class disparity between storm dragon horses and Pegasus. However, as precious and rare as the flame dragon birds were, List had no time to pay attention to them, for he and Leo encountered severe obstacles in their training. No matter how much Leo cooperated, the armor form it condensed always failed to meet List's expectations, only encasing List in a mass of flames. Gazing at himself engulfed in gluey flames that made moving inconvenient, he sighed silently. What he thought would be simple training had become a massive problem. Oh ho! Leo also appeared very impatient. It simply could not transform into a beautiful set of armor according to List's idea. Moreover, it suspected that List was deceiving it. This method was utterly unfeasible, merely a waste of its dragon magic power. It's not that it's unfeasible, it's that you can't master your own magic form. List shook his head. I seriously suspect you've rapidly grown in strength, yet you have yet to fully master your own body. You're only 4 years old at most, yet you've grown as big as a 40-year-old. Oh ho! Leo felt that its unique talents could not be measured by age. I think you should just transform into a dragon lance, thought List, guiding his actions accordingly. With your current control, you can probably only transform into a lance. Leo cooperated reluctantly. Yet to List's surprise, under the magic form, Leo quickly condensed into a 10-meter-long fire dragon lance. The lance, dark red and shiny like a red-hot iron bar, was slightly distorted, faintly adorning a pair of abstract dragon wings on top. The tip of the lance was formed by the tail of the fire dragon, covered in dragon scales. The end of the lance was designed as Leo's dragon head, with several sharp dragon horns. Grasping the lance, he felt like the dragon lance was an extension of his own body. Size, length, weight. Everything so naturally handy. This feeling, its power. Leo, although you failed to transform into armor, you succeeded brilliantly in transforming into a dragon lance. I can feel that the dragon lance you have become is definitely the most powerful in the world. Oh ho! Leo's roar of desire for battle echoed in his mind. Very well, as you wish. List called out, an image of a skull dragon head spreading across his body, forming a set of bone dragon armor. Vinny's voice arose in his mind. Your Highness, do I no longer need to transform into the bone dragon sword? I already have the fire dragon lance, said List, clutching the fire dragon lance, clad in bone dragon armor. He leaped, and the bone dragon wings on his back spread open. Although they couldn't flap to create airflow, they added to his momentum. When he rose high in the air, formless dragon Bard suddenly came flying, catching him just right. He landed on the dragon tooth platform, entering dragon rider mode. As his thoughts shifted, Bard folded its wings and dived towards the valley, with the fire dragon lance, unleashing the dragon chi manual. A meteor-like stream of fire burst from the tip of the lance, instantly raging towards the valley floor. A loud boom resonated. The valley floor erupted in a massive explosion, shaking the entire valley and the surrounding mountains intensely. Amidst the flames and dust, Bard quickly twisted his body and flapped his wings to escape the area of the explosion. After circling in the air for a few rounds, when the smoke and dust had dispersed, List could see the effect of his powerful strike. The ground was blasted open, forming a crater 20 meters in diameter. Strong. This is power. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha. Influenced by his mood, 3 voices simultaneously arose in his mind. Oh ho! Your Highness is truly powerful. Woo yeah! Strong as it was, there were still problems to be solved. Leo had always been unable to properly complete the armor form, therefore, List had to change his approach and no longer insisted on having it transform into armor. Instead, he let Leo wrap around him perfectly and then drove forward through the magma. After nearly 10 days of repeated practice, they finally coordinated perfectly, and tried to dive into the magma in the state now called flame wrap. To ensure safety, he cautiously tested bit by bit, making sure the magma didn't seep through the flame wrap and scorch him. Only then did he truly enter the Doomsday volcano crater. Guided by Leo, they plunged into the rolling magma, moving swiftly downward along the passage. Thanks to Leo's senses, he could feel the presence of fire attribute magic power all around him. Navigating through it was as effortless as a fish swimming in water. However, as they dove deeper, the resistance grew stronger. Just when he felt he could hardly hold on, finally, Leo took a sharp turn, steering List into a U-shaped fork in the magma passage and gradually spiraled upwards. Moments later, they had reached the end of the magma. Shoosh, the flame wrap burst out of the magma, jumping into a bright red, dried-up passageway. The wrap quickly receded, and Leo reverted to his totem form, magic form, and attached himself to List's chest. Is this the place? List held his breath, examining the passage carefully. With glowing red magma serving as a light source, the passageway wasn't dark, but after several twists and turns, as it moved away from the magma, the light gradually dimmed. He pulled out the hand magic tube and used the light from the crystal lamp to carefully move forward along the passageway, looking for something that attracted Leo. The hint from the smoke mission indicated the presence of an unknown creature. Creatures that could live here were definitely extraordinary, so List had to be extremely cautious to avoid being attacked by an unknown creature. He walked for a solid 5 minutes. There was finally an end to the passageway, and ahead, flickering red lights twinkled. It looks like there's a cave there, probably the den of the unknown creature. Vinny, armor mode. Understood, Your Highness. Bone Dragon Vinny quickly transformed into a set of Bone Dragon armor, and a Bone Dragon sword extended in List's hand. With the armor protecting him, he felt much safer and, after hesitating briefly, he finally reached the glowing entrance of the cave. Peering inside, he was instantly stunned. The cave was like a giant spherical space, its walls flickering with what looked like countless rubies embedded in them. The most astonishing was at the bottom of the cave. A nest made of a burning pile of tinder, quietly housing a glowing reddish-golden bird egg. The light illuminating the cave came from this bird egg. In fact, rather than calling it a bird egg, it seemed more like a glowing semi-transparent gemstone, surrounded by a dense aura of fire attribute magic power, making the egg appear supremely noble. One could tell at a glance that this was the egg of an extraordinary creature. The energy level is very high, it's a fire attribute superior magic. What kind of creature could have left this egg? Assured that there were no adult unknown creatures guarding it, he slid down the wall and approached the egg. Though it still couldn't be confirmed as definitely a bird egg, it was certainly an egg with a life force. It was about the size of a soccer ball, oval-shaped, not only glowing and shining but also searing hot. Chapter 953, Grand and Intenso Ho. Leo communicated telepathically with List, expressing its desire to eat the egg. However, List ignored it. Since the space was too small for Leo to come out, it was easy to disregard its opinion. He, instead, circled the egg meticulously, examining this magical and incredible egg. The egg radiated a bright golden light, twinkling steadily like breathing. Yet the light wasn't blinding at all, it was exceptionally soft, giving him a warm and comfortable experience, as if enveloped in spring. Below the egg, dry wood emitted blazing flames, although the wood itself did not burn but remained in its original, dried form. The flames were an illusion created by fire attribute mana. Thus, it appeared as if the egg was being roasted by the fire, but despite the lengthy roasting, it wasn't cooked yet. Such intense fire attribute mana, and the egg itself is also of fire attribute superior magic, its extraordinariness is evident. In this world, aside from fire dragons, the only thing that could possess such exceptional fire attribute superior magic is the legendary Phoenix, thought List, his eyes gleaming, his mind whirring. After the fall of the Moon Empire, knights ruled the world, and many civilizations created by past magicians had been lost, causing today's people to mistake flame dragon birds for phoenixes. However, the relationship between unicorns and storm dragon horses made List realize that the real phoenix was probably an existence far beyond flame dragon birds. Yet, he wasn't sure if phoenixes truly existed until now, seeing this egg-shaped magical giant egg. He recognized that he might have really discovered a phoenix egg. I need to take it with me. No. The phoenix chose this place to nest for a reason, likely this very volcano is crucial for the egg's hatching. If the phoenix was real, then it would definitely be on the same level as unicorns, as mystical and incredible as dragons, and its hatching conditions naturally stringent. According to legends, a phoenix could resurrect from its ashes and rekindle its life. Perhaps this location was the rebirth site the phoenix had chosen for itself. Oh ho! Leo clamored to eat. Stay calm, Leo, this egg cannot be eaten, understand? It's a phoenix egg. Phoenix, a creature as mystical as you. Oh ho! Whether it's a phoenix or a turkey, Leo just wanted to eat the egg. But how could List allow a future phoenix to be eaten by Leo as food, when he couldn't even bear to let Leo eat a flame dragon bird? Ignoring Leo's roar, he kept observing, etching into his memory all features of the phoenix egg and the fiery nest. He also chipped away a shiny red stone from the wall and stuffed it into his space ring as a sample for future analysis. I can't hold my breath any longer, the limit is nearly reached, I must leave soon. There was no breathable air inside the cave, and List had been observing for an hour and a half, unable to hold his breath any longer. Yet, he felt a bit reluctant. Let me touch the phoenix egg one last time before I go. Thinking this, he reached out slowly, touching the soccer ball-sized, golden, mysterious stone-like egg. When his fingertips met the egg, instead of the scalding or burning he had imagined, he unexpectedly felt an emotion similar to a newborn chick's desire for freedom. It was an exhilarating and uplifting sensation. As if an eagle should soar above the ninth heaven, and a whale should roam the vast ocean. It was a phoenix, meant to live unbridled in the world, its life and death as intense as a blazing fire. Phoenix, we are destined, List instantly responded with his emotions, connecting his fingertips with the life within the egg for a special exchange. You desire an intense life, follow me then. My life, like my last name, fire, is the burning flame destined to sweep across the world. It was unclear if the life inside the egg understood, but no new emotions could be felt. There was only a vague concept: the egg needed an intense volcanic eruption to hatch. Perhaps the phoenix chose to be reborn here in anticipation of a staggering eruption from the doomsday volcano crater in the future, to be reborn from the flames. Unfortunately, due to Leo's actions of constantly drawing volcanic super magic, the doomsday volcano crater was nearly dormant. Don't worry, I will help you hatch. Declaring his promise, List no longer hesitated, quickly left the cave, and returned to the magma through the passage. Leo transformed into a flaming wrap, quickly bringing him back to the outer side of the volcano crater. Breathing fresh air, List sat on his scorching rock, recovering his strength, while also summoning the smoke mission. Complete the mission. Reward: Phoenix Egg. It really is a Phoenix Egg. He showed a knowing smile. After obtaining Unicorn Charlie from Egg, he was about to acquire another legendary creature. Phoenix. Suddenly, a new mission was issued. Mission: a 500-year cycle. Await the opportunity to be reborn. Such is the undying Phoenix, noble and indescribable in nature, a mysterious power beyond words. Since you have the destiny to witness the Phoenix awaiting rebirth, naturally, you must assist it. Please hatch the Phoenix Egg. Reward: a Phoenix. List would help the Phoenix hatch even without the prompt from the smoke mission. Now, what List needed to do was to persuade Leo to initiate a volcanic eruption to meet the hatching requirements of the Phoenix Egg, but currently Leo, feeling disgruntled for being stopped from consuming the Phoenix Egg, was not likely to spend super magic to induce an eruption. Then wait for now. The Pioneer Mandate is soon upon us, and I need to take the dragons to the Eagle Kingdom to counter their dragon knights. I likely won't have time to tend to a newly hatched phoenix. After the Pioneer Mandate is over, I will come to hatch the Phoenix Egg. The Phoenix Egg was not yet suitable for hatching, but that didn't stop him from studying the blood-red stones in the Phoenix Nest. These stones, rich in fire attribute mana, were rough on surface and impure, neither crystal clear like gemstones and crystals, nor as smooth and delicate as jade. The magic power is a bit difficult to extract and activate, and it feels troublesome to study. Forget it, just send it to the Magic Guild for research. His time was too precious to spend on research. Back in Phoenix Perch Parasoft Forest, Greater Elf Annie had done an excellent job, already blending in well with 5 new flame dragon birds and had them constrain the short-tempered red sparrow birds. List: the red sparrow birds won't dare attack humans again, or else Annie will have the flame dragon birds pluck their feathers. Well done. List did not hesitate to praise. Paris then smiled and said, with Annie managing the birds here, the safety of the knights and serfs is assured. There is no longer any need for my intervention, Your Highness. Please transfer me back to Reed City to contribute to its construction. You are now a great light magic swordsman, your strength belonging to the top tier of knights. Leading the Knight Order is what you are meant to do. However, don't get involved in estate construction for now. I am arranging the Knight Order to march to the Eagle Kingdom. You join the expedition as well, achieve more military merits and advance in nobility quickly. As you wish, Your Highness. Paris was not interested in advancement in nobility, but that did not prevent her from following List's will, heading towards the battlefield to charge. Chapter 954, Laughing Like a 200-pound fatty. The Grand Pioneer Monday Tour finally kicked off in early October. The vast majority of the Duchy of Sapphire's fleet had assembled, carrying a large number of knights from Ironhoof City on Ironhoof Island, charging towards the coastal hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom. There had been no deliberate selection of the timing or location for battle. List simply felt that the coastal hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom was a well-populated and wealthy area, and so he directed his battles there. With the Sapphire Dragon leading the charge, there was simply no chance of resistance. Any castles that dared to resist would be destroyed, and the knights of the Eagle Kingdom would still be captured. Many noble landlords seemed to have understood their fate, especially the smaller ones, choosing to open their gates and surrender without a fight. Li William was the general commander of the Knight Orders from the Flame Territory and Bulltail Territory. At his birthday party last month, List formally presented him with the Chi Domain Manual as a birthday gift. Although half a month's time was not enough to immediately make him a Domain Knight, his mount, the super magical beast, Pitch Black Albatross, allowed his combat power to barely reach the level of a Domain Knight. Behind him were Great Light Magic Swordsman Paris, Sword Saint Dirt Red Apricot, and Cross Thorn. Even Emily, who was still in a period of adjustment with Ethan, joined this war. She too was a Sword Saint and, having surpassed the likes of Dirt and Cross, became the strongest member of the Knight Order in this war, second only to Li William. In addition, List dispatched 7 Sky Knights, Fox, Garcia, Direct Iron Armor, Joyce Dandelion, Spark, Fernalink, and Tevis Clover Alfalfa. These powerful beings of Sky Knight caliber formed a luxurious offensive line where no enemy could stand against them for even a single round. To prevent the Eagle Kingdom from being driven to desperation and deploying Dragon Knights to face what was a routine invasion by the Duchy of Sapphire, List personally led a lavish Dragon Corps to oversee the battle in secret. The Formless Dragon Bard, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Fire Dragon Leo, Bone Dragon Vinny, and Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan. Only Mountain Copper Dragon Mata remained on Flame Island to suppress the territory and prevent the Moon Slayers from rebelling. Though most Moon Slayers were serfs, their living conditions had greatly improved compared to those in the forests. Most importantly, List employed a strategy of division. Although the ancient mage class had to serve in significant construction projects, their children were educated in schools and promised a future among the noble class, which quelled any desire for rebellion. Moreover, the territory also had Archmagik, whose strength was akin to that of a Dragon Knight when mounted on Unicorn Charlie. He alone was more than enough to suppress any dissent. In summary, this Pioneer Monday tour was destined from the start. After a full month, the Sapphire Dragon swept through over 1,000 kilometers of the Eagle Kingdom's hinterland, conquering numerous castles. Captured knights were sent en masse towards Sapphire, while throngs of serfs were driven off without even a piece of clothing to cover their shame, destined for Flame Island. Only a small portion remained as spoils for the Sapphire family and other minor nobles as a mark of their military achievements. List, with his 6 dragons, did not mind biting off more than he could chew. Having multiple dragons was sound logic. No matter how many captured knights came to the Flame Kingdom, they all had to earnestly toil here and become vassals of the Flame family. This is outrageous. In the Iron Dragon Chain Palace of Moonlight City's King's Castle, King Adonis Moonlight Silver of the Eagle Kingdom furiously threw his wineglass to the floor after receiving the latest reports from a dispatch rider, his beard bristle standing on end with rage. How dare he do such a thing? That little beast List, a petty scion raised by a lowly family, how dare he repeatedly provoke the Eagle Kingdom? The Sapphire, a brood nurtured by flies, are all no better than disgusting, lowly maggots. List has stolen the kingdom's Grey Iron Dragon, the Light Green Gemstone Dragon, and that scoundrel Andre also betrayed me, fleeing on the back of Mountain Copper Dragon. His anger escalating, he smashed the table with his fist. He gritted his teeth and cursed, unforgivable, all of them unforgivable. Adonis, you need to calm down, anger is of no use, said the queen as she watched the broken pieces scattered on the floor, and anxiously helped Adonis to his feet. But Adonis pushed the queen away. Don't bother me, woman, what do you know? The queen frowned but said nothing. Adonis continued to roar, someone come, relay my order, immediately deploy the kingdom's dragon knights, and exterminate the whole pack of sapphire flies, as well as that crippled sapphire dragon, kill it too. The knights guarding the palace looked at each other, puzzled and unsure of what to do. It was the queen who stepped forward. Adonis, you must come to your senses. Then she waved her hand, signaling the knights to leave, as she wanted to speak to the king alone. Once the knights had left, the queen finally spoke. Do you want to provoke another dragon-slaying war? Who could do anything to my Eagle Kingdom if we kill the Sapphire Dragon? Can't you see the intention behind the Sapphire family's continued deployment of the Pioneer Mandate? It's List supporting them in secret. Think of his Formless Dragon, as well as the Light Green Gemstone Dragon, Grey Iron Dragon, and that Fire Dragon, which used to belong to us, not to mention the Bone Dragon and the Archmage riding a unicorn. With each mention of a dragon's name, Adonis became weaker, and by the time she reached the part about the unicorn, he had collapsed weakly into his chair. Then, Tiffany, my wife, tell me what should we do now? The kingdom is at a precarious moment. What you need to do is maintain the current situation, cultivate new dragon knights, conquer new dragons, and get the kingdom through this tough time. Do you know how difficult that is? First, Carlo died in battle, the light green gemstone dragon was lost, followed by Loyal's death in battle, and the loss of the Grey Iron Dragon. Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge have long since lost their ambition, facing the aggressive Flame Kingdom. They only seek to please, hoping to coexist peacefully. Adonis felt like laughing at himself. They're too naive. From List's attitude towards my Eagle Kingdom, you can tell he's an ambitious man, a true schemer. He has the Formless Dragon and fears nothing. Now he's attacking the Eagle Kingdom and would certainly bite to death Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge when he gets the chance. Then we shall make concessions, show them the gesture, and let them understand List's ambition, Queen Tiffany said calmly. Make concessions? Yes, we can abandon the forces that are not core interests of the Moonlight Silver and White Moa Iron families. Those nobles have always been under the protection of the royal family without contributing anything. Better to let the Flame Kingdom take them. Lesser knights aren't important, what matters are the dragons. Do you really think this is feasible? Whether it's feasible or not, we can try. Otherwise, what else can we do? Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge refuse to unite against the Flame Kingdom, and we can't hope to win a dragon-slaying war alone. We can only protect ourselves. Sooner or later, these two kingdoms will see through List's ambitious facade. Adonis was silent for a long time. If that's the case, I will have the kingdom's ministers come to the palace to discuss this in more detail. List had no idea about the reaction of the Eagle royal family. Riding on the formless dragon bard, he surveyed the war scenes, laughing like a 200-pound fat man as he watched knights, serfs, elves, food, minerals, and other resources being packed up and carried away continuously. I originally thought that trade smuggling was the most profitable. Then I thought receiving gifts from friends was the most profitable. But neither is as profitable as waging war. Chapter 955, Abundant War Booty. After more than a month of war, it ended just as winter was about to arrive. Watching the Night Order leave Eagle Kingdom with a rich bounty, List could finally relax and take his dragon core away. All spoils of war were distributed on Iron Hoof Island. According to distribution principles, mineral resources were directly handed over to the Sapphire family for allocation, which List did not concern himself with. He already owned the Dragon Pit Great Mine and Jade Mountain Vein and did not care about the resources seized. Meanwhile, the serfs and confiscated food were all exclusively enjoyed by the Flame family, so each batch was swiftly sent through the Magic Gate on Mind Island, then transported to Flame Island. Local officials would quickly arrange housing and employment for the serfs, generally mixing them with the Flame People and Moonslayer tribe. The two groups did not understand each other's language, which avoided many unnecessary troubles. They simply focused on their work. As for the knights captured on the battlefield, they were distributed according to their own desires. Those who wanted to pay a ransom for their freedom were temporarily detained on Iron Hoof Island. Those who did not wish to pay a ransom simply surrendered and were sent to Flame Island for resettlement, along with their families and elves. List, through officials, promised these knights that they did not need to give up their wealth, but only needed to work for the Flame Kingdom. Before the kingdom was established, their elves had to serve Flame Island. Based on their service contributions, they could exchange military merits to obtain titles, and after the establishment of the kingdom, land would be allocated according to these merits. He informed all knights that the kingdom would inevitably be established within 3 years. The knights, who were reluctant to pay a ransom in the first place, were now not only able to keep their elves but could also continue to be noble knights, so why wouldn't they agree? Knights who refused to surrender, List had already instructed, their ransoms are to be handed over to the Sapphire family for recovery and distribution. Of course, this involves nobles of the rank of Earl and above, which I must personally arrange. Common knights and honored knights, barons, and viscounts could not provide much ransom. However, nobles such as earls and marquises could be squeezed for little minor elves and greater elves. List no longer valued elf bugs, but he was still unable to part with the little minor elves and greater elves. Notably, this time alone, he captured 2 marquises and as many as 11 earls, under the attack of the Sapphire Dragon. These major nobles were no different from the common knights. Have the knight numbers been tallied yet? After returning to Bullhoof City via dragon riding, List passed while enjoying a maid's massage in the castle study. He inquired about the distribution of spoils from Galtai, who came to report. Your Highness, blessed by the glory, this time, it's truly a great harvest, with as many as 4,672 elite Earth Knights and over 7,600 apprentice knights, Galtai said with a glowing face. His abilities were modest, and his title was low, but he was now one of the earliest members of the Flame Kingdom. He and Marcus lacked the qualifications to become Grand Nobles, their highest possible title being Viscount, as the title of Earl required one to be a Sky Knight. But even currently wearing only a Baron's title, he still enjoyed tremendous power and often represented List in managing his territory. Just over 7,600 apprentice knights? List frowned slightly. Your Highness, as you know, not many Earth Knights can afford to keep apprentice knights as retainers. Most retainers are counted among the serfs, Galtai explained. It was just like List's own beginnings. He himself had been only an apprentice knight, although titled as a baron, but his retainers were just 4 ordinary people. Indeed, many elite Earth Knights did not even recruit retainers. After all, recruiting retainers meant providing them with food and drink, and many Earth Knights could hardly sustain themselves, let alone a retainer. Marcus used to be a typical example, as an elite Earth Knight without any retainer. They had to take care of their own horses, carry their own spears, and polish their own armor. List gave a slight nod and then asked, have all these Earth Knights and apprentice knights been sent to Flame Island? Yes, after obtaining the knights' willingness to surrender with each batch, they were dispatched to Flame Island for restructuring. According to the messages from the magic platform, There were some difficulties, but since Lord Acraloides is personally stationed in Reed City, those knights wouldn't dare stir any trouble. Although Acraloides was a little sea monster who could gain the favor of unicorns. However, her values differed greatly from those of humans and, influenced by List's misguided teachings, she had little aversion to killing. Perhaps for her, killing was like residing in the sea and eliminating those sea monsters harmful to herself. Hence when List entrusted her with guarding the Reed Marsh Magic Gate and instructed her to execute anyone who rebelled, she did so without hesitation, and kindness was not a trait she possessed. Purity had no connection with killing itself. But it was a reflection of inner desires. Killing out of desire or for gain was definitely not pure, but killing chickens and slaughtering dogs for food was just a part of everyday life, and doing so didn't imply impurity. Thus, Acraloides could ride a unicorn and casually execute knights who caused disturbances. Under the powerful symbolic meaning of the unicorn, her killing naturally placed her on a moral high ground. Humans favored by unicorns must surely be paragons of virtue. Prince Archmage riding a unicorn, the knights killed by her must indeed be villains. Moreover, in a world under the knight system, power was respected. Dragon knights and archmages killing a person wasn't a big deal. Even annihilating a few nobles, nobody dared to gossip behind their backs. Ultimately, playing major roles was left to the dragon-rearing families. After inquiring about the Earth Knights and Apprentice Knights, List asked about new matters. Consultant Galtai, how many Sky Knights are there? There are 57 Viscounts who chose to surrender, of which 2 are at the Sword Saint level, and 21 are regular Sky Knights, the rest being elite Earth Knights. As for the 45 Viscounts who refused the title and chose to pay the ransom, they have already been handed over to the Sapphire family for allocation. And what about the 11 Earls, how did they choose? Your Highness, without having had your summons yet, they haven't responded, and currently only 3 Earls have opted to pay the ransom. So, there are 8 Earls who might still surrender. What are their capabilities? There are 4 regular level Sky Knights, 3 Sword Saint level Sky Knights, and 1 completion level Sky Knight. A completion level Sky Knight, now that's interesting. List was very interested in this Earl as there had been numerous battles in colonizing Flame Island. Fighting against the resistant Moonslayer tribe and the ferocious magical beasts required powerful knights for security. It couldn't always be List's responsibility to handle troubles since he was the future king and couldn't be expected to manage everything personally. Suppressing his immediate desire to summon this Earl, he continued, there are also 2 Marquises, what attitudes have they shown? Let's start with Marquis Nuta. Marquis de Mariayua Stone, tragically captured by List for a second time. His domain was strategically located in a wealthy inland area of the Eagle Kingdom's coastline, with a major river facilitating the transportation of materials, making it a prime target for invasion. The formidable walls of Great River Heart Fortress could not withstand a single dive from the Sapphire Dragon, collapsing half of the walls on impact. Subsequently, a white flag was raised atop the fortress, and Marquis Nuta wisely chose to surrender. Galtai chuckled, Your Highness, Marquis Nuta wasn't imprisoned, and he has begun acting in every way as a follower of yours. Among the captured nobles, he is spreading your glory, helping you to recruit these Viscounts and Earls. The other Marquis initially refused to surrender, but in recent days even he has been persuaded by Marquis Nuta to loosen his stance. Chapter 956, Splitting the family apart from Marquis Nuta, another Marquis was captured. Marquis of Changshan, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family belonged to the established Marquis families. Their lands were adjacent to Marquis Nuta's fief, but compared to Marquis Nuta, who had the strength of a domain knight, the 40-year-old Marquis of Changshan only possessed the power of a sword saint. The surname Golden Chrysanthemum Medal originated from a magic potion flower. The Chrysanthemum Medal, the family's badge, was a circular badge in the shape of a chrysanthemum. Marquis Elton was not only captured himself, nearly the entire knight class of his territory was caught in the same net. At that time, he had summoned all his followers to his Golden Chrysanthemum fortress, intending to hold the castle until the pioneer mandate ended. As a result, when Sapphire breached the castle, none of the noble knights escaped. From his domain alone, he contributed 4 Earls, 12 Viscounts, and a large number of knights. Your Highness, Elton didn't have much choice. Most of his family's wealth has already been plundered by the Knight Order, and he simply can't pay the ransom for himself and his followers. The speaker was Marquis de Mariayua Stone. In the study of Bullhoof Fortress, List had his first audience with Marquis Nuta. As an old acquaintance and someone who had already made it clear he considered himself a follower, the Marquis enjoyed the freedom to act as he pleased. The two were sitting across from each other at a desk, each savoring tea, in a very friendly atmosphere. Originally, Marquis Nuta had stayed on Black Horse Island for quite some time and had developed a fondness for green tea. Since then, he had secretly smuggled goods like sea salt, glass, and white paper with the Flame Territory. The Yuhuashi family had long been disillusioned with the Eagle Kingdom, and it was completely normal for them to lean towards the Flame Kingdom. Marquis de Maria, if I successfully persuade you to surrender, what treatment do you think I should give to the Golden Chrysanthemum Metal family? Liszt asked casually. De Maria laughed and said, Your Highness, actually there is a very good method to quickly subdue the Golden Chrysanthemum Metal family. Oh, let's hear it. Elton has a younger brother named Elroy who is only 30 years old and just a Viscount. However, he is already an old sword saint, not far from completion. It is only because Elton has suppressed him that he has been unable to advance to Earl. Additionally, Elton acts recklessly while Elroy is steady in his conduct. At this point, De Maria's implication was clear. Both Elton and Elroy were sword saints, but Elroy obviously had more outstanding talents and a more stable character, making him more suitable to be the family head, inheriting the title of Marquis. Liszt could use the pretext of incorporating the family to elevate Elroy to the Marquis's position. Elroy would surely be grateful to Liszt and control the Golden Chrysanthemum Metal family well. However, Liszt did not intend to do so. He smiled faintly. The Yuhuashi family can be preserved, but the Golden Chrysanthemum Metal family cannot. If Elton is willing to surrender, I can maintain his Marquis's position after the establishment of the kingdom. But as for his followers, they will form new families on their own, and Elroy is no exception. Your Highness, what do you mean? De Maria did not understand Liszt's intentions immediately. The Flame Kingdom is a new nation, and the old powers need to be broken, not to guard against the strengthening of a single family, but to create more families, to assist me in ruling the vast lands of the Flame Islands. I understand now, Your Highness. De Maria caught on immediately. Indeed, a new kingdom needs many nobles and knights. Actually, coming to this land, even if Your Highness did not divide the families, those powerful noble knights would also take the initiative to leave. Your Highness, the Yuhuashi family is also willing to divide. I will disperse those followers who are knights, including my nephew Debrayua Stone. Since we have come to a new kingdom, I hope the Yuhuashi family can also be reborn on this land and fully integrate into the Flame Kingdom. Liszt smiled and nodded. You are a noble who understands the situation. Be assured, as followers of mine, the Yuhuashi family will only continue to grow and will not decline. The population in the territory is not large, but there will be endless wars in the future, capturing enough people to replenish the losses of the great families. When Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal was summoned, the second of the Marquises, De Maria did not leave. He had already obtained Liszt's approval and became an assistant in the recruitment of knights. Elton, we have known each other for a long time, De Maria said. I have made His Highness's intentions clear to you. Even without splitting your followers, you have no ransom to redeem them. Moreover, you have seen for yourself the growth of the Flame Kingdom and the decline of the Eagle Kingdom. I hope you will think carefully about your choice. After listening to De Maria, Elton glanced at Liszt, whose face was expressionless, merely allowing De Maria to persuade surrender without offering any signs of friendship. With Liszt's status, it was unnecessary for him to show a smile to any noble. All prisoners of war were at his disposal. Either pay a ransom to leave or surrender and pledge loyalty. There was no other path to choose. If it were not for their status as nobles, they might not even have had the chance to meet Liszt. But if my family's followers are split up, how is the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family supposed to develop? Serve the kingdom for 3 years, cultivate the land for His Highness, and after 3 years, you will be granted a fief. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family can naturally rise again with the land received. Without knights, how can we rise? After 3 years, there will definitely be a large number of knights who cannot be ennobled, De Maria explained. You can naturally recruit these knights to serve your family. What about my elves? The elves are still yours, they just need to serve for 3 years. Otherwise, you could return to your territory in the Eagle Kingdom at the cost of a few greater elves, and continue to be free. Of course, if your territory's wealth allows, you could also pay the ransom for those followers who wish to return. His Highness is always lenient with nobles and respects your wishes. Elton may have been mediocre in talent and ludicrous in his actions, but he was born into a great noble family after all, and calculating benefits was instinctual for him. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, in that case, I am willing to follow behind His Highness. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family was originally established to serve His Highness. Following the 2 Marquises, Liszt individually summoned 2 other nobles. One was Geoffrey Begonia, a completion-level Sky Knight with the rank of Earl, who was promised at least a viscountcy when the kingdom was established, promptly chose to follow. The other was Elroy Golden Chrysanthemum Medal, a 30-year-old with promising sword saint talent nearly at completion level, who without needing Liszt to say much, immediately expressed his willingness to follow. Later, during the evening banquet, List invited all 7 earls who had not yet chosen to pay their ransoms to sit at the table, personally convincing and recruiting them. Among the hesitant, 6 earls finally announced their allegiance, leaving only 1 earl. A common-level Sky Knight, who after much thought, decided to pay the ransom. With that, discounting their noble ranks, with this pioneer mandate, List directly subjugated 1 Domain Knight, 1 Completion-level Sky Knight, 6 Sword Saint-level Sky Knights, and 25 common-level Sky Knights. In addition, more than 800 elite Earth Knights and over 3,800 common Earth Knights, along with more than 7,600 apprentice knights. List did not confiscate the knights' elves, only requiring 3 years of service. The number of elves he truly obtained came from the 4 earls who paid the ransom, totaling 7 little minor elves. As per requirement, at least 3 of them had to be of the magic potion or grain type. However, compared to the high-level human and material resources of knights and elves, his greatest gain was the lower-class serfs. Over 500,000 serfs, civilians, and craftsmen were frantically transported to Flame Island. The newly born Flame Kingdom needed population replenishment the most. Cultivating the land, everything would eventually be obtained in time. As night fell, and in his study reviewing the gains of this war spoils, List said to himself with some regret, the only thing that is a bit discordant is that these knights and serfs all come from the Eagle Kingdom. It would be better if I could plunder the Steel Ridge Kingdom a few times to balance it out. Chapter 957, Celebration Banquet. A new noble. After completing the Knight Incorporation in Bullhoof City, List didn't linger and quickly left Bullhoof Fortress. First, he went to Black Horse Island and left Grey Iron Dragonhorn there to continue suppressing the Flame territory, and he allowed P. Great Elfash to touch its scales to evolve. Then he returned to Flame Island. At this time, Reed City was extremely crowded and foul-smelling, with over 500,000 serfs and knights transferring through here. Even though the Reed Cinder Road was already repaired, it was still difficult to hastily transport all the serfs away. However, they just had to get through this period of chaos. Aside from Reed City, Flame City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, and Estuary City, the 5 major cities on Flame Island, there were also hundreds of settlements developed along the Whirlpool Great River Basin and the vicinity of several major roads. Nearly 1.5 million Moonslayer serfs, aside from cutting down forests, were either turning over the soil or building log houses. A large number of settlements with log houses were standing empty, and they continued to be constructed. Cement and brick structures were still considered high-end buildings temporarily unaffordable for serfs to live in. Log houses were the best choice and easy to build. Because List's ambitions were great, no matter if there were people or not, he'd build the houses first, resulting in a bunch of ghost cities. As there weren't enough seeds, many Moonslayers couldn't farm anyway, they might as well focus solely on building houses, striving to cultivate construction workers and accumulate strength for the infrastructure projects of the Flame Kingdom in the future. However, amidst the chaos in Reed City, a lively open-air celebration banquet was about to be held, unrelated to the knights taken captive, but for the followers of List who had bravely won honors in the massive conferring of nobility during the war. In this one issuance of the Pioneer Mandate alone, he knighted over 300 honored knights. These newly advanced nobles left teary-eyed without even having a bite of the banquet's food. To this day, on Flame Island, every 8 Earth Knights included 1 honored knight, a promotion ratio that could be described as cheap. In other nobles' territories, it was extremely difficult for an Earth Knight to be promoted to honored knight. Here, simply by hunting magical beasts, one could be promoted. Moreover, more than 50 Baron titles were conferred, and knights from original Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island had mostly already been granted the title of Baron. Baron Alvin of Eagle Sword, you've forged magic equipment day and night for your territory. Although you've not stepped onto the battlefield, your contributions are substantial. Today, I decide to promote you to Viscount, List solemnly announced, reading from a list he had prepared before the banquet. The Iron Knight who had once fallen into disgrace to the point that his family's heirloom weapon, the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword, was stolen, and he himself was imprisoned, couldn't help but shed tears. Your Highness's grace shines upon me. Alvin pledges his loyalty to your Highness for generations. List held the knight's longsword and tapped Alvin's shoulders once on each side. Afterward, a servant brought forward noble garments, badges, cultural sticks, and other symbolic items. After the ceremony, Alvin stepped down. List continued, reading from the list. Marcus Wheel, step forward. Marcus immediately trembled and walked in front of List, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Baron Marcus Wheel, since the era of Fresh Flower Town, you have overseen the training of the territory's Knight Order. Working tirelessly, critically, and without laxity, and with a heavy contribution. In the Pioneer Mandate, you charged ahead and beheaded multiple enemy knights, establishing illustrious military achievements. Today, I decide to promote you to Viscount. Your Highness's grace shines upon me. Marcus pledges to charge into battle and serve the Flame family for generations," said Marcus as he took a deep breath, swearing with the fervor of a zealot. This early follower of List, who was an elite Earth Knight, was living his dream, and every step forward now was a massive, dreamlike development for him. Although he understood that the Viscount title basically marked the peak of his rank, he couldn't be granted the title of Earl without becoming a Sky Knight, as per the rules of the Knight system. He had a son, whom he'd train with all his might. As long as he steadfastly followed His Highness, the Earl title wasn't an unpassable chasm. Handing over the garments, badges, and cultural stick to Marcus, List smiled slightly. "Teacher Marcus, it's time for your family to choose a new surname." "Yes, Your Highness." Marcus bowed and took his leave. At that moment, List continued to announce, "Baron Galtai, Wang Yan." Following this, Galtai, Charles, and several officials, along with several elder elite Earth Knights, were successively ennobled as Viscounts, each expressing copious gratitude in their declarations after the ennoblement. Yet all this was not the end. At the climax of the ennoblement ceremony, List was still proclaiming, "Paris, step forward." "Your Highness." The great light magic swordsman, Paris, knelt on one knee. Baroness Paris, who has been my guard since the days of Fresh Flower Town, served as the leader of the patrol team during the Black Horse Island era, and participated in the development of the Flame Island territory. In this War of the Pioneer Mandate, you charged fearlessly into battle, reaped rich rewards, and personally captured a Sky Knight. Your military achievements are illustrious, and today I have decided to confer upon you the title of Earl. She was an elder from the Fresh Flower Town era, the first to be conferred the title of Earl, her prowess as a great light magic swordsman comparable to that of a sword saint, fully capable of bearing the title of Earl. Paris solemnly responded, "Your Highness's grace shines upon me. Paris is willing to charge into battle for Your Highness and serve the Flame family for generations to come." The knight's longsword touched Paris's shoulders. List nodded and said, "You are the first female Earl of the territory, and should serve as a model for all female knights of the land. I hope you can take on even greater responsibilities in the future." "Yes, Your Highness." After Paris took her leave, the ennoblement ceremony still had not ended. At this time, all the nobles' gazes turned toward another feminine figure slowly walking forward. Emily. This incredibly young-looking girl possessed strength that made everyone envious, astonished, and in awe, gaining the ultimate dream opportunity for the knights. Dragon riding. Many nobles in the territory already knew that Emily, the most terrifyingly talented individual close to His Highness, had already started interacting with a light green gemstone dragon, preparing to become a dragon rider. The Flame Kingdom could at any moment produce its second Dragon Knight, and once successful, she would be the sole female Dragon Knight in the entire history of the legendary continent. "Your Highness." Emily knelt on one knee. "I am gratified, Emily. I have seen every bit of your growth, from the days when a frail little girl with a childish voice pledged allegiance to me. Who could have imagined that one day you would reach such heights, and all of this within just 3 or 4 years?" List didn't speak the official words as before. He expressed his admiration for Emily unreservedly, the young girl who had never failed his expectations. "Baroness Emily, during your management of the Mammoth Knight Brigade, your efforts were tremendously valuable, and in the War of the Pioneer Mandate, your military achievements continued to grow. Today, I have decided to confer upon you the title of Earl. Your Highness's grace shines upon me. Emily is willing to be Your Highness's spear and sword." After the procedure was completed, List spoke once more, "You are still young, Earl is not your endpoint, continue to strive." "As you wish, Your Highness." Looking at his followers, both ennobled and not, List cheerfully said, "Those who haven't been ennobled, continue to strive, those who have, strive even more. Within 3 years, the Flame Kingdom must be established. When the kingdom is founded, lands will be distributed according to your titles, and I hope by then, numerous great nobles will emerge from among you. Your Highness's grace shines upon us." Thus, the ennoblement ceremony concluded, and the banquet immediately commenced. Chapter 958, Blow It Right. The following morning, after completing his morning practice, List convened another high-level ennoble meeting. Attendees not only included the veteran knights from the Flame territory, but also noble knights recently captured from the Eagle Kingdom, as well as 2 magicians. Once the knights and magicians were all seated at the conference table, Butler Carter, accompanied by several servants, brought in long-spouted iron teapots and poured a cup of fragrant milk for each knight and magician present. List elegantly picked up his cup and took a sip, saying, "This milk tea is quite unique. Demaria, since you have just arrived, you may not be aware that this is milk from the dragon breed cows. Banpo cattle. Consuming it regularly has great benefits for training. The ranch is currently expanding its scale so that all knights of the kingdom, especially the young knights, will have access to Banpo cattle milk." Demaria picked up the cup, savored a deep sip, and couldn't help but praise, "Indeed, it is worthy of being milk from breed cows. The effects are yet to be felt, but the flavor is rich and aromatic, better than all other varieties of milk I have tried. Truly delicious. The texture is silky smooth, and it's so mellow going down the throat. If we could drink Banpo cattle milk every day, it would be more than enough. A touch of the glory of your highness, never thought I'd get to drink milk from the dragon breed cows." The newly arrived nobles all praised, whether they liked it or not, it was right to do so. And in fact, Banpo cattle milk was indeed worth the praise. Among dragon-related creatures, dragon breed beasts are the lowest level but also the rarest. According to the research conducted by List and Eck, the conditions for a creature to become infected with dragon lineage are quite strict. It must be a young dragon that can infect beasts without the bloodline infection power bursting the beast. There is virtually no possibility of adult dragons infecting dragon breed beasts, for the bloodline infection power is very fierce and no creature other than a magical beast could withstand it. Therefore, dragon breed beasts have always been rare. The Sapphire family has been nurturing sapphire dragons for a couple of 100 years, and they only have a group of blue blood treasure horses, which have yet to be confirmed as being infected by sapphire dragons. The royal families of the 3 major kingdoms all have dragon beasts in captivity, which are those infected by adult dragons. Young dragons and dragon breed beasts have rarely been heard of. List had control over 3 types of dragon breed beasts: the black blood treasured horse, Banpo cattle, and estuary pig. He also has 2 young dragons, Fire Dragon Leo and Formless Dragon Bard. In the future, he intended to continue to explore their bloodline infection power and infect more dragon breed beasts. After finishing the milk tea, the meeting moved on to the central topic. List disliked drawn-out wrangling and always went straight to the point at meetings. The influx of a large number of knights and civilians injects fresh blood into the development of Flame Island. The population is always the driving force behind a nation's development. However, we must also recognize the current chaos in our territory. He paused before continuing. Managing work is full of difficulties, but I trust you can handle it well. Within a month, I need to see that all newcomers and veterans are living and working happily. Also, I expect the new knights to adapt to their new status within this month and coordinate their work duties. As you wish, Your Highness. His followers responded in unison. Lys nodded, then said, I do not often stay at Flame Castle. My father, Marquis of Bulltail, will reside in Flame Castle. He can fully coordinate the construction of the territory when I am away. Li Huiliam continued the topic. My colleagues, let us strive for the establishment of the Flame Kingdom. As the father of a dragon knight and future king's father, he fully coordinated the territory's construction, and the knight class would have no objections. All nodded in acknowledgement. List announced the second personnel decision. The kingdom's development area is vast, and transport is inconvenient. For better assistance in Marquis Bulltail's management work, I will directly establish a development committee, to serve as the Flame Kingdom's temporary inner cabinet before its founding. The royal families of various countries would establish an inner cabinet, with nobles entering the palace to serve as ministers, overseeing the affairs of the kingdom. Although the Flame Kingdom had not yet been established, this was only a matter of time, and so it was necessary to set up a temporary cabinet. With no fiefs available to enjoy at the moment, the nobles and knights participating in the meeting all looked at List with eyes full of anticipation, hoping to be selected for the development committee. His gaze swept over many nobles and knights eager to try. He directly declared, Marquis Bulltail will serve as the committee chair, Demaria Yua Stone as the vice chair, and Galtai, Marcus, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal, Jeffrey Begonia, Dirt Red Apricot, Emily, Perez as members. Chris and Kenley will act as special members to coordinate with the Magic Guild in participating in the development of the territory. When the results were announced, some were surprised, others were disappointed, but no one raised an objection. It was expected that Marquis Bulltail would serve as the head of the committee. Demaria had just surrendered and was immediately appointed as the vice chair, which was entirely List's way of returning the favor for his performance in the persuasion work. Besides, Demaria was a domain knight and a long-time marquis, with his original fief being very prosperous, making his management work trustworthy. Galtai and Marcus had lower titles and strength, but they were List's confidants, having been his tutors during the times in Fresh Flower Town, which meant their relationship was no ordinary one. Jeffrey had also just surrendered. He was a domain knight of the completion level, in his prime with an ambitious spirit, and List looked forward to his performance. Dirt was an earl who had surrendered during the era of Black Horse Island, and receiving favor was only to be expected. As for Emily, it goes without saying that she was the sole candidate for the Reserve Dragon Knight plan. The same goes for Paris, around whom there were many rumors claiming she was the Lord Landlord's secret lover. Only Elton was an exception, having been strongly supported by List, Li William, and Demaria during their discussion the previous night. List did not think highly of such an inept person who liked to oppress his own brothers, for no other reason than that he was a second son himself, always feeling that noble families were too harsh on second sons. Chinese tradition held the belief in the blessing of many sons, but here nobles were content with just one. Having more sons meant there weren't enough resources to raise them all, which often led to second sons being driven out to struggle for themselves. Of course, the bigger the nobles, the less severe this concept of mistreating second sons was, since they had substantial wealth and didn't mind raising several heirs. Elton was born into a large noble family but was harsh on his more talented younger brother, which reflected poorly on his character. However, both Li William and Demaria believed it was crucial to stabilize the knight class amid the current chaos in the territory. Naturally, having a high-ranking noble used prominently would comfort the knight class quickly. List wasn't too concerned about these issues and went along with the idea, so Elton thus entered the development committee. As for Chris and Kinley, the two grand magicians serving as special members was solely for coordinating with the Magic Guild. They were not personally involved in the development of the territory, focusing instead on letting the Magic Guild engage in research, functioning similarly to an Academy of Sciences. My lords, the important task of developing Flame Island is now in your hands. As you wish, Your Highness. After the meeting ended and the development committee was announced to the public, the temporary inner cabinet's significance quickly became apparent, as all official duties no longer crowded upon List's desk. Therefore, he made time to take act and quickly headed towards the Doomsday Volcano crater. Having already gotten Leo's agreement to guide a volcanic eruption at the Doomsday Volcano crater through a trade involving 20 bottles of red dragon water. Chapter 959, Volcanic Eruption. I couldn't penetrate the bottom of the volcano, so she could only wait for the birth of the phoenix before conducting her research, or study the coarse blood red stones named Phoenix Bloodstones. The stones possessed a rich fire attribute mana, and through Axe preliminary studies, she found that their function was to condense fire attribute mana. They could, by some special property, gather the free-floating fire attribute mana in the surrounding air to form an abundant fire attribute environment. A large accumulation of Phoenix Bloodstones was roughly equivalent to constructing a magic array, providing a hatching environment for the Phoenix egg. After the Phoenix is born, these Phoenix Bloodstones can be mined and used at the Knight Academy to create a fire attribute training ground for knights with fire attribute Chi, List thought. Moreover, placing Phoenix Bloodstones together with the Phoenix Perch Parasol can attract more red sparrow birds and flame dragon birds. Once these fire birds were tamed as mounts, they would definitely be a formidable force in battle. The elite guards knights from the Burning Legion could then rely on the red sparrow birds and the flame dragon birds as mounts, with the Sky Knights riding flame dragon birds and the elite Earth Knights riding red sparrow birds. I'll go down with Leo to check if there's any problem with the eggs. If there's no problem, we'll induce the volcano to erupt today to help the phoenix be born. Alright. Before long, List, wrapped in Leo's flames, effortlessly made his way to the dry passageway and ran along the corridor into the cave. The phoenix egg showed no changes, and the dried branches beneath it were still burning. Touching the egg with his finger, he again felt that yearning for freedom, a primal emotion, not a conscious soul. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but communicate with the phoenix egg through this unreliable emotional exchange, continuing until he could barely breathe. Back to the surface. We can start now. List mounted Leo, took a deep breath, and began to circle around the Doomsday Volcano crater. Leo's dragon magic power quickly resonated with the magic power swirling around the volcano, a talent innate to their bloodline. When the resonance reached the magnitude similar to a resonation, the once still Doomsday Volcano crater, which only emitted hot air, began to tremble lightly from deep beneath, and the tremors grew with Leo's continual circling. No longer just hot air was rising from the volcano crater, but also thick, rolling black smoke. The mountain began to collapse, and rocks cracked open, rolling down the slopes. The ground within dozens of kilometers vibrated, and the clouds in the sky were stirred, rapidly gathering into ring-shaped dark clouds, connected with the volcanic smoke to form a black canopy. Suddenly, a stream of dark red magma spurted out from the volcano crater, quickly coming to a halt. But in less than a minute, another stream of dark red magma burst forth, and the magma began to erupt intermittently. From a distance, the Doomsday Volcano crater looked like it was breathing hurriedly, expanding and contracting, building up strength for the true moment of eruption. Time slowly passed, and before you knew it, List and Leo had been resonating with the volcano for a full 20 minutes. At this moment, the Doomsday Volcano, having accumulated power, finally arrived at that earth-shattering moment. A column of fiery red magma suddenly burst through the rolling smoke between heaven and earth, like a spear piercing the sun, shooting up into the sky 300 meters high. The spattered magma, like exploded fireworks, flung red lava liquid in all directions, quickly inundating the entire Doomsday Volcano. In that moment, it seemed as if the magma column was the entire world. Destructive and catastrophic, Riding unicorn Charlie had already hidden far, far away, but could still feel the intense heat from the volcanic eruption. Charlie, this masterpiece was created by my brother and Leo, isn't it beautiful? Huff puff. Charlie snorted in an incomprehensible manner. Although it was a magical unicorn, many of its habits were not much different from those of a horse. The phoenix is about to emerge. In legend, the phoenix is a creature as magical as you, Charlie, Axe said as he stroked Charlie's mane. Charlie shook his head, seemingly expressing his disdain with an air of arrogance. Around the column of magma. Leo gasped for air as he dodged the falling magma. He was not afraid of being scorched by it, but he had to be careful of List on his back. It would be a huge joke if he triggered a volcanic eruption and burned his own knight to death. Fortunately, when the magma column had gradually weakened and only thick smoke continued to billow out, both he and List were still unharmed, though the consumption of superior magic was a bit excessive. However, with red dragon water for replenishment, Leo didn't consider it a loss. Moreover, after triggering the volcanic eruption, he felt many volcanic super magics coming to life. He breathed deeply, drawing in these volcanic super magics. Let's go, Leo. Wrap us in flames, we're going to check out the phoenix egg. List took a deep breath from the air outside and, controlling Leo, plunged into the fiery mouth amid the dense smoke. The magma was still slowly overflowing. Diving deeper into the magma, one could feel that many of the channels had fractures, but thankfully, the main channels were intact, and the dried-up branches had not collapsed due to the volcanic tremors. They ran swiftly and dashed into the cave. The round cave walls were riddled with cracks, a rich concentration of volcanic super magic gathered here. Golden light flickered intensely. That was the phoenix egg struggling to hatch, but to List's surprise, the egg just couldn't break open. The phoenix inside seemed to be unable to emerge, and upon closer inspection, one could feel the phoenix's primal emotions of unwillingness and frustration. An intense barrage to his senses. What's going on here? According to the information obtained from the phoenix egg, it needs a volcanic eruption to hatch. Why can't it do it? List frowned. He concentrated and summoned a smoke mission. Mission, once every 500 years, await the right moment for rebirth. This is the undying bird, the phoenix, of noble character beyond description, and mysterious power beyond expression. Since fate has led you to witness the phoenix in its moment of rebirth, naturally, you must lend it a helping hand. Please incubate the phoenix egg. Reward, a phoenix. No change, and not too much information to lean on. The power of fate calls upon me to assist, and I've already spent 20 vials of red dragon water, exchanging them for Leo's intervention. Why is it still not successful? Watching the phoenix egg's struggles grow weaker, List started to grow anxious. Do I need to help break the eggshell? It was clearly just a thought. He reached out to touch the flickering phoenix egg, trying to get new information from the phoenix egg, but in the exchange of emotions, he could only feel the phoenix's desperation, without obtaining any useful information. The phoenix egg, not yet hatched, seemed to have an unformed soul, hence unable to convey clear information. Whoa. Leo, through List's senses, felt the phoenix's plight and directly sent the idea that it wanted to eat the egg for nourishment before it died. Eat? An idea suddenly struck List, who quickly took out 3 phoenix feathers from his space ring. These were not actual phoenix feathers, but the tail feathers of a flame dragon bird, from which Leo had absorbed most of the magic, leaving only 3 feathers for emergencies. He swiftly placed the phoenix feathers on the phoenix egg. The next moment, as if sensing something, the egg's surface flared with light, and the 3 phoenix feathers turned to ash, all their magic absorbed by the egg. But this amount of magic was clearly insufficient for the phoenix's hatching needs. List had no choice but to turn his gaze to Leo again. Leo, it's time for you to perform again. Chapter 960, Phoenix Body-O. Unexpectedly, Leo firmly refused. Let's talk logic. If it weren't for you absorbing all the volcanic super magic at the Doomsday Volcano Crater, the phoenix wouldn't have possibly failed to receive enough magic power to hatch. Of course, I don't blame you. Unclaimed resources go to whoever seizes them first, and besides, Flame Island is my turf. He was rapidly engaging in a mental exchange and negotiation with Leo. Talking logic was futile, and in the end, he had to use red dragon water for the trade. As his stocks continued to dwindle, List was left with just over 50 vials of red dragon water. Leo quickly laid out his final price. 50 vials. He intended to squeeze List of all his stock in one go. Fine. During this critical moment, List couldn't afford to haggle. After all, both hands were his own dragons, giving the red dragon water to Leo wasn't a loss. Quickly, he placed his hand on the phoenix egg, and Leo's dragon super magic passed through his hand and flowed into the egg along the chi meridians. It was like parched earth receiving sweet rain. The phoenix egg felt the essence of dragon super magic and began to absorb it frantically. A continuous influx of dragon super magic entered the phoenix egg, making the golden light on the egg shine brightly again. The phoenix could hatch at any moment. However, trouble struck suddenly. Right at that instant, Leo, who was attached to List's chest, used lightning speed to rally his magic power. He not only withdrew all the leaked dragon super magic but also quickly absorbed all the magic power within the egg into List's body. Then, the essence of the phoenix egg began to flow towards its attached location. Leo was reneging on the deal, intending to directly devour the phoenix egg. "Stop, Leo." List had no time to express his anger at Leo's actions. He had overestimated the good nature of the wicked dragon, thinking that appealing to its emotions, reasoning with it, and luring it with benefits would lead to compromise. He never expected that at such a moment, Leo, driven by desire, would go back on his word. The phoenix egg lost its luster at a visible rate, turning into a dull red stone the size of a soccer ball in the blink of an eye, and all its essence, along with the magic power extracted by Leo, entered List's body. Even that faint primal consciousness also entered List's body, quickly linking with his own thoughts. He could feel that pure, untainted soul, which had yet to form a complete phoenix personality, now faced with the brink of collapse. Leo's thoughts were brimming with greed, wanting to consume all that was the phoenix. Yet, in that moment, List acted decisively, quickly mobilizing his dragon chi, forcibly cutting off Leo's magic power and quelling its avarice for the phoenix essence. He then attempted to reverse the flow of chi, trying to send the phoenix essence back into the egg. Being unable to incubate it for now didn't matter, he could always try again when the opportunity arose. Alas! With the extraction of the phoenix essence, the nature of the phoenix egg had changed and could no longer receive any magic power. The phoenix essence, in just the snap of a finger, merged into List's own body, thoroughly integrating into every limb, every bone, permeating to the depths of his cells. Moreover, the phoenix's primal soul was pulled by the power in his mind into his own soul. His spiritual power, already empowered by the power of destiny, swelled even further at this moment, filling his mind with countless pieces of information. The most tangible manifestation was in his eyes, where flames flickered and danced. Inheritance. Phoenix. Have I actually merged with the phoenix, or has my body become the vessel for the rebirth of the phoenix? The stream of information was too overwhelming, all imprinted with the natural instincts from the phoenix bloodline. This made List instantly understand what had just happened. The phoenix, possessing the divine ability of rebirth from flames, had been outmaneuvered by Leo and, at the brink of life's extinction, driven by instinct, it merged its divine power with List's body, hoping to be reborn through him. What would happen after the rebirth was unknown. Would List acquire everything the phoenix had, or would the phoenix replace List, or perhaps coexist within the same body? However, none of this happened. The power of destiny intervened. The power of the smoke dragon that clung to List's body directly pulled the original phoenix soul to nurture List's own soul. Thus, the phoenix's rebirth power went dormant and sank deep into List's body. What a pity, the world has lost the phoenix. He sighed. But the next moment, his eyes flared with a dazzling light. But now, I am the phoenix. Immediately after, flames rose from his body. The next second, List's hands as if rapidly melting into flames, out of the flames emerged a pair of wings adorned with golden yellow feathers. He beat his wings fiercely and leaped with his legs, elevating swiftly into the air, circling the spherical cavern in flight, the flames on his body becoming more intense, completely merging him with the fire. The flames did not extinguish, but what they enveloped was no longer a human, but a golden red phoenix bathed in flames. A magnificent, slender body, golden and red feathers gleaming like gemstones, overall similar to a flame dragon bird, yet flames accompanied every part of the body at all times. At its tail were not 7, but 9 tail feathers made of flames. Gold and red cast reflections off each other, flames and feathers merged into one. At this moment, the phoenix that List had transformed into was the flame, and the flame was the phoenix. A marvelous sensation, a magical experience. Leo's miscalculated scheme, although failing to hatch a phoenix, gave me a power similar to druid shape-shifting. The essence of the phoenix had merged into every limb and cell, much like the genetic codex of the child of the sun. It was likely a shift magic built at the genetic level. And his soul had conveniently devoured the phoenix's original soul, effortlessly wielding this power born of the phoenix. Oh ho! Leo, still attached to List, now in the form of the phoenix, lusted after the phoenix's power but could no longer seize it. A thought crossed his mind. List retracted the power of the phoenix, reverting to his human form. A chi armament redressed him in clothes, to avoid any indecent exposure. Even in a place devoid of people, one mustn't carelessly reveal oneself. He swiftly placed the now dim and lightless phoenix egg and the extinguished tinderpot into his space ring. Looking at the phoenix bloodstone on the cavern walls, he fell into contemplation. Before long, Serpent script formed from smoke fluttered before his eyes. Mission failed. You have devoured the phoenix. This was his second time failing a smoke mission, the first being the failed evolution of the tool-up spirit bug, and now the failed hatching of the phoenix. Regrettable indeed, but he had also gained a blessing in disguise, the ability to transform into a phoenix. After returning, I must hasten the restrictions on Leo, completing the mine branding as soon as possible to avoid such situations in the future. He couldn't hold a grudge against Leo, an evil dragon was its nature, everything stemmed from its instincts. He could only blame himself for insufficient preparation, for not having complete control over Leo. At that moment, a new smoke mission was issued. Mission: the demise of extraordinary phenomena often heralds the transition of eras, and even destiny is subject to ceaseless change. You must learn to make the right choices amongst various changes, to grasp the laws governing the workings of the world, and ensure the legacy of the Phoenix endures. Reward: 100 birds toward the Phoenix. Chapter 961, We Are Different. Do we need to preserve the fire seed for the Phoenix? Lee Ct gazed at the content of the smoke mission, and suddenly, a light shone before his eyes. This indicated that the Phoenix might not truly be extinct and there was still hope for its rebirth. But what should I do? He inexplicably thought of the Phoenix egg he had stored in the space ring which, although it had lost its essence and become a lifeless stone, had not been thoroughly verified whether it still contained any Phoenix aura. Perhaps such a miraculous creature had other methods to preserve its fire seed. I'll go back and analyze the situation with Ak, letting her research how exactly to preserve the Phoenix fire seed. I can't figure it out just by banging my head against the wall here. He glanced at the Phoenix bloodstones on the cave walls, wanting to dig them all out. However, the cave was neither too large nor too small, and the Phoenix bloodstone could yield at least 100 tons. It wasn't something he could exhaustively mine in a short time. Moreover, since no serfs could come down, only he could excavate the Phoenix bloodstones, which was very troublesome. I'll leave them for now. If the Phoenix egg really still preserves the fire seed, perhaps this place will still be the best spot for nurturing the Phoenix. As long as the Doomsday volcano does not extinguish, one day a true Phoenix will be reborn from fire here. He shook his head. He spoke mentally with Fire Dragon Leo. Leo, don't come to practice at the Doomsday volcano crater anymore. This place will be sealed by me to nurture the Phoenix. Oh. Leo was reluctant but had already understood the suppressed indignation in List's heart and dared not act rashly anymore. List had gained the ability to transform into a Phoenix from misfortune, but his heart still desired to obtain a separate, real Phoenix. After all, having acquired the ability to transform into a Phoenix, his body had undergone unknown changes that he could not predict to be good or bad. However, just as described by the smoke mission, even fate was constantly changing unpredictably. A blessing in disguise. Since a choice had been made, a poor choice should be quickly remedied to get back on the right track, a good choice should be progressed, accumulating greater benefits. Let's go. List did not call for Leo to transform and envelop him in flames. Instead, he leaped forward and instantly transformed into a noble, beautiful, and imposing Phoenix with a wingspan and body length of 3 meters each. Although it was small in size, it had the majesty of a monarch among flames, its authority profound and unfathomable. His wings flapped. Like a fiery red arrow, he sped through the corridor. This was not flight relying on air currents, but the Phoenix's innate fire control ability, which allowed him to fly as light as a flame. In the blink of an eye, he reached the area with magma and without the slightest hesitation, dived straight into it. Like a fireball, he merged swiftly into the magma. At this moment, List possessed the same ability as Fire Dragon Leo. Because the Phoenix he transformed into was also composed of fire attribute superior magic, only the nature of the fire attribute was slightly different, adding a hint of endless vitality. Leo's fire attribute superior magic had the quality of eternal. The ultimate manifestation of fire attribute mana. The Phoenix's fire attribute superior magic, on the other hand, possessed the quality of reigniting after death. The ultimate manifestation of fire attribute mana. Both types of fire attribute superior magic represented the ultimate demonstration of fire attribute mana, just in different ways. Just like every type of dragon has different superior magic, it seemed that once a creature reached the level of superior magic, it inherently gained a unique, ultimate characteristic. Flying continuously in the magma, a multitude of information still ceaselessly impacted List's soul. These were all imprinted within the Phoenix bloodline. Splash! He soon shot out from the magma, soaring into the somewhat dim sky. At this moment, the sky was covered with thick volcanic clouds, conveniently obscuring the direction from which the sun shone. He swiftly surged towards the sky, rocketing straight up for 90,000 miles until he broke through the dark ash-gray volcanic clouds and reached the higher heavens above, where he could overview the entire landscape of mountains and lands. Then he steady hovered in the air. golden and red feathers intertwined with flame, making his phoenix incarnation look like a new red sun. Riding a dragon and flying by oneself were two entirely different experiences. At that moment, he wanted to shout loudly in excitement. However, what emitted from the beak of the phoenix was a sharp, clear, majestic, and lively mixed sound full of rhythmic sense. It went screech. Similar to the call of the flame dragon bird, the nobility revealed was something the flame dragon bird could not possess. The vision of the phoenix. Almost like that of a normal human, yet he could see many red lights scattered across the land. He could instinctively distinguish the nature of those flames. The magic power of volcanoes, magical beasts, plants, natural flames, and the fire attribute mana drifting in the air. However, beyond the magic of fire, the phoenix could not see clearly. He hovered in the high skies for a moment, familiarizing himself with the flying capabilities of the phoenix before quickly locating the phoenix perch parasol forest and heading straight there. Speed is very fast. I feel that it might be supersonic, not slower than X Unicorn Charlie, possibly even faster. But my phoenix incarnation is still in its juvenile phase, it hasn't been fully developed. Within a few breaths, he arrived at the phoenix perch parasol forest, where the flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds seemingly sensed the aura of the phoenix. Originally happy flocks all hid trembling within the forest. The phoenix did not have dragon might. Yet, its very presence was something all fire attribute magical beasts inherently feared, even more so than how average magical beasts feared dragon might. Screech. List saw Ak riding her unicorn Charlie, curiously gazing at the phoenix. He wanted to greet them but found that he still spoke in bird language. Of course. Realizing this, he transformed back into his human form, put his clothes on, and summoned Fire Dragon. Riding Leo, he approached by her side with Ak's surprised gaze on him. What, don't recognize your brother anymore? Ak's mouth dropped in surprise. Brother, how did you turn into a phoenix? That's a long story. At this moment, having lost the oppressive aura of the phoenix, the flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds in the phoenix perch parasol forest hadn't recovered yet and were again shocked by the dragon might of the fire dragon, scattering clumsily and trying to escape. Only the greater elf Annie, riding Little Yellow, came over, curiously looking at List. It seemed not to recognize List, until Leo disdainfully glanced at it and Little Yellow, and then it confirmed it hadn't mistaken the person. List, you've turned into a flame dragon bird. Annie, I became a phoenix, not a flame dragon bird. Screech screech, they look so alike though. Not the slightest bit. How can the sparrow-like flame dragon bird be compared to my noble and majestic phoenix incarnation? It really looks similar though, screech screech, but more beautiful. Come here. He held Annie in his arms, then continued conversing with Ak. Because of Leo's interruption, the phoenix couldn't hatch, instead merging with me, giving me abilities similar to druid shape-shifting. Ak, you need to help me research this phoenix incarnation thoroughly these next few days. Ak nodded, of course. Ak will definitely help brother dig out all the pros and cons of the phoenix incarnation. Chapter 962, The Immortal Body. Ak's research assignment was heavy. List felt sympathetic, yet there was no way to pull her away from her research. The phoenix egg, tinderpearl, and phoenix bloodstone had already been entrusted to Ak, who was researching how to preserve the phoenix's fire seed. Of course, the main focus was still on researching the phoenix incarnation in conjunction with the phoenix egg to retain the fire seed of the phoenix. Brother, the abilities of the phoenix incarnation are just these for now. There might be some hidden abilities, like rebirth from flames or something, but they are difficult to study. For the sake of brother's safety, it's best not to try them lightly. Ak handed the research materials to List. As for magic, Ak will try her best to help brother improve it. Based on Ak's research and the imprinted information from the phoenix bloodline that List organized, they basically hammered out the abilities of the phoenix incarnation. There were approximately 6 incredible, unbelievable abilities. The first, Flame Ascension. The phoenix has the ability to fly with fire attributes, and it can slip through any crevice. Its speed could surpass the speed of sound, and even if there was a wall ahead, as long as there was a slightly larger gap in the wall, it could directly charge through it. The second, Physical Immunity. The phoenix incarnation is a form condensed from superior magic, and any physical attack would be unable to harm the phoenix incarnation, equating to an immortal body. The third, Magic Overwhelming. Many fire system magics are imprinted in the phoenix incarnation's bloodline instincts. However, List, for now, could only perform magic similar to Flame Slash. After all, his phoenix incarnation was still in its juvenile stages, but his Flame Slash was based on high magic to cast, with power equal to an ordinary archmage. It fell short of the combat power of a dragon, clearly not reaching the magical level of Ak riding a unicorn. List hoped that Ak could help him design a few simple magics that fit the phoenix incarnation. Utilizing innate magic would be too costly. The fourth, Semi-Elementalization. This meant he could partially transform his body into the Phoenix incarnation, and his body was gradually moving towards an Archmage's elemental incarnation due to the subtle changes in the Phoenix incarnation, although he hadn't touched the magic web, ultimately only capable of semi-elementalization. The fifth, Chi sublimation. His dragon Chi, through long-term cultivation with the dragon, reached a level of high magic. However, at this moment, after devouring the essence of the Phoenix and further cultivating with the dragon, what was extracted from the cells was not high magic level dragon Chi, but superior magic level dragon Chi. When he and Leo entered Dragon Rider mode, the combat power they exerted would skyrocket by several times. Once the dragon Chi fully transformed into superior magic Chi, his strength would probably surpass all other dragon knights. Last, there was also the sixth ability, 100 birds toward the Phoenix. This was the reward from the smoke mission, and as Ox speculated, once List completely merged with the Phoenix incarnation, he would possess the ability to command birds. The reason was simple. List gradually discovered that he seemed to understand the calls of birds. When he flew in the form of the Phoenix incarnation, those flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds would quiver with fear upon seeing him, and the occasional chirp seemed to express submission and reverence towards him. Even birds that weren't of the fire attribute seemed to vaguely convey the meaning behind their calls. Charlie can sense a special malice coming from Brother. This is probably due to the Phoenix's resentment from being devoured. This malice is obstructing Brother's communication with birds. Perhaps, if we guide this malice out, we can preserve the fire seed of the Phoenix and let it be reborn. Why would I want to communicate with birds? List always felt that the ability of 100 birds toward the Phoenix was awkward. He wasn't a birdman and didn't need to communicate with beasts. Hee, Ax said, giggling, if Brother really can develop the ability of 100 birds toward the Phoenix, couldn't he establish a flying knight order? The Royal Knight Squad of the Burning Legion could be quickly dealt with too. Those flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds would all make excellent mounts. List promptly changed the subject. What do I need to do to guide out the residual malice of the Phoenix? This involves the stripping of the soul. Ak has recently made great advances in the research of Lichandi, and he is fully prepared and can initiate the separation of him from the marks of terror and the dragon soul at any time. Once Ak completes the separation experiment, he will be able to strip away the malice of the Phoenix from my brother and inject it into the Phoenix egg. Please do it as soon as possible. I can also feel a barrier between myself and the Phoenix incarnation. We are never completely in harmony, perhaps due to the repulsion of this malign influence. December arrived suddenly. List hadn't returned to Flame Castle in the past half-month, staying in the endless volcano cluster instead, studying the Phoenix incarnation. At the same time, he also intensified his training with Leo, repeatedly slashing away Leo's malicious thoughts, polishing his own mind branding to become clearer and clearer, and his suppressive influence over Leo grew stronger. Following this pace, in another 2 or 3 months, I should be able to complete the mind branding, allowing the training between me and Leo to reach a perfect Dragon Knight stage. By the time, even without his personal suppression, the mind branding would automatically twist Leo's evil thoughts. Thus, he and Ak returned to Reed City together, where Ak began to set up the experiment for the soul separation of Lichandi, while he went to Flame Castle to inspect the progress of the estate's construction. Proving that the development committee had done well, and the estate didn't falter without him. As long as he could ensure the high-end combat power at the Dragon tier, enough to suppress the Flame Kingdom, the Knight class would naturally maintain the internal operations of the kingdom. After all, he neither revolutionized new systems nor advanced technological trees. Except for creating some paper, glass products, strengthening hygiene and civilization concepts, developing some infrastructure, magic engineering, formulating some reliable and unreliable strategies. He didn't bring about too many changes. Everything was built upon the foundation of the Knight system, nothing out of place. In this magical fantasy world, even some extraordinary improvements aren't surprising. After all, people here grow up seeing dragons, elves, unicorns, archmages, and listening to all kinds of incredible mysterious legends every day. Each person has a strong capacity for acceptance. However, faced with this scene, List unexpectedly felt a bit of loss, as if he had become an unimportant person. In the past, he often complained about being plagued with official duties, busy with no time to breathe, but when there was no official business at all, he felt even more empty and lost instead. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. This is quite good. My ideal has never been to become a king. Traveling around the world, experiencing countless mysterious sceneries, exploring the origins of mysteries, this is what I should do. Once the nation is on the right track, I will set out on an adventure. Many people were residing in Flame Castle. All members of the Tulip family had already moved here. Lee William, Lady Penelope, Lady Marie, Loria, and Little Richard. His elder brother Levi's was presiding over the development in Dragon Valley City, and his half-brother Liden from another mother had entered Night Order training and did not reside in Flame Castle. His sister Levira, who married into the Basil family, had also moved to Flame Island, settling in Jade City and getting involved in construction. As the center of the territory had shifted to Reed City, for the convenience of work, the new Tulip Castle was being built there. Once completed, Marquis Lee William would move the Tulip family members into the new castle. There were many castles also being built, all by nobles for themselves, to facilitate living. They couldn't possibly squeeze into wooden houses like ordinary knights. In fact, List's King's Castle had already found its site. Flame City, Jade City, Reed City, Dragon Valley City, Estuary City were all rejected, and he had officially decided to establish the King's Castle near Moonslayer Sacred Mountain. Emily, while practicing, was always directing the Mammoth Knight Brigade, paving roads toward the location of the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain. Within 3 years, the King's Castle must be built, and most crucially, my royal palace. Chapter 963 Dedicate Body and Soul. Emily, after the Mammoth Knight Brigade paves the road to the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain, immediately collaborate with the local knights and magicians. They are the ones I sent to manage the Holy Tribe. Let the Moonslayer natives assist the Mammoth Knight Brigade in building the King's Castle. List received the early returning Emily Earl in the Flame Castle to report on her duties. I have already appointed Jamaya Bangtu as the overall commander of the construction of the King's Castle. He will lead the construction team to select suitable sites near the Sacred Mountain for the castle and royal palace and get the preliminary work done. As you wish, Your Highness. How has your recent coordination with Ethan been? There has been significant progress. Ethan really likes flame wine, so I started from there, exchanging drinks to win his favor. Moreover, I found a type of fruit wine brewed by the Moonslayer natives, which after blending improved the flavor of the flame wine, successfully replacing the original. So, Ethan no longer resists you. Then when do you think you will have the opportunity for a mind battle? List asked. Emily shook her head. Not yet, but Ethan has loosened up. I believe the mind battle will come soon. There's nothing special about Ethan's mind battle, just face it and conquer its heart. I have nothing to teach you in this matter because I took the opportunity of Ethan's deep unconsciousness to extinguish its original first Dragon Knight's mind branding and vanquished it, List said. The girl, full of confidence, responded, Please rest assured, Your Highness, Emily will definitely overcome Ethan's mind. I look forward to that moment. List said with a smile, his handsome face paired with a charming smile, instantly striking Emily's heart, causing waves of emotion, and involuntarily a blush appeared on her face. Your Highness, you seem different since your return. How so? Emily tried to find the right adjective. You seem more dominating, more aggressive, your gaze daring not to be met directly, as if you could see through one's secrets. This was the change brought about by the Phoenix incarnation. A phoenix, not a gentle and pure creature like a unicorn, born from bathing in fire, is naturally synonymous with dominance and imperiousness. This is a stark contrast to the phoenix that symbolizes good fortune on earth. Calling the phoenix a phoenix seems more appropriate. List approached the girl, his eyes bright and meaningful as he gazed into her eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. Then what secrets do you think I've seen through about you? Emily wanted to avoid the intense gaze but quickly overcame her shyness and looked directly into List's eyes. Emily has no secrets, only a willingness to dedicate her entire being to you, Your Highness. Said very frankly. But here, the customs are quite liberal. Knights can boldly pursue girls, and girls can also boldly pursue knights. Even married knights and noble ladies can't avoid having affairs outside, even publicly, as long as both parties accept it. It's commonplace. Of course, this doesn't mean that having affairs is moral, but human nature is complex, and there are always people who adhere to morals and those who break them. Emily's frankness somewhat robbed List of the pleasure of teasing the girl, and he smiled awkwardly. You are still too young, Emily. The girl puffed out her already slightly curved chest, speaking a bit hurriedly. Your Highness, I am already 14, and I'll be 15 after the New Year's festival. Let's wait until you're an adult. For now, focus on riding dragons. I hope that when the Flame Kingdom is established, this kingdom will have more than just one Dragon Knight. Feeling Emily's breath, he awkwardly changed the subject. This year is Sapphire Calendar Year 155, and 3 years later, in Sapphire Calendar Year 158, the Flame Kingdom will inevitably be founded. By then he will be 23, Emily 17 and of age, Anak 47, calculating the age of maturity for a sea serpent was challenging. Once, he met an old sea serpent named Iris, over 400 years old, born from a seashell. She reached adulthood at 55 when she grew legs. While Ak was bred from a scallop shell, whether he would reach adulthood at 55 like Iris was uncertain. Moreover, Since becoming an archmage and acquiring an elemental incarnation, Ak had already grown legs. It wasn't incorrect to say he had already come of age. Facing List's change of topic, a hint of disappointment surfaced in the young Emily's eyes, but she quickly adjusted. I will grow up soon, Your Highness. That hint of disappointment was still captured by List. Suddenly, he extended his hand and lifted Emily's chin, speaking gently, grow up quickly. In an instant, Emily felt a current strike her body, generating tremendous excitement. Her chin involuntarily rubbed against List's fingertips as she nodded vigorously, yes. The Phoenix incarnation was List's trump card, never revealed to anyone other than Ak. He still chose to ride the formless dragon bard everywhere, and after sending away the emotionally stirred Emily, he went to the Tower of Reeds in Reed City to check on Ak's experimental progress. Your Highness, you've arrived. Lucy and Ruth, the twin sisters, effectively acted as the little housekeepers of the Tower of Reeds, learning by the side of the Archmage. They made rapid progress. No longer magic apprentices. Just 2 months ago, Ruth released a common water magic, Water Arrow Barrage, becoming a true magician. A month before, Lucy successfully released a common fire system magic, Great Fireball, becoming a qualified magician. They were only 13 years old. 3 years ago, around the same time as Emily, they were sent by List to the Magic Academy and recommended to Chris as apprentices. 3 years later, both had become magicians, worthy of the title of prodigious magicians. According to the magician's cultivation system, normally magic apprentices start from the age of 10 to 15, and the twin sisters were chosen by List when they were 10. Magic apprentices, after 5 or even more years of learning, become magicians before the age of 20, are all geniuses, with a chance to make their way to the realm of grand magicians. For the twin sisters to advance to magicians in just 3 years, becoming grand magicians was almost certain. Hello, Lucy, Ruth. List greeted the twins amiably, yet he thought to himself, wondering if many years later, these twins would have a chance to challenge for an archmage. After all, they are magic prodigies named in the smoke mission, perhaps there really was a chance. List watched as he entered the laboratory. Ruth suddenly made a silly smitten face. His Highness is so handsome, like a blazing flame, standing before him makes me so nervous I can hardly breathe. Lucy looked helplessly at her sister. His Highness is the future king, you shouldn't always indulge in fanciful thoughts. What's wrong with fanciful thoughts? You don't control what I think, HMPH. Devoting oneself to the truth is what a magician ought to do. Sister, you're so naive. His Highness doesn't like magicians, His Highness likes arcanists, and we will become arcanists one day. No, I will become an arcane instructor, as powerful as Teacher Ak. Ruth held her head high, with a few proud freckles matching her expression. Lucy said nothing and picked up a book of magic books to read seriously. The cover displayed The Great Arcanist, Issue 13, published by the Arcanist Assessment Committee. The cover showed an old grand magician wearing a magic cloak, drawn but almost resembling a real photograph. Beside it was a line in bold serpent script, inventor of the magic two-wheeled bicycle. Leader of the Dynamism Research Group, Gandalf Truth. Chapter 964, Exiled Mist. The Great Arcanist was undoubtedly the brainchild of List. He felt that the lack of magazines and newspapers in the world was indeed a bit dull for entertainment. However, he found the idea of running a newspaper uninteresting, because he didn't need to read them to know everything that was happening in his domain. With the Magic Guild's multiple improvements to the Magic Platform, they had now entered the era of Magic Platform 5.0. Miniaturized, standardized, confidential, and simplified. He could receive messages from throughout his domain at any time and any place. Then, dedicated retainers sorted these messages and delivered them to his desk. Therefore, while there were no newspapers, there were internal briefings, primarily circulated within the officials and noble class. As white paper became more commonly available, the publishing industry in the territory began to thrive. By consciously revolutionizing the magician system, he indicated to the Magic Guild to publish The Great Arcanist, a journal focusing on academia, encouraging local magicians to strive toward honor and engage in inventions and creations. Lucy never missed an issue of The Great Arcanist. She hoped that one day she could be featured in the journal and become its cover figure. She was reading an article about Gandalf Truth. This grand magician, Gandalf, hailed from the Emerald Duchy, a vassal state of the Kingdom of Eagle. He had not come alone but brought along 11 magician apprentices and a large group of magic apprentices. Unlike the typical reclusive magicians who treasured their broomsticks, Gandalf loved to teach magic. Upon learning that an archmage had emerged in the Duchy of Sapphire, Gandalf traveled thousands of miles with his disciples to make a pilgrimage to the Sapphire. After visiting the Magic Guild, he immediately decided to join and stay here. He was now a member of the Arcanist Assessment Committee. With the invention of the magic two-wheeled bicycle, he advanced from a regular arcanist to a grand arcanist, becoming the 6th grand arcanist in the Magic Guild. I have a profound interest in dynamics, Gandalf said during an interview with the great Arcanist editor. I have been engaged in this field of research for many years. Upon arriving at your Highness's domain, I discovered the unicycle and was astounded by this invention. Compared to horse-drawn carriages, the unicycle can truly benefit the nation and the people. Since then, he had a particular fondness for the unicycle and decided to improve it into a more convenient vehicle. One day, while sketching in a plantation, he saw a serf speeding by with a decrepit unicycle, which had practically only one wheel left. Thus, the serf could lift the vehicle and place his body on the handle, letting the unicycle run by itself. This quickly inspired Gandalf, and he thought, since a unicycle can be pushed by hand, why not make one that can be pushed by foot? However, it wasn't easy to propel a unicycle with feet. But, List's glory shone upon every Arcanist willing to contemplate. Gandalf then witnessed a serf drawing water from a well, which sparked a burst of inspiration. He invented a foot-propelled unicycle, but quickly found that the unicycle was hard to balance. So, he added another wheel. It became a two-wheeled vehicle, also known as a bicycle. Unlike Earth's bicycles, this type had a large front wheel directly connected to the pedals, with a small rear wheel that only served to stabilize. Gandalf then continued his efforts and equipped the bicycle with a magic array, allowing the bicycle to activate the magic array and propel itself. Thus, the magic two-wheeled bicycle was born. What a great invention. I hope I can also invent something like the magic two-wheeled bicycle, Lucy said admiringly after finishing the article. Rose, who was mopping the floor, didn't even look up as she said scornfully, "What's so great about that? Wait until the day I invent a bicycle that can fly in the sky, now that would be great." Brother, you're here. Ak has just completed an experiment on extracting the soul from Lichandi, and several Grand Magicians are dealing with Lichandi's affairs. Ak pointed towards a few Grand Magicians gathered inside the laboratory's glass compartment, busily collecting data, including the Vice President of the Magic Guild, Kenley. Unlike Chris, who focused on administrative duties, Kenley was deeply fascinated by magic experiments, often visiting Ak's lab to help and gain experience. The affairs were settled quickly, and Lichandi was wheeled out of the glass compartment. The Grand Magicians also paid their respects to List, Your Highness. No need for formalities. List walked up to the stretcher, looked at the withered, dried-up figure lying there, which resembled Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, and asked, "Is this Lichandi?" Having been stripped of the marks of terror and the dragon soul, Lichandi has reverted to human form. However, his body, eroded by the power of the soul, is nearing collapse and won't last more than a few days, Ak explained, then pointed to another Grand Magician holding a transparent container. The dragon soul of the sapphire dragon is severely contaminated and will need some time to be purified. The container, crafted by Ak, was a type of soul vessel filled with a special liquid, within which a dim, translucent blue figure in the shape of a sapphire dragon swam. Is this the dragon soul? Yes, and over there are the marks of terror. The marks of terror were a set of armor, remarkable for its uniqueness compared to ordinary armor, being silver white on the outside but ink black inside. Its material similar to that of the sapphire dragon ship figurehead initially dismantled from the ghost ship. A Grand Magician recognized the material. Obsidian, a gemstone-associated mineral formed by ancient dragons, is quite rare, but its purpose is unknown. Dragons over 800 years old are considered ancient. At this stage, they leave their dwelling places and fly towards the mythical Valley of Dragons. No one can track these ancient dragons to locate the Valley of Dragons, leading some to speculate it doesn't exist, suggesting ancient dragons simply prefer not to die in front of humans. Obsidian. List picked up the marks of terror. The touch was chilling, not physically but in a way that penetrated the soul. It seems not to be just any stone, but rather like metal. Obsidian is like metal and like crystal, quite peculiar. So, other than transforming a lich, what use does this set of armor have? Let's identify it with the Knowledge Ancient book. Ak hadn't had the chance to study the marks of terror after removing them. She took out the Knowledge Ancient book, and soon, along with a flash of light, several words in the moon language appeared. Obsidian, mithril, elf blood, exiled mist. The materials were clear, but the last functionality described as exiled mist was somewhat vague. Ak quickly guessed, could it be a sort of mist used by the Lich to isolate the exiled lands? Based on the available data about the exiled lands, where reality blends with fantasy, once a soul enters, it could be lost, and likely the marks of terror could keep the soul lucid by repelling the exiled mist. Possibly, it's a remarkable artifact. We should keep it safe. Thus, Lich Andy's soul extraction experiment was concluded, and Andy, resembling Gollum, was taken by the Grand Magicians for further soul studies. Meanwhile, the contaminated dragon soul of the sapphire dragon, also an exceptional research material, remained in Ak's lab. They weren't in a hurry to heal the Sapphire Dragon since Dukandru was still alive. At that moment, Ak had accumulated enough experience to potentially extract any residual malice from the Phoenix for List. Chapter 965, Spark Ignition with a Tremble of His Soul. List, with the help of Ak, had already successfully stripped away the residual malice of the Phoenix from his soul and infused it into the petrified Phoenix egg through a magic array. At the same time, a sliver of List's consciousness, similar to a mind branding, was mixed into the Phoenix egg, serving as a guiding force for the future evolution of the Phoenix. The intention of this mind branding was simple, to continually hint at the Flame family. To lay the groundwork for his descendants to tame the Phoenix. He felt it unlikely that he would witness the hatching of a new Phoenix. Brother, the Phoenix egg already pulses with life. If returned to its original place to rehatch, perhaps many years from now a new Phoenix will be reborn from flames. Ak said. Also, based on Brother's description, Ak has designed a simple magic array for the nesting of the hatching Phoenix, which can help the Phoenix Bloodstone gather fire attribute mana more effectively. This may assist the nurturing of the Phoenix. That's excellent. Stripping away a piece of soul-containing consciousness did not cause much adverse reaction to List, nor did it leave him feeling excessively fatigued. Here, the soul is the aggregation of spiritual power, but it seems that the soul is a non-renewable resource unless it comes from the birth of new life. For example, a bird egg goes from a lifeless liquid to eventually developing a soul and becoming a living being. Human pregnancy is similar, two cells merge, and then a clump of flesh slowly fosters a soul. The so-called rebirth of the Phoenix from its ashes doesn't seem to be true immortality, but rather a revival of the body after the soul has withered. It feels like asexual reproduction. From List's perspective, a soul carrying memories is the true personality of a person, the body is just a shell. Of course. It's hard to tell if the Phoenix, once truly hatched, would be able to recall its past life, since this Phoenix hadn't had the chance to be reborn before being consumed by List. After a day of recovery, assuring there were no negative reactions, he swiftly rode the formless dragon bard, crossing two natural nodes, to arrive at the Doomsday volcano crater. Transforming into a Phoenix, he plunged into the volcano, which was half dormant with its magma fallen but still red and churning, allowing him to maneuver in magic form. Thus, he quickly entered the original cave, placed both the tinderpearl and the Phoenix egg back in their original spot, and began to repair the cracks in the cave, setting up the magic array prepared by Ak. I wonder if doing this will allow the Phoenix's fire seed to remain. Concentrating, he summoned the smoke mission and found that the task remained unchanged, still in an uncompleted state. Dispersing the smoke, he began to frown, having done everything he could and having discussed many plans with Ak, with only this soul-stripping method holding a glimmer of hope. Despite this effort, the task remained uncompleted, and the Phoenix seemed permanently deceased. No, that's not right. If the Phoenix truly died, the smoke mission would definitely fail, but now it's merely uncompleted, so there must be a way. With this in mind, he again scrutinized the entire cave and the Phoenix egg. So what else can be done to preserve the fire seed of the Phoenix? Fire seed. Fire seed. He turned his gaze to the tinderpearl beneath the Phoenix egg, which, through the identification of the knowledge ancient book, were branches of the parasol tree. While its appearance slightly differed from that of the Phoenix perch parasol tree, the characteristics were almost the same, both fire-resistant and of the fire attribute. Previously, the parasol branches were in a burning state, even though it was just an illusion of fire attribute mana. Could it mean that there weren't enough parasol branches? Legends say that the Phoenix only perches on parasol trees and would not land on anything else. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and left the Doomsday volcano crater to head to the Phoenix perch parasol forest, where he chopped down a batch of robust Phoenix perch parasol trees. Then, dragging the branches rapidly back to the cave, he piled them all beneath the Phoenix egg, feeling the fire attribute presence in the cave becoming significantly stronger. Transforming into a Phoenix, he fanned the flames fiercely a few times, raising the level of fire attribute mana in the cave to an extremely high concentration. At that moment, the tinderpearl, which had shown no change, finally ignited, beginning to roast the Phoenix egg. Did it work? List thought to himself, summoning the smoke mission. This time, the illusory smoke finally changed, showing the positive change he hoped to see. Mission completed. Reward, 100 birds toward the Phoenix. Not bad, the Phoenix's flame has finally been preserved. He breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment, a new smoke mission was issued. Mission: a huge number of schools have been quickly constructed across the territory, most in a state of chaos, but the foundations of education are gradually unfolding. With snowflakes soon to arrive on Black Horse Island, it is time to recap the school's efforts and why not select the first batch of excellent students for better education. Reward: Obsidian Ring. Selecting excellent students, that's easy, just hold exams. The students focusing on civil roles take written exams, Those training as knights participate in contests. It would be best to establish a standard examination system. I'll have the development committee prepare it once I return. Indeed, it's essential to cultivate exceptional talent to lay the foundation for my future Burning Legion. He didn't pay attention to the reward of the obsidian ring. The reward didn't seem to offer any useful clues. Glancing around the phoenix nest, which was now on the right track, he didn't delay any further and transformed into a phoenix, leaving the Doomsday volcano crater. Standing on the solidified lava rocks of the volcano crater, he drew the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, and with dragon chi that had gradually become superior magic, he struck a few times. Cracks appeared immediately on the surface of the volcano crater. Without pausing, List continued to hack away randomly, and these cracks gradually formed a few rough serpent script characters. This mountain is sealed, strangers keep out. List flame. The Doomsday volcano crater was officially sealed. Admiring his calligraphy masterpiece, he felt that these serpent script characters were strong and vigorous, emanating a majestic aura, indeed quite remarkable. He thought to himself, another day, I'll have Ak come here and set up a magic array to completely seal the volcano crater, preventing anything from accidentally entering and disturbing the incubation of the phoenix egg. In reality, there was no need for such flamboyant actions. Aside from himself and Leo, almost no person or animal could penetrate thousands of kilometers into the magma to find the phoenix nest. This was merely an insignificant self-comfort. Let's go. Without causing any further trouble, he transformed into a phoenix ablaze with flames and soared towards the heavens. Never before had he felt so unburdened since he had stripped away the residual malice of the phoenix and resolved the incubation of the phoenix's flame. He thoroughly relaxed. A surge of information from the phoenix bloodline swiftly merged into his soul. It was about the phoenix's command over all birds. 100 birds toward the phoenix. Receiving this information, he turned his gaze towards the nearby phoenix perch parasol forest, where flame dragon birds and red sparrow birds lived. Chapter 966, 100 birds toward the phoenix screech. The phoenix incarnation let out a cry, and the flame dragon birds and red sparrows living in the phoenix perch parasol forest all gathered around List, surrounding him as if guarding their king. Compared to the size of the flock before, it had grown even more, as another group of fire attribute birds were attracted by the phoenix perch parasol tree and came to settle here. Among them were 15 new species of birds, also with fiery red feathers, but with a huge build, sturdier than the flame dragon birds, and more slender than the red sparrows. And with a strong aura of fire attribute, they had reached the standard of super magical beasts. It's just they didn't have dragon might and did not belong to dragon beasts. Quack. Quack. These new species of super magical beasts sounded somewhat like crows and also resembled crows in form, so List directly named them fire crows. Whether it was the super dragon beast flame dragon birds, the super magical beasts fire crows, or the advanced magical beast red sparrows, their calls all had specific meanings, which before List could not understand, but now he gradually comprehended them through the phoenix bloodline. They were worshipping List's phoenix incarnation. Screech. List let out another strange, domineering cry. The phoenix seemed to have no language, and he didn't know what he was calling out. Nevertheless, as the flock of birds continued to swirl around him, he gradually felt a strange connection forming between him and the birds. It was like a simplified version of an elf contract, where a mere thought could convey his wishes to the birds worshipping him. This was the true meaning of the 100 birds toward the phoenix ability. After familiarizing himself with this ability, he quickly organized the chaotic flock according to his own thoughts. 5 flame dragon birds took the lead, followed closely by 15 fire crows, and 341 red sparrows lined up in a row, following behind the phoenix incarnation, circling the phoenix perch parasol forest. Soon, Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, the 3 flame dragon birds, also joined the formation. Among them, Little Yellow was even carrying Greater Elf Annie. List, Phoenix. Anna sat on Little Yellow's back, pointing at List's phoenix incarnation and laughed heartily, finding it very amusing. Screech. Screech, screech. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple continuously worshipped the phoenix incarnation, and List also obtained the simple 100 birds toward the phoenix contract that allowed him to command them. In other words, List had directly tamed so many super dragon beasts, super magical beasts, and advanced magical beasts without any effort. His mind stirred, and he quickly reverted to his human form, the superior magic that belonged to the phoenix incarnation swiftly receding deep into his cells. However, a part of the phoenix superior magic still lingered in his meridians, continually refining his dragon chi, enabling him to achieve the strength of an archmage on his own without dragon riding. Archmages tap into the magic web to unleash great power, but his strength came directly from within. Of course, the consumption was immense. The amount of magic potion he needed daily was 5 times more than before, And once his dragon chi was fully refined into superior magic, he would probably need 10 times more. There's no gain without loss. Superior magic couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Just after he had returned to his human form, the neatly arranged flock of birds quickly came to a stop, their eyes filled with countless queries as they looked at List. Because once List had reverted to his human body, the 100 birds toward the Phoenix contract dissipated swiftly, losing the ability to control the flock. Very soon, the flock dispersed with a flutter, each finding a spot to wander off to, no longer paying attention to List. Yet, they showed no hostility towards him, even when List approached the red sparrow that was foraging on the ground. This red sparrow, larger than a calf, showed no reaction whatsoever. Even when List reached out to touch its feathers, it merely sidestepped twice. Then, as List continued to pet it, after dodging twice, it stopped trying to evade him altogether. It was only when List climbed onto its back that it showed a bit of temper, trying to shake List off. After several unsuccessful attempts, it resigned itself, and as List continued to ride it, it seemed to understand the intention and took flight into the sky. After a lap around, under List's guidance, the red sparrow bird landed again. Not bad, although the 100 birds toward the Phoenix ability was severed due to the retraction of the Phoenix incarnation. I've gained the ability to merge with a flock of birds. Feels strange, but the practicality of the ability is strong. The conditions for establishing a flying knight squad have been fulfilled. I recall there are a few fire attribute sky knights in my domain who could be rewarded with red sparrow birds. The flame dragon bird and fire crow belong to the future royal knight squad and couldn't be distributed at will, but the red sparrow birds didn't matter much. There were a full 341 of them. Moreover, my 100 birds toward the Phoenix ability from my Phoenix incarnation might not only be for fire attribute bird species. Let me also find some non-fire attribute bird magical beasts and conduct some experiments. Thinking thus, he acted. List bid Annie farewell, signaling to formless dragon bard to roam about on his own, then he transformed into a phoenix and flew into the distance. Soon, in a forest, he discovered several bird magical beasts. All of them low-level. The low-level bird magical beasts shuddered with fear at the sight of the phoenix. It took them a good while to adapt and then they started to circle around the phoenix, establishing 100 birds toward the phoenix contract. Wind attribute white-necked geese, earth attribute rock sparrows, thunder attribute purple lightning birds. Just as I suspected, 100 birds toward the phoenix is not limited to fire attribute birds. I can form the 100 birds toward the phoenix contract with all bird magical beasts and dragon beasts. I am now the king of all birds. The king of 100 birds. Bird king. In terms of Earth's aesthetic judgment, this title didn't sound very refined. But in this world ruled by a knight system, the ability to dominate all bird magical beasts was an absolute symbol of enviable and respected power. After all, many noble surnames were named after bird magical beasts. Precious Chi's secret techniques like Eye of Magic Power and Breath Decay were originally possessed by Steve Vulture, his surname being that of a bird. Only nobles could use magical beasts, flora, gemstones, metals, and other such words as surnames because these words represented strength, represented resources, and represented nobility. Commoners either had no surnames or had to pick one from amongst the trash. Most bird species are not suitable for riding and cannot be developed into mounts, but there are still quite a few bird species that can be ridden, and there might even be some bird magical beasts used for transporting goods, letters, and such. List returned to his human body, standing on a branch of a towering tree. Next to him was a purple lightning bird that allowed him to touch its feathers. This thunder attribute low-level magical beast was only as big as a piglet, but it was incredibly fast. I wonder if that can discover some information from the 100 birds toward the Phoenix contract and develop a contract that allows knights to sign with bird species? In his mind, he thought of the owls from Harry Potter, where wizards used owls to send letters. In this wondrous fantasy world, why couldn't he develop similar magical beasts to serve as the knight class's pets, for sending letters or delivering goods? Chapter 967, Giant Demon Tuber Snow had fallen on Black Horse Island, and winter arrived. Unlike the competitive atmosphere of previous winters, the island was gradually becoming deserted. Many plantations were abandoned, and a few small towns were almost uninhabited. Many workshops had disappeared as well, with only a few places still bustling. One such place was Giant Algae Town near the coast, a significant spot for magic potion production, where many knights and serfs lived by the giant algae forest. Another was Giant Algae City, the island's seaport open to international trade. Near Giant Algae City was Thorn Castle. Thomas, as usual, held keys to all the rooms and inspected every room in the castle from top to bottom. He continued his rounds to the castle study. Several young servants were cleaning the study. Upon seeing Thomas, they greeted him, "Mr. Thomas." Thomas, with his meticulous hair and a stern expression to match, just nodded slightly, then joined in arranging the books himself. The master values the books on the ancient shelf the most. Be careful when cleaning. Knowledge is the most precious wealth, the master had said. After instructing the young servants, he finished arranging the books on the ancient shelf. Then he pushed open the study's balcony doors and stepped onto the snow-covered balcony, which overlooked the needle-grass hill behind the castle. His gaze turned towards the hillside, missing the familiar massive figure that had disappeared, which made him feel a deep loss. The grey iron dragonhorn had been ridden to Flame Island by the master, and the elves had all been sent to Flame Castle. Now Black Horse Island and Thorn Castle have become very quiet. What he had once most hoped for was to become the butler of Thorn Castle, and now that he had achieved this, it did not feel as glorious as he had imagined. Being the butler of Thorn Castle, he now just governed a few servants. The servants he knew: Butler Carter, Mrs. Morrison, Mrs. Abby, the attractive little Lily, kitchen-loving Eileen, and fools like Tom and Jessie, had all gone to Flame Castle to continue serving the master. He, once the master's personal manservant, remained at Thorn Castle. However, Thomas no longer harbored much envy, for from the start, he was not favored by List. The young master did not like having manservants closely attend to him. Moreover, as List's time spent away from the castle significantly exceeded his time living there, the position of personal manservant was practically in name only. Now that he had become the butler of Thorn Castle, he was fully content. For a manservant, the greatest goal in life was to rise to the position of butler. As long as old Carter lived, he would not glimpse the opportunity to become the chief butler of Flame Castle or even the future royal palace. It's winter again, snow is falling, and the holiday season is nearly here. I wonder how the master will celebrate the festive season at Flame Castle. He shook his head, returned to the study, carefully closed the door, and, holding the keys, continued on to inspect the next room. In contrast to the tranquility of Thorn Castle, Flame Castle was bustling with activity. Servants were busily at work, and elves were frolicking and arguing all over the castle, their quarrels reaching a peak these days. Because the Thorn Plantation had been established near Flame City, Jayla and its cordyceps had been relocated here, settling in Flame Castle. At this moment, Jayla, hands on hips, was scolding a naughty minor elf. "Ooh, you damned little elf, still daring to throw jade powder around, you're asking for it." "Don't be afraid of it, gored minor elf, if it dares to hit you, I'll hit it," said the man-eating tree dragon elf Kali, dressed as Flack Abby and tasting a fruit salad with a fork and knife. "Go ahead and discipline the gored minor elf, Jayla, I support you," said the buckwheat dragon elf Yeti, sitting at the same table, seemingly inciting more strife between Jayla and Kali. Due to Jayla's nasty temper, it disliked the greater elf, and as for Kali, the dragon elf who disregarded other elves, it liked even less. Jayla, however, turned its guns on the two dragon elves and burst out, "Shut up. It's none of your business how I discipline the minor elf." "Ooh. Hee hee," Kali chuckled coldly. Hey, Yeti smiled gently. "List, they're arguing again." A greater elf with a peculiar flower on its head quietly climbed onto List's shoulder as he was reading, to report to him. List put down the book he was holding and smiled at the greater elf. "I know, Carl." Carl, the troll Taro greater elf, was one of the elves presented to List by Sue, the listener of the Holy Tribe, when List was passing by the Holy Tribe after becoming familiar with the King of Birds' abilities. With the help of knights and magicians sent by List, Sue had subdued many Moonslayer tribes and gathered quite a few elves. This only greater elf was the one he named Carl, the troll Taro greater elf. Troll Taro is a plant unique to Flame Island, called corpse flower by the native Moonslayers. List disliked the name corpse flower, forcibly changed it to troll Taro. He even wanted to change the name of the man-eating tree, but Kali, liking the name, didn't want to change it. There are magic potion varieties in troll Taro, so Carl's value is significant, and its personality is quite amusing. It enjoys tattling a lot. Of course, from another perspective, this is called loyalty. Thus, List liked Carl very much, always feeling that Carl was an extraordinarily unusual elf. Essentially, he liked elves with quirky personalities, finding them full of vitality. Those with duller personalities, he always felt lacked vigor. But in the research at the Magic Guild, there was no clear correlation between personality and elf evolution. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Carl asked, curious. "No worries, they're still in the adjustment phase. I believe they'll soon grow to like each other." "I don't think so." While they were chatting, Butler Carter knocked and came in. "Master, the Marquis is back." I'll go talk to father," List signaled Carl to go play, then walked over and knocked on Kali and Yadi's table. "You two, don't stir up trouble, remember to stay united." "Don't worry, List, with me here, there won't be chaos," Kali said, lifting her head. Yadi pursed her lips and said nothing. When he arrived in the living room, the Marquis of Bulltail had just changed into his home clothes. Father and son then began discussing politics in the living room. List was particularly concerned about a recently concluded advanced level exam in their domain. The Marquis of Bulltail pulled out a document. The data has just been compiled. Each town school has completed their assessments, and here is the list of outstanding students nominated by the schools. List took it and casually flipped through a few pages, not seeing too many impressive young students. He had asked each school to specify students' ages and training duration, considering any student who could become an Earth Knight within 3 years a genius worth cultivating. Not a single talented student in sight. There are quite a few. Look at the schools in Flame City. They already have a 14-year-old Earth Knight, and not just one. These 2 students are definitely geniuses. Li Huiliang pulled out a list, pointing to 2 students, one named Julanton Red Apricot and the other named Kirster Windmill. Still not genius enough. I remember these 2 students. Julanton is the son of Count Dirt, and Kirster is the son of Viscount Rayleigh. Dirt Red Apricot, a seasoned sword saint, Count, Rayleigh Windmill, a Sky Knight, Viscount. Their sons had been trained from a young age, advancing to Earth Knight at 14. Their talent is about the same as List's brothers, Levi's and Lydon. Sky Knight has potential, but Dragon Knight is almost impossible. They are already excellent, List. You can't expect everyone to have talents like you and Emily, Li Huiliang said speechlessly. Even Yevich, who was once selected for the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight backup program, was only an Earth Knight at 13. Then let father manage their arrangements, expedite the establishment of the Royal Academy to train them. When there's a candidate suitable for the Dragon Knight backup program, I'll pay attention then. For List, only Dragon Knights could catch his eye, capable of being the cornerstone for the Flame Kingdom. Sky Knights at that level were merely a bunch of slightly more advanced productive materials. However, with the arrival of this list, the smoke mission was completed. Mission accomplished. Reward, Obsidian Ring. Chapter 968, Daily Patrol of the Territory Obsidian Ring. List soon learned the origin of this reward. It was found on a statue of an ancient mage from the ancestors of the Moonslayer people. The Obsidian Ring was discovered in a native tribe that had been conquered by the Holy Tribe, worn on the hand of the listener, a symbol of tribal authority. Commander Emily, who was then directing the Mammoth Knight Brigade in flattening the terrain, brought the Obsidian Ring back to Flame Castle. Taking over the deep black ring that resembled a thumb ring, List didn't immediately check its attributes. Instead, he said to Emily, "Let your deputy take charge of the Mammoth Knight Brigade for now. After you're done training with Ethan, come spend this year's festival at Flame Castle." Emily's eyes lit up, and she nodded hastily. "Yes, Emily, thanks your highness for the invitation." Spending the festival at Flame Castle with His Highness was a significantly meaningful symbol for her. After Emily left Flame Castle with a delighted mood, riding on the Landwalker bird Loki to head to Jade City for training, List called out the smoke mission and looked at the new mission. Mission, in the blink of an eye, you're about to welcome your 5th festival in this world. The increase in age, improvement in strength, and change in status prompt a shift in your mindset. You're no longer the poor young baron who hid in the countryside, amusing himself. Life still needs to move forward. Please await the end of the festival. Reward, unknown reward. The long-interrupted unknown reward mission had once again appeared. For List, this was like a relaxation. He didn't have to worry about the smoke mission. He just needed to wait for the festival to end, and the reward would come automatically. The climate of Flame Island in December is dry and cold. Although it never drops below freezing, all life stops growing. In past years, just like the magical beasts, the Moonslayer people would hide in their nests await the revival of the next spring. However, with the arrival of the Flame people in recent years, Flame Island has completely changed. The long and dry winter season is an ideal time for construction, and countless serfs toil the land. Felling trees, leveling land, reclaiming wasteland, constructing channels, building workshops, piling up wooden houses. After practicing Dragon Chi, List mounted the formless Dragon Bard and slipped into the material border, preparing to survey his territory in the last few days of Sapphire calendar year 155. First was Flame City. As the first city of Flame Island designated as a major agricultural city, its development speed had admittedly fallen behind the other cities, but it had the largest population. Around the city, forests were no longer visible. Nearly all the trees had been felled, and the rest were transformed into plantations. Because the outflow from Whirlpool Cave was substantial, leading to an abundance of water in Whirlpool River, the magicians from the Magic Guild who researched water conservancy had guided the serfs to build an irrigation network near Flame City. The sprawling network of channels irrigated nearly 5 million acres of land. At a glance, all one could see were whitewater bands, enveloping green oases. To this day, this irrigation network, dubbed the Flame Whirlpool Irrigation District, is still being excavated. Perhaps due to the nourishment from magic power, The physical constitution of humans in this world is much better than those of Earth. Stronger, less prone to sickness, and less likely to die. And the serfs who have lived in the forests for a long time have even better physical conditioning than the common flame people. Additionally, there are apprentice knights forming assault teams responsible for cutting through mountains and stones, as well as teams of ancient magicians who specialize in transforming the toughest terrains. This has made infrastructure construction very smooth. Even without machinery like excavators or bulldozers, the efficiency is not at all weaker than the infrastructure construction speed in China on Earth. Which pleases List greatly. Now, under his influence, the Flame Kingdom truly has the temperament of a construction fanatic. There needs to be an upgrade. The roads in the Flame Whirlpool Irrigation District are not good enough, mostly just dirt roads. Dry weather in winter isn't too much of an issue, but once the rainy season comes in summer, it will be disastrous. This isn't good. List took out a notebook and simply recorded his thoughts. Must quickly upgrade all these roads to concrete. It's a pity there's no asphalt. Compared to the hard concrete roads, List actually preferred the kind of asphalt roads, but unfortunately, in this world, there's no mention of resources like coal or oil, so naturally, there are no byproducts like asphalt. However, it will be difficult to build concrete roads in a short period. The renovation of a few main roads with concrete might deplete most of the current output of the concrete workshops. A crushed stone road, on the other hand, isn't bad. With a shovel-tusked giant elephant, several kilometers of country lane can be trampled out in a day. Put down some crushed stones, and it's good enough. Having recorded the issues with the roads, he then noted the problems with the plantations. Plantation issues were plentiful, mainly because some plants were not suited to the climate of Flame Island, and without the influence of cordyceps, they couldn't even survive. However, overall, the soil of Flame Island was much more fertile than Black Horse Island, and with the Magic Guild developing various fertilizers, the yield per acre of crops had increased year by year. Rubber trees need to be planted in large quantities, potatoes need to be planted in large quantities, corn needs to be planted in large quantities. After inspecting Flame City, he immediately took to the skies along Dragon Cinder Road, flying towards Dragon Valley City. Dragon Valley City was positioned as a major mining city, with 5 mining districts: Black Heart Iron, Bronze, Mercury, Galena, and Titanium. All offering quality, high-yielding mineral resources. The typical mining city is seriously polluted, yet Dragon Valley City was much cleaner. The reason is simple: all the iron smelting workshops, copper smelting workshops, mercury workshops, lead smelting workshops, and titanium smelting workshops here used the Fire Dragon converter. Powered by Letor's Fire Dragon over magic, it required no chemical dyes, providing stable furnace temperatures and high efficiency. However, the capital required to build a Fire Dragon converter wasn't cheap, and in order to secure this Fire Dragon over magic, List had no idea how many magic potions he had stuffed into Letor's hands. The workshops are still too crude, not refined enough. Next time, I must remind the development committee to promptly set up specialized factories such as rebar and wire factories. Plus, now that we're not short on metal, the Magic Guild also needs to accelerate the development of the steam engine. I want to build aircraft carriers in the future. No, that's not right. List fantasized in his notebook. It should be called the Flying Dragon Mothership, serving as a landing place for my dragons when crossing Devil Sea. However, it seems I can create a large amount of packed ice, and with that, I can take as many dragons as I want. Leaving Dragon Valley City, he continued his inspections at the next destination, Jade City, which had yet to have a clear purpose. Currently backdropped by Jade Mountain, the city was being used to exploit the Jade Vein. Plans were also in place to construct an irrigation district here and later develop new plantations. Cities under the Night system primarily focused on agriculture. With the construction of Jade City progressing slowly, List wasn't in much of a hurry. He rode the formless Dragon Bard and headed south, eventually arriving at Estuary City. Estuary City was intended to be a major port city, responsible for trade and exchange with Tulip Island. However, as the development of Tulip Island had been postponed, Estuary City couldn't immediately showcase its intended purpose. The city's focus had now shifted to offshore development. Searching for suitable shallow marine aquaculture waters, preparing for future breeding endeavors such as Hyuga, Fenhilwo, golden-lipped clam, as well as giant algae and kelp. They also had to cultivate mangrove forests in the wetlands at the river mouth, planning to further expand the breeding of green caterpillars, green-headed ducks, and flamingos. With 100 birds toward the phoenix ability, List could be called the king of birds. He would seek out more avian magical beasts suitable for domestication in the future. Compared to hunting magical beasts to provide magical beast meat, breeding them was more cost-efficient and eco-friendly. It's been a long time since I've gone to the sea to search for elves and resourceful sea monsters. I'm now about the same as most of the native nobles, focusing all my attention on the endless resources of the continent, preferring to wage wars for them rather than searching the sea for food. He hadn't changed the world, yet the world had long since changed him. Fortunately, List had always possessed the vision to transcend his era and this world. Conquering the sea is also part of my plan. Devil Sea won't stop my strides. Having inspected Estuary City, he directly used a space shuttle to arrive at Reed City. Reed City's role was to be a major trading city. As long as the new teleportation array had not been activated, Reed City was to be Flame Island's sole channel of communication with the outside world. Thus, the development of Reed City was rapid, constructing several large buildings almost overnight. The city was very populous, and to avoid crowding, List's directive was to build high-rises directly, 6-story buildings. Thanks to the emergence of concrete, the use of rebar, and the production of bricks, cheap multi-story buildings could be realized. Just as he was about to identify some pitfalls in the development of Reed City, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the distant earth, like an earthquake. Turning his gaze, he saw a low mountain that blocked traffic being slowly pushed back into the ground by a tremendous force, quickly flattening the land. It's Ak, she's mastered the earth attribute incarnation to perfection. Chapter 969, How many types of metals are there? Dragon riding. They flew over. Indeed, they saw Ak riding Unicorn Charlie, holding the 8 Dragons God Sword in one hand, casting spells. With Charlie's amplification of her high magic to the level of superior magic, she could now cast various spells at will, without needing to follow specific doctrines. Brother, Ak has already mastered the earth elemental incarnation and can easily reshape mountains and land. If there's any terrain on Flame Island that needs remodeling, leave it to Ak. Ak, smiling, said this upon seeing List. She had been researching magic experiments recently, especially soul studies, which had tired her a bit, and she wanted to relax in a different way. Oh, is that so? I'll have the Magic Guild study the terrain of Flame Island to see how it could be remodeled. But there are 2 places we can start with. Flame City and Jade City are mainly plantations, so I'll leave the land leveling to you. Right, are you sure the terrain altered by magic is suitable for planting? List pondered a problem. Ak paused for a moment, then rode Charlie down to the low mountain she had pushed into the ground. After several spells were cast to test it, she said with some annoyance, Brother, it seems not to be working. Earth system magic has a side effect of compacting soil, making the ground I've modified too hard. It wasn't just hard, it was almost petrified, basically unfarmable. Then let's not rush into remodeling the farmland. Your earth elemental incarnation is best suited for road construction, canal building, and city construction. Brother, do you want Ak to build a sky canal from the whirlpool entrance that leads all the way to the Whirlpool River? Ak hadn't forgotten her own idea. She had always wanted to restore the wonder built by the ancient magicians.